I'm back. Not that I was gone for very long. Yeah, just going to quickly reset everything. Not that I was, I quickly just restart the computer. I mean, it's been on for 24 hours. Could do with a restart, I'm sure. And basically it. So let's go and check out our good friends at the Budget Lodge. Wait, no, that's something else. Oh, cool. Yes, that's me. Share, copy, back here. If you could quickly shill, I'd be greatly appreciated. This is part 3. Let's quickly... Okay, so basically I am... How to put this? Oh, hell yeah. That was some good numbers. Appreciate it. Let's go and hit Discord. Alright, so if you could just quickly share this, I'd appreciate it. Share the screen. I'm doing the same, and I'm just gonna go now and check my announcements. There, paste. You don't even need to shill this particular part if you don't want to. I'm okay if you do. It makes a real difference. But yeah, there. I shield on my Twitter and I shield on my Discord. That's all we need. We're only going to go for a little while longer. The streams themselves, yeah, they're doing pretty good. But return investments and all that, which I don't blame them. Like, I'm not even sure what to watch. Ideally, I'll need to stay up for another 5.5 hours. How realistic that is, I'm tired, but I'm in this weird limbo state. And if I was in this weird limbo state offline, what I'd do is I'd just try to stay awake for as long as possible so my sleep wouldn't be completely destroyed. Whether or not I am going to be is... Alright, we found something to watch. It's Louder with Crowder's MLK video. And I have no idea what the context is, other than it's Martin Luther King Day, which I always think is in February for some reason. Or is that Black History Month? That's Black History Month, isn't it? Obviously, we don't have that over here. We don't need to do that because, well, race took a different turn in Ireland. Let's game capture, shilling Chrome. Alright. So, Stephen Crowder's MLK video is just absolutely disgusting, and for him, this is from Know Nothing.
Happy MLK Day, everybody. We work.
Hear it louder with Crowder.
We still work. We also, believe it or not, what's this? My headphones are a little loud. We also work on Columbus Day.
Ah, well, yes, we don't take any of it.
Indigenous Peoples Day.
Yeah.
And, you know, lot to like about MLK. Prostitutes, crack, and orgies, not amongst them.
No.
But the issue here is if it's going to be a national holiday while you're tearing down statues of people who fought against slavery, like Abraham Lincoln, or even people who freed slaves upon their death, where we're talking about George Washington or Jefferson. Then you
I know the Abraham Lincoln. I know the Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln statue taken down. Alright, image. There. This was the statue they took down. No black person is going to go around and think Abraham Lincoln was a piece of shit after, you know, he freed their ancestors when he could have very well not. But they don't want to see him being interpreted like some sort of literal white savior coming down from the clouds to pick up someone whose back is hunched and like, oh, are you God? Yes. And here is my grace. Like, yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. We need Sam Cedar to pop up that's go like, hi, Stephen.
Junior Day, because what I'm about to tell you is a lot worse. And we'll get to the crack whores, and we'll get to the orgies, we'll get to all of that.
And the other thing is, MLK, yeah, there's a lot of bad stories going around about him, some of which unfortunately might very well be true. Doesn't change the fact that he did a lot of good for a lot of people and opened a lot of eyes to a lot of others, who then took it into different directions. But he himself has had a lot to be proud of the day he died. It's a shame that he did die. I mean, hell, if he did commit things that you believe it that he did, it would have been better that he would have, you know, stood trial. MLK was a human being, but it seemed like overall he was a good human being rather than a bad one. So, yeah. This guy is a quack. 100% a quack. Hi, John. I don't stand by Stephen whatsoever. He's a pussy who hides behind daddy's money and has to buy his friends. What I do say is that he is piggybacking off bad elements of MLK, and yeah, as a result, he oh, hi, Red. He is like, it wouldn't matter. I don't think he'd care. I don't think if the races were switched, if MLK was, say, white, he wouldn't have cared. He might have even tried to defend it in some sort of pissant way. But apparently it gets worse, so let's keep seeing what we're doing. And also, Red Eye, are you going to be joining us any point in February? If not, for Bearded Ramblings. If not, I'd like to pick your brain about that after I come back from the north. Just to see if you're free any Friday on February. I've got Shabby and I've got Raisin. And I have a mystery guest who has yet to respond. We might even see a message pop up here pretty soon. Fingers crossed. Obviously it's a mystery guest, so you're not going to guess who. Except I will say that they're not from the normal rank and file DP and DP affiliated societies. I will say, some of you fucking D-gens will be like, oh my god. Assuming we can pin down a time that works for her.
You don't know about MLK.
Anyway, Red Eye, if you're up for it in February, we'd love to have you on.
About MLK. Bet you didn't expect to hear MLK and crack whores.
What?
No, I did. I know the stories, and they could even be true.
Today. I have a dream of 9 crack whores at a Motel 6.
Nope. No.
I don't think crack exists.
You wouldn't go Motel 6.
I'm probably not.
Yeah.
Motel 8.
Just whores and
Crack wouldn't have existed. Probably heroin wouldn't have existed. So if anything, it would have been like dope fiends. But they also could have just been poor, desperate women trying to make a living, you know. And tell me again, Stephen, how's your good friend Donald Trump?
in general then.
How's Matt Gaetz doing?
How do you make a statue of that?
Well, it
No.
requires a lot of iron, a lot of smelting.
If you were to come alive, today,
Skilled artisan.
if you were to come alive today, to his
You know
dream,
what?
which is-
I honestly think he should just drop all the show altogether, so he'll never have an event like what happened with it was Sam Steeder, right? Kind of popped in out of the blue when he thought he was going to interview Ethan. Instead, and yes, I said Ethan, like I would have said the Eaton Center. I've been up for over 24 hours, well over 24 hours, and I have only now really cracked into the Jaeger after 2 bottles of white wine. And that pizza's soaking abilities, it's long gone. But like, I think he should drop the podcast idea altogether and just talk to himself in a big room full of mirrors. Because all this is just one giant self-fulfilling circle jerk. And I noticed how, like, of course his friends would say no, because, well, he gives them money, so. How much money would Steve have to pay you to sit there and laugh at his terrible jokes? Right now, I could give you an answer. You have to ask me that when I'm fucking sober. Or sleep deprived. Actually, you know what? I don't think I'd take a... I don't think I would take a monetary hit just. I would have some money and a promise he'd have to fulfill first. And trust me when I say this, then the bidding wars begin. Because I have in my hands a Steven Crowder letter of promise. Bidding starts at $1,000. You hear Vosh in the back. $1,005, Dylan Burns. $2,000. And so it begins. And I start smelling it. Like, shoe on head. Whatever much this is. She just pours out a big burlap sack with an S on it.
focus on. He would say, "We're here. This is it." Exactly what I meant.
We
Why
were
are you
here.
guys?
Yeah, this is how you fucking do it. Yeah, you get smart with that
We
shit.
got here in the 90s.
My dream was never to play the victim card and that's
Ooh.
what we have.
And one more thing, I would laugh at his jokes. I would genuinely laugh at his jokes. I'd call him a very intelligent person. I'd be like, oh wow, Stephen, I never really saw it that way. That's actually really, that's promise to what? Be on a promise to do. Obviously, it couldn't be something crazy like him sucking my dick or anything like that, but rather maybe like him debating someone and not backing out like a fucking coward, you know? Ooh. And someone of my choosing. That's why I had like Shu and Dylan Burns and fucking a lot of them being like, oh, because they're, yeah. It's a known quantity. Because, you know, they'll never debate big, proper names on topics. Like Stephen will never debate big proper names topics because his dad literally says you can't. Yeah, so that's it. Like that's like you said, like you asked, how much money would Steve have to pay to sit there and laugh at his terrible jokes? I gave you a set amount of money and a promissory note for him to debate someone of my choosing. That would be my payment. The thing is, you have to haggle this shit. It applies differently to each and every person.
Of the next one, so if he were alive today, I mean, he participated in massive orgies, which he would have loved TikTok.
Man knows how to party.
Yeah, too bad you don't get so much luck in TikTok, huh? Well, actually, no, there is a right-wing element to TikTok, right? Isn't there? Yeah. Damn. I'd give to cuddle with Steve.
Touche.
Man knows how to party.
Just would have loved the talk.
Well, at least he works out, right, man?
First. MLK also participated in another orgy in Las Vegas with a friend, a prostitute, and the gospel singer Clara Ward. Oh,
What? It's
well.
Las Vegas.
It's interesting that he finds this fascinating, but
She sang about it.
it just happened to come up on MLK Day, right?
I had
What a
sex with
switch.
MLK. He's like, shut up, bitch, shut up.
Garrett, you're right. The biggest point in all
What
of
is
this.
going on?
And the holsters, I think, are more cringe and more cope than John Doyle's heck off commie sign.
Don't actually stay in Vegas.
Yeah. The next day, he's given a sermon, and of
What
course,
about my
as we all know,
parasocial
it's
relationship
we
with
are
Stephen
to keep our
Crowder?
mouths silent. Shut. As it relates to.
Anyway, I've been curious what. Let's have a look. Brief look here at this. I want to look at something that's either going to be out of date by Friday, or it's too long, you know. So I'm having a look here. Because there's no point I show you anything that's like everyone's seen it. Ooh, this I wouldn't show this on Bearded Ramblings, but I can show you this. Holster helps hold his ego. He just starts peeing himself endlessly and he can't stop. Aw, that could actually be a physical thing. But no joke, like his dad literally told him, like, don't go up against real streamers. Don't do it like that or else I'm going to cut you off. Like, he's a little boy. Bill, frankly, you could do better. But then again, Caitlin Bennett was doing a show like that. I'd be kind of like, I am drunk. I'm expected to make terrible life decisions. Oh yeah, and you know I'm pregnant, so obviously my boobs have gotten bigger, and well, that's enough out of low energy videos for the next 48 hours. I'll see you guys. I come back and I just have like the glummest face. Have you ever done something at the time that felt great, and then afterwards you're like, oh shit, what have you done?
Ancient place that men called Isengard.
Then in future, anytime she's brought up for anything, like she could be talking about, I can't wait till we open up certain camps for certain peoples, and everyone looks to me and I'm like, huh, look at that. It's going to be mildly humid tomorrow.
A black, impenetrable tower known as Orthanc formed its center, surrounded by a ring of imposing walls, breached only by the inflow of
I'm
the
a
river
real man,
Isengard.
I'm a real man, I'm a real...
The power that dwelt here was to command the defense
All
of
I
the
need
West,
is
but in the war of the ring,
some old guy to be like, you gotta get off the computer, I'm a real man!
Mordor, Isengard,
Anyway,
was corrupted.
I gotta focus on
It
this shit.
instead become the personal domain. Beneath the mountain's arm, within the Wizard's Vale, through years uncounted, had stood an ancient place that men called Isengard. A black, impenetrable tower known as Orthanc formed its
Jared
center,
Energy
surrounded
Genesis.
by a ring of imposing walls, breached only by the inflow of the river Isen to the north. The power that dwelt here was to command the defense of the West, but in the War of the Ring, when the free peoples of Middle-earth fought against the dread power of Mordor, Isengard was corrupted. It had instead become the personal domain of the wizard Saruman, and a terrible ally to the great enemy himself. Constructed by the exiled Númenóreans in the Second Age of Middle-earth, Isengard was one of the 3 great fortresses of Gondor, guarding entry into what are today the
As always, Templin Institute, like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to check the links in the description down below. And that's for them. I was going to say him because male voice. Well, used to be a female voice. I think her name was like the Marshal. They called her that, and she went on. She went on to do the Sojourn, among other things. The stuff for Stardock.
But as the strength of men faded, the fortress was neglected. Its garrison was reduced and then recalled. Across many centuries, Isengard passed between any who could claim it. Gondorian chieftains, Dunlendings, and eventually the
Dunlendings.
In the year 2759 of the Third Age, however, Saruman the Wise, first of the Istari, returned to Middle-earth from his travels in the east. He offered to Rohan and Gondor to make Isengard his home, and from there guard the approach into both kingdoms. At the time when his proposal to King Freolaf of Rohan and Steward Beren of Gondor was accepted, Saruman's role was to be only that of a warden of Isengard, serving at the pleasure of the steward, and a vassal of Gondor. For over a century, Saruman was a powerful ally in this role, restoring the fortress and the lands it commanded to a state unseen since the golden age of the 4 Ship Kings. The surrounding valley even became known as the Wizard's Vale in his honor. Trusted wholly by Gondor, Saruman was granted the keys to the Tower.
Dude, I hope I live here long enough in Legion Village to have it to be renamed into Energy Town or some shit like that.
Within found one of the remaining Palantiri, powerful seeing stones, first crafted by the elves.
Now somebody gets to ponder their orb.
In 2941, after decades of rumors and warnings that the power of the Dark Lord Sauron had returned to Middle-earth, Saruman and the White Council moved against the ruined fortress of Dol Guldur. Here, their suspicions were confirmed utterly, but Sauron was driven from the fortress, seemingly weakened. The battle, however, had a profound effect on Saruman, catalyzing a desire for the One Ring that had slowly been building during his time in Isengard.
Yeah.
Through the
Now you're pondering that
Sauron
orb.
contacted Sauron, seeking to become his ally and partner. The Istari lost this contest of wills, becoming a willing servant of the Dark Lord, even if he still believed himself to be an equal, and perhaps even capable of one day stealing the power of the Ring for himself. With the attention of the kingdoms of men elsewhere, Saruman broke his oath of loyalty.
I'm Christopher motherfucking Lee,
and adopting the title of its sole lord in 2953. In preparation for the imminent war against Rohan and Gondor, Saruman began to transform Isengard into an imitation of Mordor itself. He summoned to the fortress vast numbers of orcs, and within the deep pits and caverns that honeycomb the surrounding valley, set them to work crafting weapons and armor. He began to breed Uruk-hai, the strongest variation of orc warrior, standing as tall as man and possessing a far deeper cunning.
Well, at least in the rebooted stuff, Uruk-hai was just a different way of saying orc. Like,
Uruk-hai would form the core of...
This reminds me of both Shadow of War. The day it came out and still have not played it. Something is wrong with me. Is that the first one or the second one? Second one really improves on the first one, so I'm told. The first one's... I kinda enjoyed the first one. It's not ideal. I like it the same way I like Assassin's Creed games. Everyone has sort of fire and forget sort of what games where they kind of zone out. For me, it's the Assassin's Creed games. I like the history elements to it. I like being able to go up on the towers. I like the simple assassins where like, oh, he's behind an area. Well, I'll just drop a bomb. Boom, got some resources. Level up, level up, level up, level up. But, in Shadow of Mordor, like the Shadow games, I should say, they really amped that stuff up. Yeah, like if you got that and you haven't installed it, I played the demo, and it is really good. But it's still just an like an Ubisoft game. So,
of Isengard's armies, equipped with thick armor.
well, it's not Ubisoft. Well, it's WB and Ubisoft, right?
Bladed swords.
Even if it's not, it
heavy with
feels
bolts
like an Assassin's Creed Watch Dogs sort of game.
to keep the furnaces of Isengard burning and its industry in a constant state of readiness. Saruman ordered the River Isen dammed and the surrounding forests cut down. Stone constructs and machinery sprouted. within the
I couldn't
fortress
say
once
I couldn't
held.
say I
Ceaselessly
agree or
producing
disagree.
arms,
The
arrows,
demo
and
didn't disappoint, but the game itself, I can't say was like mind blowing. I do love the mechanics of like the Nemesis system and how that works. That's pretty fucking. That can be pretty metal. If you took that out and put it into other games, imagine a Nemesis system in Mass Effect or Elder Scrolls. Not just like if you kill someone 3 days later, hey, I'm gonna hurt you, and then you can kind of be like, walk away, kid, and they're like, okay. But no, what if like they keep on surviving? They did something as a scripted event in The Witcher 3. There was this stupid knight at like a crossroad you meet early on, and he wants to defeat monsters, and he thinks witchers are monsters because he loves his lady love. So you can let him take the win by like staging the fight and being like, there, you won. Or you can keep kicking his ass, and every time he kicks his ass, he keeps coming back with more and more guys. Eventually, like, you meet his lady love, and she's like, who? That was really kind of clever. Like it showed this constant building tension. Eventually, I'd see him on the side of the road, and I was like, oh, fuck's sake, I just kick Roach into high gear. Yeah, that would have been awesome. Oh, it would have been brilliant. There's so many games that the Nemesis system or something similar to it would really improve the game. Elder Scrolls, Mass Effect, more in The Witcher. I mean, there are again scripted events, but it like they don't feel like the orcs that you fight with don't feel like computer generated a lot of times. Eventually they hit a point, every game does, the invisible wall that comes with any writing system, but you can get so many combinations that it's so crazy. There's whole videos of them. I'm wondering if I should be able to show them. It is video game footage.
Siege weaponry.
Like
At the outbreak.
the great betrayals, but then they don't betray you. They betray your second in command, so they can become your second in command, or they remember some snub you did a while back, and they hold it against you, but you can kind of convince them otherwise. You can also like keep breaking characters. Like you go up against like these mini bosses, and you can kill them, or you can bind them, or you can break their minds. And by the end of it, they're just there like pissing and sobbing themselves, crying in a corner. They're not even a fight. They're just like, no! They run away. You become this
Of the War of the Ring. The
god around the orcs. It is brilliant.
Isengard, emblazoned with a white hand on a black shield, were among the best equipped in Middle-earth. In battles across the fords of Isen and the Westfold.
But there is a lot of
Isengard
microtransactions.
defenders
Do
rallied
not
against
forget
them
that.
and began
The
burning
if you ever
indiscriminately.
seen Stephanie Sterling's videos on in-game microtransactions in games, the famous goblin going in the store is real. Like it's no. Though a nice little touch is if you don't buy anything as you leave, he's like, oh. And then you come back in, he's like, oh, 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 oh. You just keep doing that over and over again. Fucking petty.
The capital
Doesn't
of Rivendell
matter.
itself threatened. King Theoden retreated to the ancient fortress within Helm's Deep and prepared for a lengthy siege. The Battle of Helm's Deep was to be Isengard's greatest victory, but the siege would break its power irrevocably. despite overwhelming numbers and black sorcery that breached the walls of the Horned
It's
Gate itself.
called
The entire
alchemy.
Isengard's Uruk-hai was flanked by reinforcements of Rohirrim.
Which,
In the ensuing slaughter, Saruman's host retreated without any semblance of order, entering a forest of strange trees that had mysteriously appeared behind them. None who entered were ever seen again. This unlikely defeat foreshadowed an even greater catastrophe as an army of Ents, roused from
it's
their
less of an
slumber,
army and more of a militia of Ents I've always seen. Actually, the entire population, if, say, for whatever reason, Treebeard's assault failed, the Ent wives, if they're still alive, which they are actually still alive, aren't they? They say in the Fourth Age they find them again. But there's no more Ents left. That's how I've always seen it. Or there's like 3 that just didn't get the memo at the last minute, right?
by Saruman's desecration of the natural world.
All they needed was Tom Bombadil just to appear, and he's like, every single orc just catches on fire immediately.
Its fortress directly. The surrounding wall was.
I mean, we saw his
the
OP
Isengard
power
and the power
in
of
that
Isengard
Russian,
washed
Polish,
away in the
Finnish
ensuing
version
flood.
of
Saruman
of
was
it.
left to rot within his tower, his dreams of an empire destroyed. In the Fourth Age of Middle-earth
Bubba
that
Guts?
followed,
Ooh, that's
a new
bad.
forest named the Treegarth of Orthanc formed over the old pits and caverns until the devastation that Saruman had wrought vanished from the world. Isengard was restored as a tower of the reunited kingdom, and its surrounding lands were healed. But for however long that tower remains, it will always be a reminder that no one is above temptation, and the power of the darkness can take root in even the strongest bastion.
Neat. That's a good video. I like alternate history hobbies. They're good people. That's a great video. I'm actually not going to show any, but I'm just going to go through each and every video and be like, yeah, I like it, this one. So, Galactic Empire Star Wars, it's good. Morrowind, that's very good, but it's nearly 8 hours long. Could you imagine streaming that long? Jesus Christ. What if the War of 1812? I've popped into Patrician's work streams. They're justified, to say the least. I wouldn't be surprised if he puts a 2-day... When he goes around to Skyrim, he puts like a 2-day stream breaking down all the nuances. What if anyone won the War of 1812? That's pretty good. I think Ben's shown this a few times on DP. I have no idea who his fuckwit is. I like his beard though. That's a playlist. No idea what this is. Legit. How Liberty Dies is actually pretty great. Building Your Interstellar Ships, Temple Institute, that's pretty good. Orc Freebooters, if you start seeing links to the channels talking about white genocide, then, I guess you know who to blame, and that's Arch, not me. Otherwise, yeah, it's alright. It's stuff about orc pirates. No idea what that is. The orcs, I was there for the premiere of that. Actually talked in the chat to the main head of Templin, and they were at a tiki bar getting shit-faced. And I was like, yeah, okay, but the real question is, look, your orc stuff is fantastic, but if you really want to praise Gorka Mork, you did get the tiki drink with fire, right? And he's like, I'm getting a fire drink later. You're not celebrating the video with a fire drink, which, I'm standing by it. This is nearly 1 million views. Like, this deserves a fire tiki drink. Sith Species, that's a good one. If you like Star Wars stuff, and don't mind a little bit too much nerd stuff for most people. Rad King, I think I watched like 5 minutes of this. I couldn't tell you one way or another. Now, this is a good video. I actually really like this one enough that, no, it would be too esoteric. The Salt Factory, it's a Salt Factory. I don't need to tell you about the Salt Factory. They're alright. They do pretty good jobs. They're pretty fun. Nip Slip or Lip Slip. What's a lip slip? Because I don't know what a nip slip is. Why, is there a nip slip anywhere? That's of course you mean like, oh, she's like got a thong or a G-string, but it's so tiny that when she pulls it up, she's basically going inside her. Like that, you know? And as a result, it's not holding anything back. Rather, her lips are going over it. She could have a camel toe. Because that could be pretty fun, especially if she knows it and she wants to flaunt it. Because a nip slip, most women will be like, oh, whoopsie doodle. Well, we'll pretend that didn't happen. But they'd never do that below the waist. Except for the ones that really don't mind. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Steps is Cody's good one. Good one. If you see Templin, it's probably a good stream. Complete story, meta learned, that's good. History of the world according to Ancient Aliens. Oh god, that's a brilliant video. Can I watch that one? I'm gonna put this next one. Arch, yeah, it's okay. Real Tyrion. Alright, now. Yeah, like panties that are so sheer, so tight that it's kind of showing stuff off. This is what I was talking about earlier. All Tomorrows. I'm just gonna quickly check to see. No. This is some interesting shit. I really find this fascinating. So, I guess we'll watch this. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing or not. That's up to you guys, really. If you find this stuff boring, then I guess I'll stop. But, also, I don't want to check Cody here until we... No. So long as you go and, if you actually enjoy it, to like and share and subscribe and all that good stuff. So, All Tomorrow, Billion-Year Chronicle of Married Species, a Mixed Formula of Man. So there's this, if I remember right, he's a Turkish illustrative author, and he does the speculative evolution era, which, you know, you could argue Animorphs is a part of, but in actual fact, it's not. There's a lot of really interesting stuff. It's very niche. I'm not huge into it, but I've seen it throughout my life enough that it's stuck in my brain. And then I saw this video, and I was like, dude, this is so cool. Because the stuff about Dune we were watching was 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 years in the future, right? Warhammer 40,000 is 40,000 years. These are numbers in the millions and even billions of years in the future. And how natural selection, punishment, praise, outright genetic necessity, differences dividing into differences result in these vastly different civilizations. And it's basically humans. Yeah, it's human beings, how they adapt, how they change, how they are changed, which is a very interesting little fact. Hey, Druggen. But I find it interesting. As for this is Alternate History Hub. He's pretty popular. I fucking love him. He's got an interesting Twitter. Check it out. And he was April 1st of last year. He did a thing where he looked at every single episode of According to Ancient Aliens. So, yeah, we'll watch these two. As always, guys, check these shits out because they are the shits. But also, and this is important, don't forget that I could just drop the stream at any time I want, because at this point I have like 5 hours to kill, but that's cool. I could even go further, but I don't think I should at that point. At this point, I'd be worried about a fucking seizure or some shit like that. Everyone has a limit. I guess if I'm still want to stay awake in 5 hours, I can. It's just, there's no point me going to bed at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right? I need to go to bed at 6. Because at least, at the very least, you could say, oh, then you slept for 12 hours. Woke up at 6? Fuck yeah, I did.
All Tomorrows.
Also, this guy, I know I keep pausing even before I start. This guy, Alt Shift, he does great Game of Thrones lore stuff.
Billion-year
Mostly
chronicle of the
book-based,
myriad
not
species
show,
and
but
mixed
book shit
fortunes
stuff.
of man. Long ago, in the distant past, humans colonized Mars. It took centuries to terraform the Red Planet. First, they made oceans using the water from comets.
Green Mars.
Then they sent microbes to create breathable air, then introduced genetically modified plants and animals. It was only after Mars was transformed into a habitable world that the first people came to Mars in colony ships. So the first steps on Mars were taken not by astronauts, but by barefoot children on lush green grass. The people of Mars developed their own culture.
You'll see this. It's a very unique art style. There's something elongated, something almost 70s about the art style used. But believe it or not, this is about as human as it gets, except for the Veruvian Man icon and a skull at one point in the show.
An identity separate to Earth. The low gravity made Martians tall and spindly, and they became almost a different species to the Earthlings. For hundreds of years, the two planets coexisted, but as Mars started
You start seeing
surpass
shadow
Earth,
people?
tensions led to
Yeah,
war.
there'll be a cutoff point. Don't you fret.
Interplanetary war wasn't glorious or exciting. There were no heroic pilots or massive spaceships. The war was fought by complicated, automated machines in a slow, strategic, nerve-wracking contest that caused unimaginable destruction. Billions of people died in the war, and humans almost went extinct. So the
That's why I didn't
survivors of
shill
Earth
this
and
one.
Mars
This one's
united
just to wrap
with
it
a
up.
plan to ensure this would never happen again.
But if you want to help
Humanity
out,
made-
don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I appreciate it.
Made massive reforms to their politics and economics, and they changed themselves. They genetically modified humanity into a new subspecies called the Star People, made to be better and smarter and adapted to expand into space.
Yep.
And it worked. Within a few generations, the unified Star People peacefully colonized the solar system. Other stars were too far away to fly to in person, so instead the Star People sent out automated machines that would
This is already getting pretty surreal when you think about, like, oh, so we sent a colony ship out.
fly to distant worlds and terraform them, then use genetic material to create people to live there. There was a weird problem with these colonies, where many humans fell in love with the machines that had created them, and died in mass identity crises. But the colonies that survived thrived, and expanded across the galaxy, starting a golden age for humanity. Trillions of people lived peaceful, utopic lives, their worlds united by communication across centuries of light. As the Star People explored space, they discovered some alien creatures, but didn't find any intelligent life. So they wondered, were humans alone in the galaxy? On one alien world, they found a fossil of a bird-like creature that didn't seem related to the other native life. The native creatures had 3 limbs and copper bones, but this bird...
I'd say we start with the moon. A little moon base like they even planned back in the 70s. A very small run thing that probably at most can supply some of its own food and water. But from those little things, right? We have to land on Mars before we even think about it. Mars is actually really uninhabitable for us. The radiation poisoning would just bombard us. Elon has not come up with an excuse for that yet, other than, oh, we'll think of it. He'll just vaguely point off in that direction and his fans on Twitter will jump. You know what the sad fact is? Elon's the only one who's even talking about it, other than some vague gestures from governments. China says they're going to put people on the moon or on Mars, but are they going to do it? Probably not. The only reason that happened as quickly as it did in the 60s was because of the Cold War.
had 4 limbs and calcium bones. It seemed related to an extinct...
It wasn't so ridiculous, by the way, in the 50s that those sort of like, by 1974 we'll have at least 5 moon bases on the Earth, on the moon, and perhaps 3 underground. You know, like when you say something like that, you're like, okay, whatever. No, seriously, it would happen really quickly once you just put the money into it. Where did the money go? It went to the American military-industrial complex, and the Russians, well, they kind of fell apart.
Dinosaur from Earth. So, how the hell did this extinct Earth animal end up on this distant alien world? Some people thought God must have done it, and there was a
Yeah, just wave your hands. Colony ship. What does that mean? Colony ship.
resurgence of religion. But others thought aliens did it, that there must be some civilization out there who had spaceflight and bioengineering millions of years before humans even had fire. Humanity hoped that these aliens would be peaceful, but just in case, they built weapons to defend themselves. Weapons so powerful they could obliterate stars.
Interesting enough, the only reason humanity still has nukes in the Dune series is officially just in case they run across aliens.
But all of that was useless in the end.
Just in case
Humanity was
here we go.
attacked by a godlike
This is the big bad of the book. The Q.
ancient species
Qui.
called the Q.
Q.
They were galactic nomads who constantly migrated through space, and they had a fanatical religious mission to remake the universe using genetic manipulation.
Look down there. The Veruvian man has been turned upside down. His weapon has been made impotent, and now his flesh will serve. They're like the Tyranids or the Borg, but in a much more personal way.
So when the Q found humans, they didn't see them as people. They were just objects to be changed into whatever shape the Q wanted. Within 1,000 years, the Q destroyed human civilization.
1,000 years. Humanity had existed among the stars in a utopian state already for what, like 1,000,000 years? And then the Q show up, and in 1,000 years, because they wanted it, just wiped it out.
But some human species lived on, because the Q used their bioengineering.
A All Tomorrow Hot or Not? Oh, there are one or two ones that I'd be like, oh god, that's someone's fetish. Like Position A, for example.
Technology
I don't know about you, but I find the Colonials fucking hot.
to reshape humanity into thousands of bizarre subspecies. They made humans into tools, into pets, into wild animals.
Into wild animals and food. Basically, they gave you a choice when they arrived on your world, how you would be used. If you submitted, if you even helped, you'd get nice positions. Your ancestors would get very nice positions. If not, well, you're going to find out what happened. Other times they didn't care and they were in a rush.
They ruled over the human worlds for 40 million years. And
40 million years. That's on par with the fucking Necrons out of 40k.
Then they fucked off to find their next victims, leaving humanity
Yeah, they got bored.
divided and differentiated beyond recognition. These twisted species were the last remnants of humanity. On one world, where the husks of dead cities baked under a scorching sun, lived
The worms.
They were humans, but the Q had modified their hands and feet into tiny, feeble appendages, reduced their eyes to pinpricks, and removed most of their brain. All their lives, the worms dug aimlessly through the ground. If they found food, they ate it. If they found other worms, they sometimes ate them or reproduced. They were wretched, mindless creatures, but their humanity would eventually resurface. On another world were the Titans, who roamed a vast savanna. Their hands were clumsy stumps, but their lower lip was like the trunk of an elephant.
It really is an alien response when you think about it. Like, they basically, the Q showed up and were just there like, bored, have 15 arms, why? Reasons, then leave. Like,
and could be used like a hand. They were some of the smartest of the new human species, and gradually they achieved sentience. They built homes, agriculture, language, literature, made ornate wood carvings. In booming voices, they told myths and legends of the bygone, half-remembered past. With enough time, these titans could have started a new humanity, but an ice age hit the planet, and these gentle giants disappeared forever. On other worlds, humans had been twisted into predators,
Also known as furries.
looking like vampires and werewolves of myth, with sharp claws and killing teeth. Their prey were also human, made into herbivores with bird-like feet. The prey had the dull minds of animals, but the predators on the hunt kept some spark of human intelligence, which would eventually re-emerge. The mantelopes were bred to be singers and memory retainers for the Q.
I will say one thing. Sexual organs in this, obviously because they're animals, it doesn't make a difference. But I have noticed they do focus on them a lot.
They had fully human minds.
Like, they're always in shot before they gain, like, civilization and wear, like, clothes. They're almost always in shot in front of different creatures, and it's very...
understood the world around them, but in the bodies of grazing herd animals, they were powerless to change anything. So for centuries, mournful herds roamed the plains, singing songs of desperation and loss.
Jesus.
They created whole religions and oral traditions around their grief and frustration, until gradually, mercifully, their agony faded. Because evolutionarily, a stupid, simple-minded mantelope survives as well or better than a conscious, sad mantelope.
So, and they had no way of expressing their feelings, so over centuries their babies would just forget the old songs and just start making noises for the sake of making noises. Point in time, an alien species colonizing Earth is terrifying, but eventually you would think we will be that alien species. If we can get off the fucking planet, sure.
So within 100,000 years, this melancholy world fell silent. Human minds aren't sacred to evolution, and soon only animals remained. The lizard herders were the lucky ones, because the Q wiped out their intelligence and stunted their brains so that they could never regain sentience. So they didn't suffer like the mantelopes did. The lizard herders survived in...
Imagine that for a hell thing. That'd be like waking up and like you're just a set of eyes in your brain, and you don't know how you got there, and you see other brains, and your eyes fix on each other, but there's no way of communicating what you both know, which is
symbiosis with some herbivorous reptiles. And while the lizard herders stayed simple-minded, the reptiles evolved.
I like this
slowly
little
growing
touch.
Stronger and smarter. The Q twisted humanity into a variety of aquatic creatures. There were limbless eel people and whale-like behemoths, and horrifying multitudes of brainless wallowers that served as food stock. Most of them went...
I remember hearing, there's in Total Warhammer 2, if you play as a Skaven, if you fully upgrade the food vats, or their equivalent to like the food, like their version of a farm, it's, if you take over one of the lizard men places, you can turn their spawning pools into a place where they've mutated the creatures that come out of the spawning pool into basically lumps of meat that just writhe around. That's food right there. Especially for Skaven, who like the idea of just eating anything.
extinct when the Q left, but the swimmers survived, feeding on
He looks high as fuck.
fish and crustaceans in their world's oceans. They didn't look much like humans, but human eyes peered through their blubbery eyelids, and they spoke to each other, though underwater they couldn't hear each other's words.
Fuck, that's trippy.
The Tempters were so fucked up it's a wonder they survived at all. The Q made them into bizarre living decorations, 2-meter tall cones of flesh like grotesque carnivorous plants. Those were the females. The males were mindless little monkey imp creatures who blindly served their queen, controlled
Simp. Beta. Beta male.
by vocal and pheromonal signals. They'd gather the food and guard their queen, and occasionally they would mate by descending into this breeding tube like a subway commuter. It was weird, but it worked, and the Tempter's mound forests spread across their world. They could have built some kind of civilization, but they were obliterated by a stray comet.
Beta.
His best and weirdest hopes died out.
Beta male.
The Bone Crushers looked like monsters, like giants or ogres with beaks derived from teeth. They only ate
Yeah, their beaks. Like, imagine if our teeth were turned into two giant fucking, like, clam-like beaks. Fuck.
putrefying meat, and they communicated by defecating on it.
No, it is correct for that one right there. That's the thing. And what else? The Q probably thought of that in like 5 seconds. They were like, I don't like these trees in my yard. Let's have flesh things.
Each other. But they were actually
Use the human meat.
pretty successful. They reached a medieval level of civilization until they ran out of rotting meat to eat and eventually collapsed. When the Q attacked, most human worlds were quickly defeated, but one world fought back, resisting the Q 2 times before falling. The Q punished and humiliated.
This is probably the most horrific thing the Q did to humanity. Breeding. I've noticed you've all perked up at the word breeding tube. Okay, gotta remember that one.
Created this world for its resistance by making them into the colonials. The
Oh yeah, colonials. Fuck yeah. I have now mount and I must scream. The species.
colonials were disembodied cultures of skin, connected with a network of basic nerves. The Q used them as living filtering devices, living off Q waste products. And for no other reason than to make the colonials suffer, the Q left them with their consciousness and their eyes, so that they could fully witness their own wretched fate. For 40 million years, the
40 almost. We're getting close to the dinosaurs dying off. That's how long they would. We're talking about a quarter of a crocodile's existence. Like, fuck me. 40. Sharks. As long as sharks have existed, that would be one of our descendants. Forever. Blinking and just growing in these sort of cubes, knowing what they were, and only existing to be to eat shit and poisons. I must scream. Between that's amazing. The game is amazing, but it makes you feel closer. Plus, the actual Am is voiced by the original author of the book.
The colonials suffered generations of misery, hoping for their own extinction. But they were made to be efficient, and so they spread across the planet in quilt-like fields of human flesh.
Imagine you land on a planet and it's just this oceans of it moving up and down, not being able to communicate in anything other than blinking and licking. You can see that one there. Now that's probably breeding with another one, or eating another one. It doesn't particularly matter.
The Q made lots of flying human species, some like bats or pterosaurs, others like angels or demons dancing through the ether, or strange, ugly creatures that floated on glands full of gas. One species, called the Flyers, had a special starfish-shaped
Who
mask
needs to
that
make sure
processed
she
oxygen
invests in a
so
bra
efficiently
that works for
They
her.
had enough energy to support flight, as well as human-like
Except they wouldn't know what a
brains.
bra was.
Other flying species
Eh.
weren't so lucky.
The hand
The hand
flappers?
flappers had wings that were useless for flying, but also couldn't be used as hands. All they could do was flap about to display their sexual availability, and so they ecstatically flashed and danced their way to extinction. Some humans tried to escape the queue by hiding underground. The queue found them anyway, and made them into subterranean mousy Morlock people called the Blind Folk. They used whiskers and long fingers and big
Why are even... See what I mean? Even the mushrooms are dicks. What the fuck?
ears and banshee-like screams to navigate in the dark. They lived off fungi and fish, and avoided predation by bats and crocodilian creatures. These albino troglodytes looked fairly human, but where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but a haunting, smooth skin.
That wasn't a tail. No, it wasn't.
Eventually, the movement of
They're all
tectonic
animals. These are all animals. By the time they're not animals, they all are wearing clothes.
plates crushed these underground habits.
Except they're not animals, they're also people. Ugh. And some of them are completely aware of the fact they're people.
Bats, one by one. On a planet with extremely high gravity,
This is fucked up. The lobsiders, they're so high gravity that they're literally 2D or near around 2D. They're like flatworms.
you made the lopsiders. Flat, deformed, asymmetrical creatures right out of the fever dreams of Picasso, Dali, or Bosch. The lopsiders crawled along the ground on 3 hands, with another limb used as an antenna. One eye stared straight up, while the other eye scanned ahead. As wretched as they looked, the lopsiders thrived on their heavy world. They domesticated some native creatures and began the long road to civilization. On a moon with very low
Striders.
gravity, the Q made the Striders, enormously tall, thin creatures who walked among huge trees that towered.
I told you, it's like, this is like fucked up. This is only like a third in now. Like, you're gonna be... Like, it's crazy to see how these progress.
Like skyscrapers. The Striders were very delicate, so even with low gravity, a fall could shatter their bones. The Striders were eventually wiped out by a bunch of chickens who, over 2 million years, evolved into deadly predators.
Meh.
On another world where the humans temporarily resisted
Ugh.
the Q punished the humans by creating an array of parasites, who were also made from humans. There were tortoise-sized, vampire-like ambulatory parasites, and smaller parasites that lived attached to their hosts. There was even one horrific parasite that infested the wombs of its victims. Many of these parasite life cycles were so elaborate and baroque that they went extinct as soon as the Q left. But some of the parasites survived and developed a symbiosis that benefited their hosts as well as themselves. One human species evolved on a world of great archipelagos, calm, shallow oceans sprinkled with countless islands. The
Looks like the, one of the guys from Gorillas.
fingerfishers evolved to catch fish with their long fingers adapted into
I want to see the
fish hooks.
future, but if it's this... Don't worry, there was millions, if not millions upon millions of years of humanity's, like, what we think the future is. You know, floating cities and everything you ever want. But then, for whatever reason, fucking god aliens show up and go, nope, time to flesh and twist and flesh.
With long snouts.
Why?
with
Reasons.
Sharp teeth. And their evolution would get even weirder later on. The hedonists were
Now, this is probably the best ones to be.
created by the Q to be their pampered pets, living carefree lives of pleasure. Their world was a tropical paradise of succulent fruits and lakes of sweet bacterial juice. They were the only animals on their planet and had no predators or competition to deal with. Under normal conditions, this might lead to overpopulation, but the Q designed the hedonists to only get pregnant after mating an enormous number of times. So the population was stable, and the hedonists filled their lives with eating, sleeping, and mind-blowing sex.
Yeah. Like, if you're going to be... If you have a choice, the hedonist is the way to go.
Their minds were blissfully empty, because who needed to think when they're having such a good time?
Right?
The insectophagi adapted to eat insects, They had claw-like hands to dig, long tongues to scoop up bugs, and leathery faces to protect from bites. They lived quiet, unnoticed lives on their obscure world, but little did they know they would play a key role in the fate of humanity. When the Q attacked,
Now, here's an interesting wrinkle. Some of the humans actually survived, but they evolved too on their own terms.
not all humans were captured. Some of them escaped into space and built homes inside hollowed-out asteroids. They adapted to zero gravity by growing long, spindly limbs and pressurized digestive systems so that they could move around in space by farting from their highly evolved sphincters. These spaces changed to the point where they could never return to a planet with gravity, but they didn't care. They were comfortable in their weightless void worlds and paid little attention to their human relatives on the planets below. So across the galaxy, these twisted...
So spacers were the only ones really to keep their intelligence in a positive way. The rest that kept their intelligence was given as a form of punishment, and the hedonists just vibed. That's all they did.
human species struggled to survive. They evolved, diversified...
Others were dumb, and others were dumb and died off, or others were dumb and were smart and died off.
rose and fell, and most of them died out without the universe ever knowing they existed. Which is normal. Extinction is just as natural as speciation, and for each species that died out, new ones evolved to take their place, generating an ever-changing kaleidoscopic variety of life forms. And from this endless churn of life and death, some species rose up to achieve new kinds of sentience and civilization, like stars emerging from a dark fog. The scorching hot...
This is where it gets
planets of the
even
worms
more
eventually
interesting, because nothing lasts the same forever.
cooled down, and life emerged onto the surface. The worms filled new ecological niches, evolving into serpentine grazers, swimmers, predators, and eventually
Yep.
people with
The snake people from Rick and Morty.
like intelligence. The snake people had unique spiral-shaped brains that allowed them to observe and understand their world. They developed a hand derived from their ancestors' feet, and they built vast cities of tightly intertwined tunnels and homes. They enjoyed books, and music played as vibrations in the ground. The snake people may have looked alien, but their daily lives were full of joys and sorrows, hopes and dreams, humanity. The predators evolved into the
They-
killer folk.
They
Their
became
deadly claws became
motherfucking
grasping hands, and their saber teeth receded into organs
incels.
of social display. Killer folk society was built around hunting and violence, and so their history was filled with war. For thousands of years, nomadic warriors with
Fucking
vast
neckbeards.
herds of once human livestock battled each other across a chessboard of continents. So their world is an archaeologist's dream, rich with the ruins of fallen kingdoms. But one faction of killer folk developed factory farming and rejected their violent past for a more peaceful, unified future. Some conservative factions kept to the old way, fanatically devoted to traditional warfare and hunting. These two factions came dangerously close to global conflict, but the killer folk managed to reconcile and
by creating their version of Furcon.
survive. Underwater, the swimmers couldn't make fire, so they made a different kind of technology. They learned to breed their tools and machines.
Damn.
The tool breeders domesticated and modified other sea creatures, and built entire cities powered by organic life.
They just think them all as mutants. Every one of them. They'd be like, mutant. All mutations must be purged.
Huge heart-like creatures pumped nutritious fluids through a network of self-healing conduits, like a living power grid. The breeders' homes were made from living shell and bone, with bioluminescent lights. They had televisions derived from cephalopod skin, medicinal sea squirts, weapons made from mollusks
Squirt.
that fired teeth as ammunition. With genetic modification, stem cells, and tissue cultures, the tool breeders...
The dolphin shall rule the
and
earth.
the small land masses of their world. But they weren't content with just one planet. The tool breeders grew living spaceships and reached for the stars. The lizard herders were stunted and never achieved sentience. But the lizards thrived and eventually built civilizations using the humans.
Look at that. Look, this is the future liberals want. This is when cows will use us as food.
Transport, labor, and food. These lizards had no biological connection to humanity, but they took on a human-like cultural identity because they were influenced by the ruins of the Star People on their world. They realized what the Q had done to the humans and feared that if the Q returned, they might suffer the same fate. For millions of years, the colonials were helpless fields of flesh, carpeting the shores of their world like algae. But they were resilient, and eventually they organized themselves, evolving from a homogeneous mass into differentiated colonies. Each cell specialized to perform different functions for the colony, and the colonies started competing against each other. Some colonies grew taproots to siphon resources from afar, or starfish-like feet to move around, or claws and poisons to attack other colonies. The winner of this evolutionary arms race was an intelligent colony called the Modular People. In their vast industrial megalopolis, the people took a wide variety of shapes and sizes.
Creepy.
They could combine themselves, or split apart, or exchange parts, all interchangeable cells playing a role in one great organism. So the Modular People achieved the impossible, turning their miserable existence into a utopia where billions lived happy lives as part of the unified whole. The flyers diversified into many different species, as predators, herbivores, even swimmers. One species were like storks who waded through swamps to catch their prey. Their versatile feet, which had evolved to catch slippery fish, became articulate hands as they developed intelligence and society. Since these Terrasapiens could fly, they had a global
That T
mindset.
is fucking silent
Borders
and I don't like it.
nations made no sense when it was so easy to travel freely. People and ideas spread quickly across their planet, and they
Extremely
built an
phallic.
egalitarian society without strict social classes. They built cities of perches and fluting towers, harnessed
Flute.
nuclear power, and farmed their relatives on the ground for food. Though their civilization thrived, their bodies struggled to support their highly developed brains and their power of flight, so the Terrasapiens usually died by the age of 23. Keenly aware of their mortality, they appreciated every moment of their lives. Their philosophers pondered the meaning of life with feverish intensity, rapidly filling libraries with their tomes. The Terrasapien in this picture poses at a seaside resort. This 10-day vacation was the only holiday in her short life. Despite the crushing gravity
Aw.
of their world, the Lopsiders built an advanced civilization. Their pancake flat buildings spread all over their world, and they developed space.
This is one thing I like about this, is the idea of like there's change, good or bad, right or wrong. It depends on the context. Some have no hope, others have hope that's dashed, and others, you know, they like the colonials, they ended up doing alright.
Flight so that they could escape their planet and its oppressive gravity. To adapt to life on new worlds,
The asymmetrical
they engineered
people.
a subspecies of themselves who could live in low gravity, called the asymmetric people.
They created their own knockoff version of humanity based on their own idea of what a 3D person would look like. How fucking trippy is that? Like asking a dog to describe a person, you know?
The asymmetric people thrived in the freedom of new worlds. but they had no love for their creators. The asymmetric people ruthlessly exterminated
Flounders,
them.
yeah, they clearly are meant to be. They have no love for their creators. Holy fuck.
The lopsiders on
Yeah,
the
humans.
and went on to explore the heavens alone. The parasites and their hosts evolved symbiotic relationships. Like, some parasites used sharp sensors to warn their hosts of predators, or provide weapons like venom for defense. In return, the hosts provided their nutritious blood, and developed specialized nesting sites on their bodies for the parasite to attach to, rich with blood vessels and protective fur. The parasites and hosts became inextricably linked, almost like they were one being. At first, the hosts were like horses being steered and influenced by the parasites, but eventually they became no more than puppets, totally controlled by the parasites through
Damn.
tactile and olfactory signals. The intelligent parasite civilization eventually developed technology that replaced the need for hosts, but they kept the hosts around for tradition and convenience. An average symbiote might start the day in a business host and then change to a comfortable domestic host at home after work. The world of the fingerfishes was full of scattered, isolated islands. So like the Galapagos or Madagascar on Earth, these islands were a seething evolutionary cauldron that gave rise to wildly diverse species. One line of fingerfishes evolved into the sail people. Their long fingers evolved into sails
people.
that could drive them effortlessly across oceans. They used their tongues to catch prey, and eventually their tongues split and articulated to be used as hands. The sail people needed strong memories to navigate the ocean.
Remember, all this was because Martians didn't like the idea of humans on Earth telling them what to do.
Prey, so naturally they soon evolved intelligence. It took a long time to develop social and political stability, because their scattered and diverse world gave rise to a huge variety of creatures who fiercely competed. For generations, flotillas of tribal warriors and pirate societies battled in epoch-spanning conflicts. Until finally, one group of sail people became powerful enough to finally unify their world and make peace. Blood had stained the oceans for too long. The peaceful paradise
Here we
of
go.
hedonists
The only
seemed
one
like
anyone would want to vacation as.
but over millions of years, nothing lasts forever.
The head game is immaculate.
Geologic activity
Oh.
threw up clouds of dust that blocked the sun and killed most of the hedonists. Only a small
There they are.
mutant subset survived by escaping the reproductive limits of their ancestors. These Satyriacs got their shit together and built an
Satyriacs.
advanced self-sustaining civilization.
Yes.
But there were still traces of their hedonistic past remaining in their genes, so their societies retained a delightful streak of pleasure-seeking and promiscuity.
Fuck yeah.
Festivals, concerts, and ritualized orgies punctuated every working week.
Think about how simple it is. Let's go get a coffee. Let's go eat each other out. Right? Imagine if you just said that and you wouldn't go like, "Pfft," or like, "Pfft," or ew. Instead you were like, yeah, sure. You don't mind if I invite such and such to you? Oh, no. And you probably think in the back of your mind, oh, there are people like that. Yeah, maybe. What if it was built into our genetic bones? What if we looked at bonobos solving all of their problems by fucking and going, how prudish.
And now, that pleasure was savored by sentient, self-aware people.
So they make songs about fucking. They make art about fucking. They make everything about fucking. Their entire civilization. Their strangest... even their, like, prudes would be probably like... No, I don't want to have sex 3 times a week. I want to have sex only 2 times a week. Right?
The insectophagi started to look like their prey. Their leathery faceplates.
You couldn't bring your baggage to that world, though. You'd leave your bag... Of course, you'd have to get ready to fuck whatever the hell the average one of those looked like. You'd be fucking a velociraptor type of person. Though I think those are the only 2. But I mean, their culture would be fucking top notch, right?
Week. And now that pleasure Their hands and feet developed into pincers.
Bug
and their
facers.
brains evolved intelligence. Like many others, the bug facers built a civilization, but they also faced a unique threat. They were attacked by an alien race. Little is known about these aliens, because not much survived in the historical record, but it took an intense series of wars on the ground and in orbit before the invaders were defeated. And this traumatic conflict
It'd make a
gave
good
the
game.
Bugfaces a pathological, xenophobic fear of all
But like
other
Nier,
species.
if you've ever known
So
the
when they-
storyline of Nier Automata, and not just be like, hey, look what I can do when I scale up her skirt. You can see her ass. You can see her ass. It's important that we know this. However, the storyline is so fucking, like, bizarrely elaborate that you are like at least 2 world-ending events between that and the alien uprising. Like, you find ancient bones of an alien invader that may have wiped humanity out or may have wiped the first generation of what you are out. It's kind of convoluted. There's an actual stage performance in Tokyo that you can play, that you can actually watch, and it fills in gaps, and you're like, what the fuck is this Nier shit?
The human species on other worlds started.
So it'd be kind of like playing that, like you'd be playing the Bug Facers, and you'd be like the Division. It'd be like the Division. You're in Washington, and you're fighting aliens, and every once in a while, someone goes, "You ever think it was strange the way we kind of look a little bit like these weird blob creatures we sometimes see in our dreams? The weird blob creatures that don't have pointy faces? Yeah, I hear in the holy texts from up to 17,000 years ago. Wow, they were mentioning that." It must be. It's supposed to be a part of our strange but amazing civilization that's unique in the galaxy.
out to each other, the bug faces stayed silent and withdrew from the galaxy. The spacers.
Look what happens to the
became
spacers.
more
Even when they can go on their own term. Look what the spacers become.
alien in the void of space. Their fingers
Hi, Dirt.
extended and split into tiny.
We've not only passed the 24-hour mark. We're now in the 24, 25, 25 and a half hours. If I'm going to go to sleep, I want to go to sleep when the sun starts setting, so I'm going to try to stay awake till 6. Been a good stream so far. Hope you're doing well.
Their legs atrophied, relying on their farts to move instead.
We're outright just stealing content from people at this point. I'm too tired to play games. So we're going to watch shit I'd watch anyway, so long as it's not going to get me copyrighted. And this is big, but it's not so big. And it's, according to the chat, it's pretty fucking interesting.
Faithless void of space, their brains expanded.
I'm
Their every
34.
thought was far more vast and complex than anything that other humans could conceive. These asteromorphs spread to every star.
Honestly, I don't think so. But maybe. I mean, this might be a male because like its tits are exposed, but I don't know. They might just be what's that term for like where males and females of a species are perfectly like symmetrical? You can't spot which is which holding it up next. And it's not hermaphroditic. That's having both.
Star system in the galaxy.
Are these the real aliens? At this point, we've seen enough alien species to be like, of course, yeah, this is what the aliens want from us. But, this is the only thing that humanity did on its own terms, I guess.
But they didn't interfere with other
Everything
species.
else was like the zoo
Asteromorphs had no need
coming
to
over and being like,
planet
bored,
exposed
turn you
to
into a big
chemical
flesh pod.
dirt and ice and gravity.
Why,
They
bored.
stayed in the outer
Gotta leave
reaches of
now.
the star system,
I look
silently
like a
watching
crab.
over the
Bye.
galaxy like strange alien gods.
Mm.
The advanced post-human species started making contact with each other. The
Alomorphic?
Kilofolk
I think
talked
so,
to
yeah.
the Teriacs. The tool breeders reached out from their ocean depths. The modular people and the Terrasapiens joined in, followed by the asymmetric people, Saurisapiens, and others. They didn't visit each other in person, because the interstellar distances were too large, but they cooperated by sharing knowledge and technology, and by keeping watch for alien invasions. They all had found the ruins of the Star People and the Q, and they didn't want to be
Q.
attacked and changed again. This alliance of post-humans lasted for almost 80 million years.
See the scale we're talking about here? 80 million years. If you were alive, let's be honest here, we'd all be satirics. But I mean, if you want something that isn't just pure hedonism for your whole life, I don't know. Killer folk seem to have good style game.
With each species expanding to new worlds
Q
and
anon.
prospering together. The bug faces never joined.
Wouldn't want to be a bug facer. They look
Afraid
boring
and
as shit.
xenophobic. But there was one other advanced species. that
Oh,
didn't
the
join,
relic
and from them
people?
would come the down.
Yeah, the ruin haunters. That's the one.
The ruin haunters were
Oh dear. I guess I'm gonna go and be the Nazis of the group. Oh my god, look, it's the Giant's Causeway. In the background. Neat.
much like other species twisted by the Q. But on their world, the cities of the Star People hadn't been completely destroyed, so the ruin haunters had access to remnants of the Star People's technology, which allowed them
Snake people slither like snakes talk, babe. Snake people.
to advance at a dangerous
That
pace.
nose. Can you tell that the Q were having a laugh at our expense? Wah, wah, wah.
The technology developed so fast that their social and political structures didn't keep up, and they almost destroyed themselves in a series of worldwide nuclear wars. This baptism by fire hardened the ruin haunters and kind of drove them crazy. They convinced themselves that they alone were the true descendants and heirs of the Star People, and that only they deserved to reclaim the legacy of the golden age of their ancestors. So when the other human species formed their alliance, the ruin haunters refused to participate. But the ruin haunters' sun was rapidly expanding and threatened to burn and destroy their worlds. So the ruin haunters used their
Yep.
super advanced technology.
They turned themselves into... This is like fucking Kingdom Hearts level bullshit. Naruto level bull. This is fucking weeb shit, but done on a genetic level. Think about that. I need to take a piss. Think about that. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Seriously, not just me. This video as well, because clearly this is causing somebody used to go, what the fuck? Which means it's doing the job right. The Gravitals are fucking like... They remind me of the brain spawn from Futurama, but not as inept and more ominous. Maybe the trapezoid from that movie with Tom Cruise, Oblivion.
to abandon their organic bodies and replace them with machines. They became the Gravitals, floating metal spheres that could mold the
Now, if you think the Q were bad, just wait until you see what the Gravitals do.
environment around them with gravity fields. They were entirely mechanical, but they still had human minds coded into quantum computers. So they still had human ambitions and human delusions.
I'll pay you juice.
Twisted with neurotic, narcissistic hubris, the Gravitals started to exterminate all other life.
Oh no, the Gravitals were descended from Germans.
And the other human species were unable to stop them. The Gravitals would come to a human world.
Look at that shit. Look at those ships. They're like the fucking monoliths 2001, but they're just blocks.
Look out their sun behind a vast black sail. If the choked, dying world managed to resist, they were finished off with an asteroid. The Gravitals didn't hate other species. They just didn't see them as people, and so they wiped them out like one might swat a fly. All the snake people, the tool breeders, Terra Sapiens, and the others who had worked so hard to survive were snuffed out one by one.
Bye. I hope you enjoyed those characters, because they're being killed off before the end of season 2.
The only survivors...
Oh good, the fan favorite bug facers still survive. Woo, I was worried there for a minute.
genocides were the shy and xenophobic bug faces. For reasons unknown, they alone were kept alive, and the Gravitals used them as
Yeah.
subjects for biological experimentation. The Gravitals twisted them into new forms so strange that
Show me the Petra. Oh, you want to see the flying people again? Oh, you weren't here for that. Okay, we can go back. Here they are. Somebody knows their fucking lore. I like their mindset, which is like, we don't live past 30. How the fuck did the bug faces survive? I guess the Gravitals were just there like, we need one pure stock of DNA. So the bug facers will do. There they are. In all their we don't live till 30. So let's just enjoy life. It's basically that line from Charlton Heston in Planet of the Apes. Good luck, kid. Remember, don't trust anyone over 30. Almost got that right.
forms so strange that they made the work of the Q look tame.
Yeah.
As well,
They don't just fuck with human DNA. They fuck with human DNA that's already been fucked with into shit like this. That's not a hat. That's their fucking cranium. That's my theory.
as well as servants and
Look at that. The future of humanity, everyone, in more ways than one.
laborers, they made the subjects into bizarre art pieces, like creatures that existed only to play the tune of one particular pop song on its modified throat and fingers. They made whole elaborate artificial ecologies of doomed human flesh, purely for entertainment and curiosity.
I don't know, is that another, they look like a Centauri from, this one here looks like with the hair, looks like a Centauri from, Babylon 5, but, is that a Gravital, or is it like a robot that's walking it?
The Gravitals recycled and repurposed organic life the same way someone might tinker with computer parts.
I'm sorry, Rebecca, but I'll have to admit this. I did switch out your new RAM for my old RAM because there was more RAM in it.
Or recycled trash.
This is basically what I turned my computer into.
And for millions of years, that was how organic life existed in the machine empire. But not all Gravitals saw life the same way. Some religious and philosophical sects
Yeah, the fucking, the body pillows fell in love with their humans. Think about that.
argued that all forms of life had rights. They secretly created human species who could live and think freely. Some Gravitals even
I like how they
fell
didn't
in
quite
love-
get human heads right. They remember, half remember things. So they kind of recreate humans, but they get it inherently wrong.
with their human creations. So Gravital society became divided between the tolerant Gravitals
And that,
who
yeah, and the wall thing is a Gravital, by the way.
human life, and the hardline conservative pan-mechanical Gravitals.
With a human, I'm guessing, construct that it fell in love with.
This division threatened to tear the machine empire apart.
Altered human body pillow. Oh god. Which one would I like? Give me a spacer body pillar. Like, seriously, like, just, no, a colonial. Give me a colonial. And it's just like, someone's put a mesh of, like, bricks on the pillow sheet.
So the Gravitals looked for a common enemy to unify against. For millions of years, the Gravitals and the Asteromorphs had watched each other nervously. The Gravitals on the planets and the Asteromorphs in space. They both were massively powerful and feared that a war could destroy them both. But in an attempt to unite...
Gravitals look like they've got the elf eyebrows. If you've ever, in like WoW, ever seen like elves in WoW, they've got those huge ass eyebrows going out either side. Bam.
A divided society, the Gravitals started a war with the Asteromorphs. The resulting...
Asterios! The war with the Asterios. Oh, you bastard. Do you not understand? Do you not understand the memes he can throw at you? The Garfield lore.
conflict raged for millions of years and scarred uncounted stars. But in the end, the Asteromorphs triumphed and defeated the Gravitals, toppling their machine empire.
See, it's just like the Q once did. There goes them, and here goes that.
And the Asteromorphs decided to clean up the mess
I'm soft
the
enough to
machines had
get
made.
potty pillow.
They took the surviving humans, who the Gravitals had twisted, and created habitable worlds for them to live in. The Asteromorphs played God, seeding life across the galaxy, and the human species...
It is like a
rose,
bowling ball.
reborn as inheritors of the war-torn worlds, under the watchful eye of the Asteromorphs. The Asteromorphs wanted to ensure that no genocidal arseholes would ever conquer the galaxy again, so they created a smaller, simpler version of themselves called the Terrestrials to live on.
Yeah, like the Terrestrials become like this sort of godlike being that only exists to like look after lesser races.
The human worlds. The Terrestrials...
We
played
call
the
him Zeus and Athena. Assassin's Creed, but everyone looks like this thing.
role of kings, prophets, and caretakers, guiding their worlds along a wise and peaceful path. It didn't always work out too well. Sometimes worlds rebelled, so the Asteromorphs destroyed them. Sometimes the Terrestrials were corrupt and exploited their subjects. But one way or another, the human worlds spread and formed a prosperous galactic empire. The Gravitals weren't completely destroyed by the Asteromorphs. It
Call
turned
her
out
mommy.
it was pretty useful to have super advanced machines around. So the Asteromorphs just disabled their gravity weapons and numbed
Beep.
their minds a bit to discourage rebellion.
Beep.
And they used the Gravitals as laborers to work in dangerous environments. These new machines... were
I think that is the most surreal shit. The new machines is like, what if you made a nanotech machine and like a virus into something our size? Like, fuck.
given nanotechnological bodies that could transform into any shape. They eventually became citizens of the Empire, but were often discriminated against. Machines were never fully trusted after the atrocities of the Gravitals. Eventually, the human Asteromorph Empire made contact with life from other galaxies, including the Amphicephali, these weird snakes that had snakes inside their snakes.
What a ridiculous and amazing statement. These weird snakes that have snakes inside their snakes.
Apparently, these creatures had had an evolutionary history just as long and complex as humanity had. And after all that they'd both been through, the life forms of each galaxy were finally old enough and mature enough to meet peacefully, without conflict. This video won't describe all intergalactic history. The stories are endless. How the United Galaxies re-encountered and defeated the Q, how they cradled their suns in artificial shells and crossed space through wormholes. But one moment worth relating is the rediscovery of Earth. A lone researcher located the birthplace of humanity, where all the asteromorphs and machines and post-humans could trace their origins. Earth had gone stagnant and feral by then, an obscure and empty world. But after 500 million years of absence, humans returned to their homeworld, though both had changed beyond recognition. I have to end with a confession.
This is a bit of a
humans, asteromorphs,
interesting twist.
machines, and all their descendants are now extinct. They've been dead for 1 billion years. This video is just our best approximation of their history, based on the available
He's
archaeological
their
evidence.
equivalent of
We don't know what killed off the humans. Maybe some unimaginably destructive war. Maybe their
the National Geographic sort of guy, the English accent, David Attenborough.
empire broke up, and each world suffered its own slow, private death. Some claim that humanity migrated into
I love
some
they found
higher
they
plane
still through all of it found an original human skull.
of existence. We don't know what happened, and ultimately, it doesn't matter. The story of humanity was never about its end, not about its ultimate domination of galaxies or its transcendence from reality. Being human was always about the daily lives of people, from the love songs
About
of
forgetting
the
how to do,
and
colour
pontifications
photography,
of the
apparently.
Terra Sapiens, to the families of the Sail people sharing a meal. Grander narratives and absolute ideals are always what led to humanity's worst atrocities. The Gravitals massacred to reclaim the past. The Q conquered for some fanatical, idealized future. Living for some abstract ultimate goal so often leads to destruction. So when you look on the remains of the long-gone human species, remember that it's the present that matters, not the past or future. What you do today shapes tomorrow, not the other way round. So love today and seize
All tomorrows. Title drop. Great video. Alt Shift X, based off a really cool book, which you saw 90% of, in all fairness. It's very trippy. Very, 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 very trippy. And I highly recommend you check it out. Meanwhile, a slightly less trippy, but still weirdly as fuck video. 4 more hours to kill, by the way. Considering how often they pause, probably get 3.5. Blah, blah, blah. He's been selling those plushies for years now. You threw tea into your hotel bathroom. Oh no. Twinings, the crappiest of tea.
There are questions about the universe. Are we alone? How were the pyramids truly built? What are they keeping secret in Area 51? So many questions, and Ancient Aliens has none of these answers.
Yeah.
Some of the extraterrestrials, they had sex with wonderful earthly females.
Yes, it's 2021, and I'm talking about Ancient Aliens.
Wonderful earthly females. Strap yourself in. You thought that seeing what humanity will turn into over the next couple of billion years is weird? Nah, you ain't seen nothing yet.
10 years after the joke died. We all collectively agreed as a society that this show was the equivalent of your drunk uncle ranting during Thanksgiving dinner. We moved on as a species, hand in hand agreeing to forget this show existed. So how come it's still airing new episodes after 16 seasons? Who is still watching this? How does this have enough content to discuss aliens that are ancient for almost 200 episodes? And we all know the hot takes the series is famous for.
Did ancient aliens using anti-gravity and sonic levitation technology help early humans build the ancient wonders of the world?
Rocks hard. Thing go here, but want big. How? Oh. Put other thing on top of it, dumbass. Oh, you nothing. Big now.
Moses and the Israelites acquired a supernatural source of energy at Mount Sinai. They did so in a way that was designed to tap into the Earth's
Tap into your mom's boon.
energy.
And these are not simply.
Did you say low energy? That little piece of shit. Is he trying to throw down? Because he'll win.
The Earth's natural energy.
Oh, natural energy. Fine.
These are not simply one-offs or suggestions. Every implied theory, every question, might as well be replaced with, yes, this did actually happen. It's like me saying there could be tiny pink goblins underneath my bed. Mainstream scientists say that goblins don't unplug.
How dare you use the Discworldian logic system?
My phone charger during the night, but my niche community of goblin enthusiasts think otherwise. And here's the evidence. Instead of goblins, these chuckleheads say aliens. It's a secret lore spanning the entire history of the Earth.
Yeah, but where does the Q fit into it, huh?
Theorists have uncovered. So what is this forbidden knowledge when summarized in a neat package? The real history.
I'm just going to say right now that Soros is actually a Gravidol in his bunker, planning to wipe out all organics and turn us all into kaleidoscopes of flesh and bone.
that only
You ever see one of those old cartoons where the skeleton's playing itself? Yeah, that's gonna be us. Joe Rogan's like, whoa, dude. You know, I'm so inept. That actually makes a lot of sense.
fantastic men have pieced together. I had to know, and I knew others needed to know as well. So I strapped myself in and watched every single.
The ducks are free. You can get it. I fucking love that meme. The ducks are free. You can just take them home and no one will stop you. I've got like 20. And it goes back to Joe like.
Ancient Aliens episode. Taking notes
I
along
mean,
the way
he's-
to piece together. a
He's
concept
wrong,
of the
but he's
things
also
that
incorrect.
actually happened. So prepare yourself, as you may not look at the universe in the same way.
Suppository. Ho!
You know, despite watching every single episode,
I still don't see what Armored Skeptic has a hard-on for about.
still don't know how all of this
Boobs.
started. And for that, we have Knowing Better, one of the first experts in this field.
Speaking of Utz,
Ancient alien or
No.
ancient astronaut theory.
what's the best tea you drank on a regular basis, Lev? Are you a tea person? I am Irish, so the answer is yes. I've always had a thing for Barry's and Lions.
didn't really become a thing until Eric von Daniken's book.
UK tea, I would say Punjana or PG.
Chariots of the Gods, which came out in 1968, and it really took off after the documentary in 1970. While studying the Bible at his Christian boarding school,
Christian.
Daniken noticed that some of the prophet's heavenly visits could be misinterpretations
He looks like someone that the sniper in Boardwalk Empire would kill when he raided that brothel by himself and killed like 15 people. He looks like there's someone who'd be like, huh?
of extraterrestrial encounters. With that
Close your ass.
in mind, he started looking at other mythologies. Rather,
That's a great. That is probably one of the
Hindus,
best
Chinese,
fucking
and even the
gunfight
Aztecs
scenes
had
in
similar stories.
TV
And this
history.
Alien intervention
So it's not much of a
explained
fight,
lot about
more of
their
a,
culture.
I'm
Why
gonna
does
kill
every
you. There's nothing
civilization
you
have
can do
a
about
flood
it.
myth? And
It's like the
tales
fucking
about
Terminator
dragons and
scene in the
giants?
police
Why
station.
did they all build pyramids? And how could these primitive people possibly know more about the stars than the Europeans? I'm not saying they learned it from aliens, but they must have learned it from somewhere.
So now you know what we're dealing with. A very sane and reasonable alternative to mainstream history and science, and religion, and reason, is what a mainstream historian would say But here, we're all ancient astronaut theorists.
Here, our hair is spiky, and our bank accounts are low.
Where to begin? It's simple. It all began 450,000 years ago. Aliens came across Earth and discovered Neanderthals, along with the other Homo species.
That we don't talk about at all.
This planet not only was it rich in resources such as water, but also with gold. Gold is valuable, you know, and the aliens wanted it. But what to do? It's not like they traveled across dimensions or the galaxy and have the ability to just strip mine the planet.
No, you silly livers. No!
They have a better idea. Create an artificial slave species in their image. The first 2 humans were placed into what we would call the Garden of Eden, but really this was a genetic playground for the aliens. Yet not all was well.
Remember many hours ago, we had QAnon shaman talking to Channel 5. Yo. Not Cody. Cody is kind of like trying to parse whatever this nightmare is. But what he is seeing, and what I am seeing, is a fucking handsome man in a robe going, hey, I think you're gonna die today.
Some aliens wish to give.
He says that for years.
This was interpreted as the
This is the first time he's used English.
This started a civil war within the alien civilization, one which humans interpreted as a war between good and evil across all cultures. This was depicted in the Hindu scripts or in the Bible. Satan was actually a roguelike alien who gave humans the first spark of true intelligence.
And this isn't just Satan. We see the same story repeated across religions. There are numerous examples of higher powers giving mankind some knowledge or tool they weren't supposed to have. Remember Prometheus giving humanity the gift of fire? It's also a common theme in mythology for the gods to split into factions over what knowledge humans should or shouldn't have.
I will say though, he fucking fills that waistcoat. Jesus Christ. That man does not skip arm day.
Left alone during this war, and
Or else that's a well-fitting shirt.
with ape genes was the
Either way, he made the right
of the
choice.
human race, and aliens struck early humanity down in punishment. The other hominids were destroyed as the aliens decided.
After the people who saw this
pure human species,
played,
which was also known as the Great Flood.
played some Halo.
Noah, being half alien, was deemed worthy to continue the human.
Omni
species by
Omni!
the aliens.
Morning, I'm snowed in. Well, that's unfortunate because you're not alone apparently. Who was the one who was snowed in hours ago as well? Point is, you'll all suffer together
Bringing
while I'm here in mildly cold universe.
every animal in a spaceship to survive until the destruction was over.
It is a dinosaur.
We're the first to
Also, if you're looking for high-end content, I can't promise anything. I hope you guys have been enjoying it so far. It's just at this point now, I am tripping so many balls of lack of sleep and increase of Jägermeister and white wine that, like, what do you want from me? Like, I'm a man. I have my limits, but I'm not stopping until 6 o'clock, which means gibberish. You're just gonna get, if you haven't already, you're now just, I'm gonna say, this is like the last thread of my sanity. Gibberish. I'm just gonna be like, well, Skabalib and Flim Flum. I'm gonna start talking in Simish to yous. Tarn. Tiraroon.
the aliens ruled as god kings, either instruct
I know Kyo's gonna take a nappy nap and hope they'll cure what ails me. Talk to you later, Kyo. Hey, Kyo. Great talking to you.
kings to rule by their hand or outright ruling themselves.
Have a good night.
The humans had no
Wine and
capacity
beer,
to
what a combo.
understand what they were
Wine,
witnessing.
beer, and a
Technology
birthday.
was just so advanced,
Oh.
outside of their comprehension. They could only
If I can watch this one and the last one without copyright slapping me across the face, yeah, we can keep on going. At least until I'm like, no, I'm done. So I have to last until 6. We are pushing 2 hours now. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already, please. I always have to tell myself that, let alone. This is the shit that back when they were dating, Armored Skeptic and Shoe on Head, they watched this guy get an interview, and he talked about these motherfuckers. And they were just breaking him down. They were in like their little chibi anime forms. Like,
Describe such alien
But what if they were? But they're not. But what if they were? Then I don't know. I hope they have hot bitches.
They had no control of themselves.
Like I don't know what to tell you. It's not real. But it's interesting, but it's not real. Don't take this seriously. Please. That can take you some dark places. Or at least stupid places where you'll be mocked and shamed.
Age of Heroes. You know a mythology? You know a hero? It's all of them. Every tale of Hercules, Gilgamesh, Beowulf, Chinese dragon gods, and even Aztec Quetzalcoatl. It's all real. Your values may be shaken or destroyed. But that's okay. They should be. Ancient Aliens is a...
Your BD? My D... Baby... My BD what? Oh.
staunchly atheist show after all. It has no time for evidence that isn't based on science or logic.
Is it possible by reaching this altered state of consciousness
that evidence of extraterrestrial intervention in the construction and placement of these incredible structures
to create a great flood?
Humans simply couldn't understand what technology they were seeing.
I don't know why when I looked at Jeff Goldblum I thought, wow, like he was Owen Wilson.
This logic transfers to every single religion. For the Greeks and Romans, they would be living on Mount Olympus. Zeus himself was leader of the aliens with his spaceship on top
God of War Zeus was so grumpy.
Misthought of as a lightning bolt. Egyptian gods were alien
It
experiments.
is.
And Egyptian
Oh, birthday! Oh, my bad. Yeah, it's today. It's been today since, well... so this is... There's a reason why his 24 hours question mark is because... I did the 24-hour mark, and then I have to still stay awake a little while longer because I've actually got a train to grab tomorrow really early on. So I can't go to sleep. I can't go to sleep now at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and wake up at like midnight. It kind of fucked my sleep pattern up. So I gotta keep on it chucking. But yeah, it's my birthday. Today, 18th to the 1st, 1988. I am 34 years old. Unless I got those numbers wrong. At least I hope it's the year and not the fucking day, otherwise I think me and my mom need to have a conversation.
Aliens themselves. Look at that.
We all thought it was funny.
Refuting
I didn't think it was
Even
funny.
Yahweh, heaven, hell, angels, demons. It's all aliens. The aliens wouldn't stop right there, though. This was the Age of Heroes, after all. And what were the heroes of old mythology? Half man, half god.
It's been a pretty good stream so far.
With a beautiful human girl. And he made her pregnant.
He made her pregnant.
With human women. And yes, this does include the Virgin Mary. Fucking hell. Aliens overrule all humans.
I've been having a great one.
The ancient world, including Atlantis.
Been pretty great so far, man.
Place. Aliens come up
I just am beyond a point of sanity at this point. Hi, Eldar. Point of sanity at this point.
Stone monuments.
I've been in this place before and I'll be in it again.
Pyramids. But why?
You won't see blood come out of my nose
Alien
until I fulfill what I was sent to this world to
Well,
do.
ancient astronaut theorists
Have
have
a
a
whole lot more
many
sex.
theories. First, aliens wanted to prop humanity up, and the best way to improve them is to teach them how to build monuments, either by giving them the knowledge of how to do so, or building
Yeah, it's been a good,
monuments
it's been a good,
themselves. The
very
second
fun
is
stream.
for blood sacrifice.
After a while though, I couldn't game anymore, so I was like, right, we need to watch videos, and I couldn't think of anything that you guys would watch that would like be on the normal docket. So I'm like, how about we just see the stuff I'd want to watch normally when the camera's off. So that's why we watched All Tomorrows, and why we're watching this. And the copyrights aren't kicking me in the teeth, so we're gonna watch it, and we're gonna keep on watching it.
There were so many ancient civilizations into sacrificing for their gods. It's simple. The gods told them to. They wanted human blood. The third is to have every monument on Earth be specifically built on areas of geomagnetic significance. As you see, the entire globe has a secret geomagnetic grid that, if harnessed, can be used by the aliens to either fuel their space empire
Ah, yes.
or simply to travel across the globe faster. Yeah.
I guarantee you that like Shatner was not told when he sat down what he was talking about, and he's just there like, well, I remember what this guy by the name of, I think his name was London Nels. He told me about energy, and I was like, whoa. And next minute, I know I'm laughing at Nichelle Nichols, not getting that Emmy that she wanted, but I got it. Wow, Will, you are a piece of shit, aren't you? Never said I wasn't.
That might have been given to us by an alien.
Fuck you, Shatner. Nimoy didn't do this shit. He'd be like, there's a lot of wonders out there. I hope to see some of them before I die. And I think he did, but I'm sure he deserved more.
Way that it powers and benefits alien
R.I.P. Leonard.
civilizations. Humans
We miss
never
you.
actually
We miss a lot of people.
anything.
You know, today would be Betty White's
Humanity
100th.
does not have the
Or it
agency
was
nor
yesterday,
intelligence
possibly.
to do anything.
Today's a bit weird for me, as you can imagine.
Their own free will. They just received occasional guidance from extraterrestrial powers to guide humanity.
The Book of
A
Mormon!
little intergalactic inspiration never hurt anybody.
The wheel, aqueducts, smelting of steel for swords, even language.
I went on a few dates with a Hotep, and she believed that, for example, black people created steel because they mentioned a stone stronger than some of the other stones in one of their earlier myths in a tribe that she wasn't related to, but then was republished and translated by a Belgian author she didn't know that he made Kirikou, which was a cartoon that I watched because I was bored one day and I watched it, and it involved a scene where a little kid cut a giant clitoris off because it was stealing the water of the tribe. And I was like, I explained all this to her, and she was like, "You're lucky you're Irish." And I was like, that says so much about you. There was no date tree. She wanted a date tree. There was no date tree. Hoteps. They exist. Fuck me. They fucking exist.
After all of the creation and sexy times were over, the aliens were content in what they had done. They plopped humans into the world.
I see this and I want to play Civilization.
By themselves.
Which I could if I installed it, but I don't want to install it. New computer and all that.
By mainstream historians.
If you grab breakfast, have a good one. Thank you, Omni.
Actually construct pyramids by themselves.
Hope you have a fantastic breakfast. I'm on fucking cloud 69 right now. Like, I have no idea where I'm going.
Wait, there's how many
And I
more
like it.
seasons? The first century comes around and aliens are still on Earth.
Although that story about
New gods arrive.
the Hotep, I think I've told that story before, so...
Jerusalem sees a lot of alien interference.
So 4 hours to go. Let's see if I actually break the mold.
And in this region of the world, it's going to be quite important in the coming centuries. But what changes this? Constantine saw across in the sky.
So about the time the CIA came out to me and gave me $5,000 and a list of 3 names.
You know what it is. Aliens stay around to dabble and influence wherever they feel like.
If I ever make this, if I ever reach, oh god, if I ever reach the level of like Vosh, or even like a quarter of his size, I guarantee you someone would point to that scene, clip it out of context, post it, and be like, "Look, another CIA plant." And I'd be like, I could explain to you, but you already know. We already know. Yeah, fine, fuck it. I'm a CIA plant. I literally have one quick dial on my phone, and it is immediately going to Langley. Langley's FBI. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. Quantico is FBI. I gotta remember that shit.
Meets with an alien who gives her a sword and tells her to go defend France.
Explain why I constantly get redirected every time I hit that button.
Arthur, who was a real human being, not only was able to pull the sword from the stone because of alien biometric technology, but he was even helped out by the Lady in the Lake, or Alien of the Lake, who handed him Excalibur, a high-tech alien weapon. Other than appearing as brief
I understand
images,
references.
aliens didn't really do much on the record for about 1,500 years, mostly just overseeing the great job humanity was doing with those Mongol invasions. The Viking raids, and the Black Plague. They just do little
How about
things throughout that
the
time
plague of dancing? No one ever talks about that.
to continue altering humanity.
The Black Plague in particular was
You know what? No. I want to stress this enough. The plague of dancing. 1518.
Medieval Europe had no shortages of super deadly disease outbreaks that could wipe out a chunk of the population without much of an effort. But none of them were quite as fun as the bizarre case of Frau Trophia and the dancing plague that had upwards of 400 people compulsively dancing in the streets, some even to their deaths. Today we're going to examine the plague that made
Spooky,
people
scary
dance themselves.
skeletons.
But before we do that, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know
Nah,
what begins
bah.
on a hot July day in 1518, when German housewife Frau Trophia stepped out of her home
Looking
in
fucking fine in this picture.
that no one else could hear. She danced in the streets of her small town all day, to the embarrassment of her husband, who was not himself and equally compelled to dance in any way.
Mostly he felt ashamed because he clearly is a fucking beta and needs an alpha in her life. Hello. Hello, woman who's been dead for centuries. My name is Low Energy Videos, and I like the way your blouse opens up to your bustle underneath. It says, I am both chaste but also not chaste, if you know what I mean.
Frau stopped dancing long enough for a few hours of restless sleep before waking the next day and tapping her toes bloody again. A crowd began to form around this seemingly insane woman dancing to absolutely nothing, with bruised and bloody feet. What a fun little street performance, the villagers must have thought as this poor woman danced herself to very possible death. Soon, however, she wasn't alone. Frau formed a whole dance troupe with roughly 30 others catching the jitterbug and joining her in a spontaneous dance-off. Frau soon had a full marching band worth of people dancing with her. The dancing mania, as it was eventually labeled, spread to more people in Strasbourg with estimates as high as 400 people involuntarily joining her dance crew. It quickly grew into a full-grown crisis that the city council had no clue how to manage. They don't teach you how to handle spontaneous raves in crisis management courses at business school. The only clear thing they could agree on was these groovy kids were not having a groovy time. Dancers were in obvious pain, screaming in agony and begging for mercy from whatever bizarre affliction they were suffering from. As the summer stretched on and the temperatures rose, as many as 15 people a day were dying from dancing in the streets.
Damn.
David Bowie and Mick Jagger made it look so fun.
Dancing in the street.
Yeah. I see enough of that in December on English TV. Thank you very much.
Prom themselves, the city council consulted with local physicians to diagnose the problem and shut it down for good. After ruling out the standard astrological causes and supernatural causes, the doctor diagnosed the exhausted dancing maniacs with a probable case of hot blood, which sounds like a diagnosis from the band Foreigner. But really, the theory was that hot blood was a problem with the balance in a person's humors. In a case of hot blood, doctors believed the brain would overheat, which in turn would cause madness. The typical remedy? It's the 1500s, so if you guessed bloodletting, you guessed right. However, given these victims' specific inability to voluntarily stop moving, physically removing any blood, regardless of temperature, wasn't a feasible course to take. So, unlike the town in Footloose, they prescribed even more dancing. They hired musicians to get the crowd hyped and brought in extras to mix up the energy of this lame party, hoping of burning out the dancers, but to no avail. This cure, like a poorly chaperoned prom, was a failure and actually exasperated the problem. As the exhausted dancers were beginning to stumble and slow down, the musicians didn't think to play the slow jams and cool the room off.
What?
Instead, they sped up the tempo, causing the townspeople to move faster with the music. You can't play a banger and not expect the crowd to react, DJ Medieval Guy. Not only did these party beats fail to stop the sporadic dancing, but it also attracted volunteer booty shakers to the square as passerbys joined in on what was being misperceived as fun. The city council...
Didn't they already cornered off the area with like local guards going like, there's a plague in the area. All you have to say is there's a plague in the area. There's a plague in the area. Move on. Trust me. Whatever you're hearing inside isn't worth it. And you know, you'll get the occasion going, hold on, I'm hearing laughing and singing in there. What's going on in there? You know, like they'll be like, listen, I mean, then again, I suppose what would happen would be they'd go home and they'd create stories in their head, and centuries later, QAnoners would be saying that this was proof of the ritualistic orgy.
Council realized that having this giant block party to burn out the afflicted wasn't the best solution to this problem. Clearly, these poor dancing queens were not suffering from hot blood. No. It was obviously a curse on the city, sent as a warning to repent for their sins or suffer the consequences.
Really? God is being both subtle and kind of limp wrist in this regard. He turned a woman to salt for looking over her shoulder when he said not to. Once. Like, literally, I should have turned to salt. So, yeah, that's not God's will. If that's God's will, it's weak, it's small, and frankly, it's pathetic.
Now, acting like the town in Footloose, the police of medieval Europe like to run a pretty tight ship to keep the sinners at bay.
It's a guy from Third Rock from the Sun, and he also looked up at a naked woman when she was dancing on a table and went, "I just like looking at her pussy." He said that line. It's important to remember those things because one day an actor or actress will do an incredibly important role, and then you can point to it. Scarlett Johansson is often considered like one of the most sexiest women alive right now, but everyone's like, "Oh, I wish you could see her naked." Dude, there's a film where she is literally standing in front of a mirror, full frontal nude, with an ass shot as well. For the male gaze. There's no other way to put it. It's the male gaze. They describe it as like they're discovering their body for the first time, but I mean, you can shoot that in very different ways without showing anything, or if you do show something erotic, it'd be something soft, but it wasn't meant to be an erotic scene. It was more like a sort of, so this is what I am. I don't want to spoil it. It's actually a pretty good movie, all things considered. Unless, of course, you don't like feminism. But, like, Jennifer Lawrence. Okay, great. Fantastic. Like this, let me think, who was the one in James Bond, the last Pierce Brosnan? Halle Berry. Yeah, we've seen it. What was it? Stingray? We saw her topless. Gotta find that movie. Hold on. I need to give me a second, and I will simply tell you the name of the title. Okay, so the stream is like that. Scarlett Johansson. New. This is a new computer, by the way, which means there's new search stuff. I want to know, I am suffering mildly embarrassing search results for you motherfuckers. And no, you can't see it. Unless you do exactly what I do and fucking just Google it. Under the Skin. There it is. (2013) film. Science fiction film. John Glazer, Campbell, Lucy Basin, 2000 novel. That's it. Okay. You want to see Scarlett Johansson naked. That's it. You want to see Jennifer Lawrence? I don't know if she's ever done full... Well, she actually did. The one where she plays the Russian spy. One point, she's... which actually plays into the plot. as she's being trained, she's told to be a nude model for like an artist class. And if I'm right, I think she also has to seduce the artist in front of his students. So she's there bare ass naked, posing, taking orders, but also, you know, giving him eyes like, hey, if you like what you see, you know. That makes sense, but I mean, otherwise, I guess if you type in Jennifer Lawrence nude, you get Jennifer Lawrence nude. If you want to type in an actor or actress, there's a good chance you will find them nude. Hopefully consensually. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, that's why so many women, when they get blackmailed these days, they just go into the bathroom and do like a nude selfie and then post it, and then they're like, yeah, no, like you're not gonna blackmail me with my own body, you know.
Obscene.
Like, but then there's so many other roles that aren't so much sexual. Kevin Urban, for example. Kevin Urban as Kevin Urban Xena. As Lindsay Ellis said, we all have to work in our early career. He played Cupid. He's a valley boy working for Aphrodite, who is a valley girl. But he's not just he's basically a himbo. And he also has a kid at one point, and he carries the kid around in like the baby satchel thing on the front of him. You know, all you have to do is give him a little bit of a gut these days, and he'd be like the ultimate male sexual icon. He'd have more of an impact now if he did that than Fat Thor in God of War. Like, they're actors, you know. If they're young, if they're attractive, or if they're willing to do whatever the hell the camera demands of them, they'll fucking do it. Especially if they need the money, or if they just like the vibe of it. So I find it like surreal. I will find him in Ken Burns' The West. He does the voice actor for Brigham Young, if I remember right. Like the guy, yeah, from the Mormon Church. But he's also been in films where he's looking up at a girl like bare ass naked and going, I just want to look at that pussy. That was the whole point of that diatribe.
Rock and roll music.
If this dancing mania was a curse, sin would have to be reined in within the walls of Strasbourg. Gambling houses? Gone. Brothels? Please. Not in this city. We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, do it from the company of your own home. Like, seriously, prostitutes can do home delivery then and now, I'm sure.
The gambling and prostitution. The city also gathered up to
Uber, it wouldn't be Uber Feets, what would it be? Deets as in these nuts? Nah, there's a pun there, but I'm getting tired, for fuck's sake.
loose people and banish them from the city. 1518 was a poor time.
Shame, 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 shame.
They even tried to send gifts to the saints by donating a 100-pound candle to the cathedral. One candle just didn't cut it, and the dancing plague kept on hustling.
100-pound candle.
You knew it was coming. They went full footloose. The town took the drastic step of outlawing dance, tacking on a fine of 30 shillings for anyone caught moving their hips to a beat. They also banned music, with the exception of string music for weddings, but they are on their conscience not to use tambourines and drums, the municipal archive reported. Drums were the most dangerous instrument since they allegedly...
That was a tangent. I ended up looking up outright porn, based off a plague that made people dance themselves to death because of a line about like nudity that involved an actor that I remember him being incredibly chaste and being incredibly lewd. And this is all basing back to this video. All on my birthday. My 31st birthday, where I haven't slept in 24, 25. Oh my god, that must have been over the course of at most 10 minutes. It's not even 2.5 hours since I started this new stream. What the fuck?
Everybody knows the most dangerous instrument is the sax.
Damn right.
Really riles up the saints. In spite of all of Strasbourg's best efforts and bad gifts, the epidemic continued.
If you enjoyed yourselves, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check the links in the description down below. Discord, Twitter.
In 1374, a dancing outbreak hit the city of Aachen.
Want to help in a more financial way?
The Rhine Valley. This
Got
was
the link
less
down
than a
there too,
free-for-all,
for the link up there at the
wild
top.
Dancing, and more of a hands across America situation. Dancers afflicted held hands in a circle and danced for hours together in wild delirium until at length they fell to the ground in a state of exhaustion. Sounds like the city of Aachen was just collectively tripping balls. Aachen.
Oh, Dirt. Are you still there?
officials
Long shot. He probably.
They chalked this up to a
Like
standard demonic possession. Exorcists were brought in to bathe the dance circles with holy water, while shouting incantations in the faces of the possessed. Honestly, it sounds like Aachen just didn't know what to do. But of course, when all else fails, you can always blame the women.
Always. Women are the problem. Women are the problem. That's why I looked up naked women earlier. They're the problem.
Dancing phenomena had tired itself out. Renaissance physician
Ah, Dirt. Good to see. Good to hear. Good to be. February. You down for Bearded Ramblings?
Strasbourg for a post-mortem and to diagnose the F in their what the
Fridays.
situation.
Roughly around about 5.
This guy.
Oh shit! John Lewis!
Unbelievable.
Thank you so much for a very unexpected donation there. That'll be $5 reduce. Thank you so much. At this point now, all this money, I am not leaving this apartment. You can pay me, but not to throw shade at yous. I don't think if you collectively put it together, I would leave the apartment with the money you gave. But I am heading off to Northern Ireland tomorrow, so this money is going to help out there. I really appreciate that. If you are up for it, sometime in February for Bearded Ramblings, so far we have a good few people you'd recognize. One is in the wing that you might not recognize, but I'll tell you now, if that pulls off, I'll be very, very happy with myself. But I know your timing has shifted since last time you were on, so I guess DM me on Discord or Twitter so I don't forget, because alcohol and lack of sleep. Like, do it now even if you want, so... But don't forget, we do the show roughly around about 5 Eastern, 10 PST, but we can move that time forward and back by an hour, give enough time. And that goes to anyone else listening right now who wouldn't be against the idea.
Forced natural dancing was an involuntary physical response, like a reflex, that could be caused if certain parts of the body were manipulated. But because this was 1526, for good measure, he also blamed the women. He scrutinized the role of our hero, Frau
With
Drost,
cheeks like that,
a rebellious woman who set off a
I'll see if I can get somebody to pick up a shift. I'll DM tonight or so. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to bed around about 6, so probably 9 to 12 hours after that, I'll be awake, and while I'm getting ready, I'll have plenty of time to check my DMs, so it'll be a great time. I've got a lot of preamble shit to do.
dancing mania in order to avoid doing a house chore or two. Paracelsus claimed right before she started dancing, her husband had asked her to do something she didn't want to do. This would make sense as a woman, and women specifically are famously known to dance through the night.
No. If he's gonna do this, he needs to put the avatar into a tuxedo and chrome the face to make him look like Undoomed. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I meant to be vague about this? A reasonless bear. You died from having too much IQ.
Bleeding in order to avoid a little housework. It sounds a little presumptuous of Paracelsus to assume.
Jim Crendar doesn't like H-Bomber Guy.
Not then to start dancing and don't stop till I say so. As dancers continued to wave their hands.
But no, yeah.
Very, very much.
Appreciate the DM. If not, I'll do my best to try to remember. But
did not care. The city continued to search for a cure for these poor souls. At one point, turning
I've got
to
a
the medieval
lot
hero
on my plate over the next few days.
Who had been martyred as a child in the year 303 on the orders of Emperors Diocletian and Maximilian. His tormentors tossed him into a cauldron of boiling lead and tar, and tossed this lead and tar marinated child to a lion. So cruel.
Which probably the lion didn't want to eat. Remember what I said again today, by my standards, many hours earlier. Most animals don't want to eat us. We are very toxic. Not by some sort of natural, well, maybe even is a form of natural toxicity. It's just the food we eat produces really bad tasting meat and really poisonous meat. Yeah, it's also another reason why a lot of people who are cannibals, you can also find prions in their skull, you know?
Overkill at that point.
But we also talked, damn, we've been busy. This has been a very busy stream. I'm okay with that. I mean, Jesus, we're nearly 30 hours in.
And he gained a lion friend.
At this rate? Christ.
That guy earned his sainthood. St. Vitus had a reputation for healing illnesses, particularly ones with trembling limbs. So you can see why the city of Strasbourg prayed to this guy for an assist. Running out of ideas for how to stop this dancing plague, the city gave an unconventional method a shot. Taking a big swing, they piled all of those inflicted with dancing fever onto wagons and carted them up a mountain to St. Vitus, a shrine to the saint. Dancers continued to fall on the altar, so the priest gave a mass over them and handed out little crosses and red shoes, which had been blessed with holy oil on both the tops and the soles. The red holy-soaked shoes apparently worked like a charm. The affliction seemed to break, and the dancing party slowly came to an end. Most of the dancers regained control of their bodies. The time of the dancing mania soon became known as St. Vitus's Dance, either because the saint had cured the dancers or caused the whole thing.
Yeah. Ah, shit, I'm a bit of a schizo, to be honest with you. You could call it PTSD after getting boiled alive and thrown to a goddamn lion. Hey, look, it's Sign to Smell. I will never not compare those two. The one from Seinfeld and Mel. She doesn't even deny it either. She sees the connection.
Something you can catch. And if your mind was floating towards weird dance cult, you are not alone. One theory out there is this was all the work of the secret members of a heretical cult that emerged every decade to rebel in public.
It's called the Lodge of the Sorceresses from The Witcher?
This, of course, fails to connect how the dancing seemed to spread amongst the people, since it was clear the dancers were in complete agony and many died. And at a time when Europe was in a heightened alertness for suspected heretic cult antics.
More importantly, women not expressing themselves. Now look, here's the thing. Living the best life, definitely living the best life. Probably is a little full of herself, but living the best life. Bitch wants something right now. You have it. What's she gotta do? And this guy? Well, you know what this guy's done? This guy walked into a grove and is like, hey, fuck everything in existence except for this grove. I've never been able to judge. And that's okay too. I like mystery. So, you know, take those grapes, give it to her. She'll she'll judge you, drink, and then go over to Bunny Girl, and whatever you like, you will get. You know why? Why the fuck should I tell you? Just go over and introduce yourself. Have some fucking balls. Trust me, she'll appreciate them.
This one simply slipped under the radar. The likely cause of the dance party that couldn't
Be a damn man!
was a classic case of mass hysteria.
If you won't, I will. Actually, I already am.
To say things in Strasbourg
Why the hell should I
1918
go by his timetable?
briefly would be an understatement. The city suffered from not one, not two, but 4 serious famines between 1492
Ladies and gentlemen,
11.
my
In
people.
1516, food prices shot way up, and in 1517, a 5th famine killed countless people. One chronicler labeled it the Bad Year, and sometimes a nickname really fits. In 1518, smallpox and leprosy were on the rise, and the orphanage was overpacked with at least 300 new orphans. Fear of being possessed drove people insane, and the city was ripe for an outbreak of mass hysteria.
Yeah, that's true. Desperation and fear will make people kind of lose their shit. January 6th.
Superstitious beliefs led people to believe their minds and bodies were being controlled by a force. Their bodies were
Her hair is amazing, and look at that
They were
hat.
convinced they were victims of an unseen power, which makes sense considering the ultimate cure that stopped the dancing was a visit to the shrine of St. Vitus and a new pair of holy blessed shoes. It checks all the mass hysteria boxes and explains how it began, how it spread, and how it was ultimately defeated. That is, of course, until a guy started a little music festival in the desert of California, but that, my friends, is for another weird time.
Well, as long as it isn't Burning Man. You know, Coachella is going to pretty soon, if not already, become the douche place to go. And then you have to find the next one. Because Burning Man used to be cool, and then it's Coachella, and that's not Coachella or Burning Man, and pretty soon it's going to be what? Fire Festival 2.0? That'll happen before we die, by the way.
Engineered by an extraterrestrial we
before
know
we
as the
die?
Grim Reaper. In every depiction of the
Firer
planet you find,
Festival.
there's a cloaked figure floating above all the dying humans.
Get one of the Kardashians to pose with her ass sticking on the camera and go, "Hey, Fire Festival, it's a thing. Money, give."
It wasn't the angel of death. This was an alien being.
Thank you. It's
Hell, I'll fucking adjust the camera. I know how the game works.
Natural disasters to mix stuff up. That was until Da Vinci. That's right, the Renaissance, the resurgence of culture long lost in Europe. Aliens did that, reintroducing technology or new technology directly into the head of Leonardo da Vinci and the great thinkers of the Renaissance. They gave him ideas of medicine, and even this tank thing that just so happens to look like something else. Christopher Columbus sees a glimpse of an alien ship while sailing to the New World, and we all know how influential the aliens were in the Americas. All the pre-Columbian civilizations.
That's why you all look like
have been
aliens.
interacting with aliens for centuries. But we're not talking about America. We're talking about America. That's right, the founders knew aliens existed too. Jefferson, Washington, they all knew. They even put an intergalactic symbol of peace in Washington, D.C. to prove our alliance with our alien overlords. You really thought aliens were done altering our planet? We're just in time for the Industrial Revolution. It happened pretty
Coughing.
fast. The aliens were planting some pretty naughty
Give me a
ideas
wheezing
like
any day of the
combustion
week.
engine and electricity. The only way us modern humans would ever know how to do anything is by alien intervention. Hell, the aliens even go to the Wild West to be seen by cowboys. Maybe even meet them.
I need you to get paid $3 a month, lose a toe to scurvy, and die of syphilis after you fucked that prostitute. And I didn't say pay for her. You had enough whiskey that you thought you were owed something. She just wanted to get home to see her kid. The kid watched. I'm an alien! Goodbye! Cowboys. Just like the giant text comes over the cowboy's face. He's like, he doesn't even process what's happening. It's like, cowboys, pieces of shit. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
For clarification, Ancient Aliens, like any educational content, must occasionally require sponsors to keep the lights on. In one episode, it's sponsored by the hit 2011 film, Cowboys and Aliens.
The hit. The hit. It was definitely a hit to certain people's bank accounts, I'm sure.
What it's like to shamelessly promote a product while also theorizing outlandish history.
Thank you, Context Dizzy, thank you. Unrelated, this video was sponsored by NordVPN.
No, we do not play that game. Anyway, the NordVPN ad is always better when it comes from the guy from History Simplified, because he always puts in like an avatar that uses it as a dude bro haircut. Like he's like, hey, the mountain also makes my tips look crisp.
Wow, those last 19 centuries sure were fun. I wonder what the next century will bring.
Is it possible that the Nazis perfected these
Nazis, 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 Nazis.
How bizarre would that be?
Alright, I see where this is going.
No, more about
I
Nazis.
think you get the shtick by now. Aliens did everything. Just everything. Any important influential thing that your average 7th grader would know about, the aliens did it. By the 20th century, they not only had met with Nazis and perhaps taught them to create a portal between time and space, but they also taught humans how to build nuclear weapons, even though they warned humans a decade later not to use nuclear weapons. Name any event, any situation, any person or place ever, and it was involved with aliens. The Spanish flu, aliens, any US president, they all know. Antarctica has a hole in
It's a two-party system. You have to vote for one of us, and I vote for a third party. Tripole 93. Oh, is it Nader? He takes his hat off and he punches it in rage.
houses in alien
Don't look at me.
civilization.
I voted for
watched
Kodos.
3 seasons of this show just for this bit, and you know what? It wasn't.
What are you
I wanted
spraying
to
me with?
uncover
Rum,
every
so
wacky
no one will
claim
ever
and every
believe your
bizarre
story.
thing. And after pulling back that curtain, you know what I found? Nothing. The most generic idea you have of ancient aliens without watching a full
miss Old
season
Simpsons
is that
so
they
much.
claim anything
It was
and
such a good
everything
show.
is involved with aliens. It just takes a history book or
I
a
know I'm
religious
stopping every 5 seconds, but Jesus Christ, now you're showing up for some fucking in-depth, analysis. I look up every day. I sit down here and I see Rick and Morty poster framed, a Night Vale framed stuff in a, well, that's just a piece of art, but like I see nobody exists on purpose, no one belongs anywhere, everyone's gonna die, come watch TV, question mark, right? Fucking, I love that, I absolutely love that, always have. Fucking Dan Harmon would be the first to say, old Simpsons? You can't remake that. You couldn't catch that in the bottle again. BoJack was brilliant, but it was a brilliant in a different way. Rick and Morty at its finest moments. Brilliant in a different way. The Thanksgiving episodes of Bob's Burgers. Brilliant in a different way. The first 2, and I'm going to say a third of season 3 of not regular show, Jesus. Ugly Americans. Brilliant. But in a different way. Simpsons. Year after year after year. We got complacent. We got greedy. We thought that was the norm. We got so lucky. So when The Simpsons kept on going, but the show, we kept on saying knowing. And we started wandering off elsewhere. South Park started to flex its muscles more and more. Family Guy at least had more edge to it. American Dad did up to maybe 3 years ago still occasionally make me laugh. Now I look at it and go, eh. I hear Smiling Friends isn't too bad, but it's not the goddamn same. The only thing that would have happened was keep the same actors, keep the writers on, keep the same producers on. But if you've ever known the history of The Simpsons, it all fell apart. So whenever I quote Old Simpsons as this finite thing. full of so many great things, and afterwards became something else. And you know, I've laughed post season 10, sure I have, but it's like a diminishing return. It's kind of like, heh, or yeah, that makes sense. Like I liked, there was a joke in The Simpsons, maybe season 13 or no, a bit later than that, say 17, where they go to the Museum of Innovation, and they have these two animated portraits. One is Marconi and the other is Alexander Graham Bell. And he goes like, but I invented the receiver. And Graham Bell goes, what does it say on the Nobel Peace Prize, bitch? And he leans in close, and I'm like, yeah. The thing is, American Dad already made that joke years prior with Nikola Tesla and Edison when they had that court case. Mr. Edison, we're going to make sure that you are the basis for America's infrastructure of electricity. Mr. Tesla, we believe that you would be best suited as background equipment for all sci-fi movies. And you just hear Edison going, oh, I wanted that one. It's the same principle. It's the same basics. But they're both good jokes. It's just, oh, old Simpsons. If I ever can, I will do a complete break. I swear. I know you're probably thinking, oh, he's tired and he's drunk. I've always thought this. I would love to do a complete breakdown of The Simpsons. From season 1 up to when I stopped watching it regularly, and then keep on going. It would become a regular thing, but I don't know where to watch it where I wouldn't get in copyright problems. So, anyone knows who, where to do that, could set me up. Brilliant. Otherwise, it would take a lot of editing. And I just don't have the mental. I have the physical. I actually know how to do the things to edit shit in and edit shit out. I mean, not as good as alternate history hub here, but I couldn't remember his name. But Cody, isn't it? Yeah, it's Cody. He's good at editing. His brother is frankly way better, but doesn't change the fact that they're way better than me, and I would love to have a proper breakdown series of, say, season 1 of The Simpsons, because I listen to the director's commentary, but also listen to the voice actors' commentary and where they were, and it's really fascinating stuff. Highly recommend it too. There used to be a time where if you went to someone's house, and maybe you still know tons of people who have it, the DVD library has that sort of grey and white sort of flecked 90s vibe that's like Saved by the Bell title card motif. And you pull it out and you already know what it's going to be, and it's got the Simpsons, but it's like an early version of The Simpsons. And then it's season 2, they're a little bit better drawn. Season 3, season 4. I think by season 5 they really started to look the part. Season 1 they were basically the Tracy Ullman show. Season 2 it was much better. Oh, it was such a good show. Such a good show. So well written. It wasn't full of industry jokes that a nerd like me would go like, I get that reference. That's Lorne Michaels' relationship with Hank Azaria. LOL. Oh look, Conan O'Brien. LOL. Like I get that because, well, I like some of that element of society, of the industry, and I suppose if I was raised in America, I would be still a hardcore SNL fan, just not what I once was. Kind of like the way The Simpsons. I still watch it, but and yes, this is a pure diatribe at this point. I don't give a fuck. I do not give a fuck. I'm gonna finish this line of dialogue unless I can't remember it. So, I was like, I would be so happy to kind of like break it down. Like, but I can't. Like, I can't break it down because, like, I don't know where copyright would cut me off, and I also don't know, like, what, do I need to, like, buy every voice actor and actress's, every writer's biography and autobiography and the true, because I've read the true story of The Simpsons, and oh my god, that is some cool shit right there. But I mean, again, that could be completely biased, especially when it came to the knockoff the Krusty Burglar beating scene, and the Armin Tamzarian joke. Also the the Critic crossover. A lot of people have said that's when the crack started the show. I call bullshit on that. But I am getting off track even by my own standards. I need to rein it back in. I need to pee. So I'm going to keep on playing this, and then we're going to go. Not go.
Scratches out key figures with aliens. And that's the point. There's a reason why Ancient Aliens is still on the air after 16 seasons. All they have to do is simply look back on anything that has ever happened and simply copy-paste E.T. into the mix. You do this for 10 episodes a pop, and you never have to worry about content a day in your life. And even with literally everything at their fingertips, the entire series probably only focuses on like 30 claims. In just the first 3 seasons alone, the Bermuda Triangle is brought up 10 times. And it's not just in passing. They repeat full segments with a reworded script and different footage. They don't just plagiarize history, they plagiarize themselves.
Okay, that's not fair. Ancient Aliens explores many different angles. Take the Ark of the Covenant. Was it a communications device so Moses could contact God? Was it a food or mana source? What about a bomb? The stories say it was radioactive.
Back to Ancient Aliens.
And we discuss those possibilities in multiple different episodes.
Oh, you're still here. Well, that's a little awkward. Okay.
Ryby used to watch the shit out of this show, and we used to watch it with her. That's why I recognize one or two of these
Well,
things.
even with that said, that just sounds like an excuse to reuse old content.
We just like to explore all.
It wasn't just
Ancient
Ancient Aliens. It was like someone they'd get on for like one episode, and then you find out they had their own spin-off for 2 shows, for 2 seasons.
Topics like gods and aliens, angels and aliens, aliens and monsters, aliens and sacred places, aliens and deadly cults, aliens, gods and heroes, aliens and the creation of man, the Viking gods, magic of the gods, the Satan conspiracy, aliens and the lost ark, faces of the gods, aliens and superheroes, and this is just up to season 10. Anything a god was ever said to do in any religious text, aliens did it. Which brings me to the ultimate core of why this show exists, and what the ancient astronaut theory really is. Ancient Aliens is not a history show using science fiction elements. It doesn't even take elements from science fiction. Ancient Aliens is a religion. Its gods are aliens. Aliens so powerful and influential they control the every whim of mortal man, and their great deeds cannot even be fathomed by us, except for a few enlightened individuals.
That's what it all boils down to, right? I know this thing you don't. Ha ha. I will enlighten you, but you must abandon everything and follow him. Okay, Death Cult McGee. This isn't a cult. Yeah, it sounds like a cult.
Denouncing any gods other than their own. All the gods that ever existed or were depicted were not simply a part of mythology. They were real physical beings, extraterrestrials. So Ancient Aliens goes through any religious text that has ever existed and reads it as literally as possible. Clearly, the gods do not exist.
Olin Peaches, ranking all tomorrow's species by sex appeal. Well, I was warned, and I suppose I get.
Isn't just a
No.
religion. It's creationism with
No, we're
extra
good.
steps. In fact, the only thing keeping it from really
Also,
being creationism.
they show there one of the flat creatures. They're not sentient yet. Just tossing it out there. You're trying to sexually objectify a creature that
It's
hasn't
saying
reached sentience
dinosaurs and
yet.
humans live together. Oh, come on.
Might ancient depictions of dinosaurs really be proof that humans and
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
coexist.
Money! And memes. But not much memes. But money. That's
On
why
to
they do
season
it.
16, you can tell that nobody really wants to be there anymore. They don't want to be here. It's repeated the same evidence of Bermuda Triangle, Stonehenge, and Mayan temples for so long. But it continues on, because it's easy money. History Channel is a dying network in part because it decided to promote half-baked mythology like this show, or Pawn Stars.
You know I can't eat donuts. I gotta have lean protein.
He is on a diet. We shouldn't be eating the stuff around him.
All right, that's okay. You can't have none, chump.
Okay.
I'm not sweating this.
But now it's made its deal with the alien devil, and it's tied to its most profitable show.
That's just mainstream history and archaeology closing your mind to the possibilities. Keep believing whatever it is they taught you in school. I'll keep knowing the truth.
Alright, well, better wrap this up. Since Ancient Aliens, or the Ancient Astronaut Theory, is pretty much a religion, like any religion, it has to have a good end-of-the-world story, right? Oh boy, does it. It's just the apocalypse. The literal biblical apocalypse. 4 horsemen, the battle between heaven and hell, Sam has to become the devil, but you know, the alien versions of that. 2 warring alien factions come to Earth to fight over the ultimate fate of the planet and mankind. The world is destroyed as all the calamities you can ever imagine occur.
Sexy.
Mankind, which was never in control of itself, is destroyed by 2 alien factions none of us even know exist except for these guys on this History Channel show. We should have known, and it's all set to happen on December 21st, 2012.
2012. April 1st, 2021. No, it's almost as if yes. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, check out Alternate History stuff. They do good stuff. Oh, new Babish. Awesome.
There's no beef in here. So you wouldn't really call it bell peppers and beef now, would you?
Yes, I would.
Well, it's not!
It is when you're broke, all right?
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Anime with Alvin. Today we are going to be tackling the bell peppers and beef from Cowboy Bebop.
Damn right.
I'm not sure who keeps arranging my food like this, but the first thing I'm going to do is cut these bell peppers into thin little strips. So, in the first version of this dish, we're actually going to replace the beef with mushrooms because mushrooms in the show are a lot cheaper than beef, and you can get that same meaty texture by using mushrooms.
Unless, like me, you're allergic to mushrooms, in which case, wah-ah-ah.
1/2 tablespoon of cornstarch, 2 teaspoons of Shaoxing rice wine, and 1 tablespoon of soy sauce.
Soy.
That's the sauce for our stir fry. Now, I don't think you're allowed to have a wok with open flame in space, so we're going to use an induction burner. A little bit of oil in the pan till it's smoking, adding the mushrooms, adding some salt, and just letting them cook down while you rub your hands together. It doesn't do anything, but I was cold. Towards the end, I do like a little bit more sesame oil just to give them some more aroma, more browning, and then these come out, reset with a little bit more oil, and in goes the bell peppers. So these cook down a bit, and then I add in a little bit of garlic with a little bit more sesame oil. If you add in the garlic too early, it burns, and we don't want that. So after a couple seconds,
I like the look of the colors, so I get to like already.
Mix them around, cook them around for a little bit, and then we can finally put some sugar, which I like to add for flavor, and a little bit of the sauce we made earlier. And this is where things get fun.
Your American is showing.
Blazing, quickly moving, steam's going in your face, everything's smelling super good. And that's the beauty of wok cooking. Everything comes together really quickly, and it's awesome. Even though we're not even using an open flame, I'm pretty happy with how this one turned out. And so this is our first version of the bell peppers and beef, but with mushrooms instead of beef. Let's take a bite, see how it is. Ooh, oh, this is good. I would actually make this and eat the whole thing on a day-to-day basis, which I'm gonna do right now. But we should probably try this with actual beef. So this is some flank steak. I'm cutting them into little thin strips to match the bell peppers. And I'm gonna warm up my hands over the walkie because I get cold kind of easily. Same treatment as before though. A little bit of oil to get the pan smoking hot. In goes the beef. And this is an induction burner, so we're not gonna get massive amounts of heat, which is why there's water at the bottom of this pan.
I think water is stir fry's #1 enemy, so I'm really just trying to shake things to get all that steam out and not overcook the beef. And we run it back. A little bit more
Okay.
oil. Bell peppers in. Cook it around until it gets a
That's
little
a
bit
lot of
color,
oil.
lightly brown. Add some garlic. Stir it up again. Add the beef back in. Everybody gets to know each other. Add some sauce. Watch as a lot of sauce creates a lot of steam. Inhale all those great smells one more time. Add a little bit of sugar for that extra flavor, and ta-da! This version of the beef and bell pepper stir fry is done, and with actual beef this time. So let's see how it is. Oh, pretty solid. If I had this in space, I would be pretty happy. But I do have one more version to show you guys. This
Let's
is a
see what you
Chinese
got,
dish called
dog.
Qingjiao which roughly translates into spring peppers meat strips. But this is my grandpa's recipe, and I do want to make it like the way he did, so I'm taking that same flank steak, cutting it with a huge cleaver into really, really thin strips. And now I'm seasoning the beef with a little bit of salt, white pepper, chicken bouillon powder, and mixing it together until I realize that this bowl is a little bit too small. Adding in some soy sauce, some sesame oil, some Shaoxing cooking wine, some egg whites, and some cornstarch. And this, when you mix it together, creates an almost flavor shield around the beef. And if you can see, I'm mixing this pretty rapidly with chopsticks to try and aerate and almost fluff up this mixture. These are longhorn peppers, not the same as the green bell peppers, but they are what my grandpa used to use. They're very spicy, and I'm cutting them on a diagonal into very thin strips. After that, I'm gonna make a quick cornstarch slurry with a little bit of chicken stock and some cornstarch, and now we are off to the races, which means we are going to go outside, where it is absolutely freezing. I've been wearing a hat this whole time, but we do have a nice, beautiful open flame, which will emulate what real wok cooking should be like. So after getting that oil smoking, I'm gonna cook these longhorn peppers for under a minute, just so that they get a little bit of color. After that, I'm going to fill it up with a little bit more.
This is the last
and
hour.
Essentially shallow fry.
I'll give you until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and then wrap it up. Reason being, watching this, I felt myself kind of drifting off, and I was like, no, that's it.
Fry these
That's
beef
it.
strips. Now that coating from earlier is going to help separate them, create a nice shield, almost a crust for these beef strips, and this will also flavor the
I've had a
oil.
good stream tonight. I've had and yesterday too. But I've got about 45 minutes left, so if anyone wants me to watch anything that you know won't get me in trouble, whether it be something drama related, whether it be something movie or game or music or food or whatever, go for it. If not, I have something in mind.
Fried it in so that after that these beef strips are drained, we can reuse that flavored oil to fry up some garlic slices, fry up the peppers, throw back in those beef strips from earlier. Everybody kind of gets really happy in this huge wok. And after that, throw in a little bit of sesame seeds, mix it up for less than a minute, then some of that cornstarch slurry. This is going to help create a sauce for this dish. Finish with a little bit of sesame oil. After that, this dish is done. 45 seconds of fire, smoke, and absolute chaos. I had so much fun, and I'm gonna go back inside because it's freezing, and I'm not gonna tell Andrew about what we just did, just to create as much confusion as possible. But I'm very proud to present my
He doesn't care by the looks of it.
my version of Qingjiao. There's probably things I could have done better, but I do hope I made my grandpa proud. Let's see. Oh, okay, here we go. Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. It tastes exactly like the restaurants I used to go to growing up, and it tastes like how my grandpa used to cook it. It's spicy, it's delicious, it's sweet. The heat from the wok is giving these things such nice flavors. Wow, I'm actually so impressed with this. Okay, everybody else has got to come and eat this because I'm really proud of it. And I'm going to go get water because this is very, very, very spicy.
I get the same vibes from Virtual Cottage as I do from a lot of these food videos. Oh, I've already watched this. Have you watched a new? Let me spell it. ALF. A, B. Oh, Busa. Evidently I have, because I watched... Wait, these text to speech? I thought they ended it. Oh, yeah, okay, well here we are. Hunter, the parenting chapter. The parenting chapter 1, rather. Alright, okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, but it's Stellaris one. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna be called that again. Oh, come on, go a little bit evil. Arc 1. The World Darkness, because my grandpa told me to. Norfolk, 2006.
About fucking time! Gather round, everyone! You bet your bottom dollar, boy!
Pound, Dad. Bottom pound. We live in England now.
Never mind the fucking money, Marcus! Just breathe it in! Fresh ectoplasmic air! Ah, it's thick with geists!
Fret not, boy. Ghosts do not hunt lunches.
My darling son-in-law! Why don't you tell the family where we are?
Right, sure thing, sir.
Hello, sir? Come on, it's been years! Just call me Dad. Or Lord.
You can keep going. Don't stress, love. Right. Sir,
Big Daddy!
Okay, so, we are on one of Norfolk's many ghost walks. It is allegedly very haunted, and we are very walking on it. Hey, sir,
Ah, yes. Great clothes for the, for Norfolk at night, right.
This would be practical.
Suggestion be done.
Why?
Otherwise we'd have to hear Marcus whining about how he doesn't want to grow.
Okay, it does sound like that. Oh, it's not. Oh, whinge. Complain. And I don't know how to break this to you, but... Fine, not like that. Since I was like 15.
Well, yeah, I mean, wasn't your big 15 like last year? With the Magic Wizard card game and the clown?
That was my 30th birthday.
Clown birthday. This is what we video gamers call an epic failure, brother.
You've never even heard of Gmod door.
I'm 11.
You're what? All right, whatever. I understand. Now listen up! My darling son-in-law, you have graciously brought our attention to this ghost walk.
It is quite the trail into a wooded area.
It shall be an exciting outing for the whole family. Is that understood?
If you want some sort of like impactful commentary or whatever, I can see the references and the memes. It's just I'm kind of a little bit beyond the kind. You're asking a psyker deep in the tarot cards to infer the Emperor's meaning. And all I can do is turn a fucking chalice sideways, dribble blood, and apparently molest my own beard. For tight result on this end, but not very much on this end. In actual fact, no, I can't comment on this. Not in my state. I gotta come back to it, post it in my Discord, and I'll rewatch it when I'm back from Northern Ireland. I have to watch something that either requires no content, like a cooking video, or something ridiculous that will take my mind off it. Kind of want to know what this is, but getting problems. Wait, this is a new one from Walter. Okay.
Hey everyone, this is Walter. I'm back.
No, look, I was interested in that, and I want to see how it pans out. It's just I can't in my state. I am literally seeing the world more and more as an upside down version of itself, and that's actually not a metaphor. That's why I'm going to bed in half an hour. So yeah, like what?
Here to bring you some more stories from Reddit. You probably know the drill by
What can I do?
We'll be covering stories about relationships.
We need for now going to bed in an hour. I'm gonna turn the camera off, so if I go really off the deep end, there won't be any physical or recording reference of it, which is a shame. I have a feeling that like there's gonna be some attractive singles in my area who are gonna be like, oh wow, he's both drunk and sleep deprived. This is the perfect time for me to judge him as a potential mate, and she'll slide into our chat here, and I'll be gone. But you know what? I'm taking that risk. I'm taking that risk because you know who will sleep with me? My pillow. And my covers. My other covers. Though I have to, as you might have seen, I have to take them off because it's time to fix the bed up, but I'll do that when I get back from Northern Ireland. But I can still strip the whole bed tomorrow. I've plenty of time.
From subreddits like Reddit relationships,
anyway, the point is,
Am I the Asshole? Which probably makes up most of these videos.
We're going to watch this.
Well, let's just get started.
And it's going to be standard like, what the fuck? And then I'm going to go to bed. It's been a hell of a ride, but every ride has to come to an end.
It's from Reddit. Here's a new one. Am I the asshole for demanding my fiancé pay me back for selling my train collection?
What?
I, 28 female, lived with my aunt and uncle as my parents could not raise me. My uncle started collecting trains as a hobby when he was working as an engineer. I took a huge interest in them as a child and teenager. My uncle gave me his entire train collection when he became
I'd be the
sick.
first woman I've ever
When I turned
heard
19,
who
I
actually
moved out and
likes
found a nice apartment near my
trains.
college. I brought the collection with me. Some of my friends thought it was cool, others find it weird. I met my boyfriend in college and he moved in with me after we graduated. We got engaged last year and are currently struggling with debt, student loans, and the wedding. My fiancé asked if we could have an expert come into the apartment and price the train collection. I was against the idea and told him that I would not sell the collection as it was a large memory of my uncle. My best friend got engaged this past weekend and a few of us went to celebrate at her parents' lake house. I was gone for 2 nights and when I returned the train collection was completely gone.
Shit.
My fiancé came running over saying that a collector came and gave him a decent price for the set. I started crying and yelling at him that he destroyed my trust and told him to leave the apartment. He left without protest and has been staying with his parents. I told him that he had to pay me back all the money. I did threaten to sue him as well. His parents are trying to argue that he was only doing what was best for the both of us. Am I the asshole for demanding my fiancé pay me back for selling my train collection? Man, what kind of a question is that? He took your stuff and sold it after you specifically told him not to. I don't think demanding compensation could make you an asshole. And this isn't really the point, but who knows if he got a decent price. He doesn't sound like an expert. Oh wait, the top comment says it better than me. Not the asshole. Your fiancé stole and sold the train collection without your consent. Please go back to that collector and explain the situation. File a police report and sue your fiancé for grand theft. And OP, please break up with him because he completely betrayed your trust. You cannot get married to someone who has no respect for you. What an awful man. I wouldn't let a partner get away with selling my shit while I was gone, I'll just say that. Okay, I put an exclamation point next to this one, so I guess I better cover it. It's also from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for not forgiving my husband, 26 male, for a mistake and not trusting him with our child? I, 24 female, gave birth to my daughter 6 months ago, and it should have been the happiest moment in my life. When my daughter was born, her skin was very dark and looked like she could have 2 biological parents who were of African descent. My husband Jim, 26 male, fake name, was furious and accused me of cheating and left right then and there. He told everyone on both sides of the family what happened, made posts on social media, and wanted a divorce. His family and a lot of our friends all called to say how upset they were at me and called me really nasty names. My mother was by my side the entire time and I kept professing my innocence. Jim refused to pick me up from the hospital, threw my stuff out on the lawn, and changed the locks so I had to stay with my parents. When my sister called to ask for the baby stuff, Jim texted me pictures of the bare nursery room and said he got rid of everything. He even destroyed my art studio. I like to paint and the art I made, and told me my work would be too awful to sell. I was distraught.
I
and
mean,
tried to focus
there is
on
a
my
chance
dreams.
she did fuck a black
I like
guy.
how it says he told everyone what happened.
Just tossing that one out there as
Only
devil's
imagine what the
advocate.
post said. Framing this as a mistake is extremely generous. Weeks went by.
Yeah,
and Jim
that's
refused
true.
to speak to me directly. and if
This was a
everyone says
deliberate
what
act
I've
on
done-
his end.
Eventually, he agreed to do a paternity, and he was 100% the father. No one
Good.
could believe the results, and it was done again. Jim's the dad.
He's a piece of shit.
Around that same time, one of Jim's cousins did the ancestry thing, and there was around 30% of African ancestry in his family. This combined with the test Jim's paternal great-grandmother admitted to having an affair around the time Jim's grandfather was born, and was because he could pass, she just assumed her husband was the father. Oh hey, I just noticed it's Martin Luther King Day. I actually picked this story before I noticed, but we can just run with it.
Wow,
Husband
compare
is
that
already
with
ready to go, and
compare
they're
that
walking
with
Since then, Jim has been reaching out, and everyone has come to apologize. And while it did feel good to feel vindicated, the damage has been done. I can't unhear or unsee all the horrible things that were
Steven
said and
Crowder.
done. Not just to me, but to my child as well. Jim made some very racist remarks. Things that I thought he'd never
God, my
say.
beard is
Did it so
dark.
easily.
It's weird.
Regardless of what our daughter looks like, I don't want her to be around that. What else will Jim and his family say or do the next time they get mad? How are they going to treat our daughter when she does something that upsets them? Jim has been begging for forgiveness. I said I needed time. He asked to see the baby, and I let him, but I'm too afraid to physically hand her to him. He's repairing the nursery and keeps asking me what I would like, and I cry every time, saying we already had what I liked, and some of the items that we had can't be replaced. He asked me if I still loved him, and I admitted that he showed me his worst self, and I don't know if I could live with that image. I didn't mean to be hurtful, but it's how I feel.
And it kind of sounds like it was his worst health. Hell, that could have been a lighter form of it. Like the longer you stay with someone, the more it comes out. So yeah, maybe.
I've never cheated, and I've been 100% innocent in all of this the whole time. Am I the asshole for not wanting to give Jim a second chance? Good lord, if he's willing to destroy everything he can to hurt you for any reason, then you don't want to marry him in the first place. Staying with this guy would be completely insane.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't know if you can keep his child from him legally.
No, you need to make a case in court that he'd like hurt or abuse the child mentally or physically, or financially is another thing. Like he might be financially completely broken, which that's unfortunate. But that is definitely an angle if that's the way you want to go. I think separation or divorce, maybe just separation if they're not married. I don't know if they were married or just had a kid together.
Let's read the updates.
Oh.
Update 1. I stepped away for a few hours and couldn't believe what I came back to. I am truly amazed by all the wonderful comments of support as well as the private messages. I also understand why some people may think this is fake, and all I can say is that you are free to believe what you want in this. I also see some questions, and I think I should clarify a few things just in case your judgment may change. All of this initially happened at the near February, and I was already settled at my parents' house before the pandemic hit. One of the reasons Jim wouldn't pick me up from the hospital is because I wouldn't admit to cheating or give him any details, because there weren't any, which just made him angrier. Based on the pictures Jim sent, he didn't take a sledgehammer to the crib or anything, he just took stuff down to either return it for the money or gave it away. While deeply hurtful, I wouldn't call it violent, but maybe it is. Online, he announced
No,
that
it's
I
not violent,
pushed out
but
a
it is.
dark-skinned baby, and he was going to divorce me. His family started with the racial comments, and eventually he started doing it too, but only through my family. He refused to speak to me directly. Once the truth came out about everything, he and his family posts were all taken down, but I and a few friends still had the screenshots. Jim never wrote down any of his racial remarks. While he didn't say any of the racist words, he did make comments about our daughter being a welfare princess and how I was going to be just another baby mama.
Now that is a sign I have to go to bed. I was about to open my own private email live on stream. Jesus, no. Yeah, okay. We're done after this. We are done. Thank God for low buffering rates, huh?
Jim is white, and I am at least half white.
I mean, I could just turn it off and open another file, but no. I'm heading to bed after this. That is a sign. Woo!
Is adopted, and with
alcohol
happened, they
and
decided to do the
tiredness.
ancestry thing too, and we should be getting the results any day.
Quote Zap Brannigan: "The spirit is strong, but the flesh is flesh is exhausted and bruised, isn't it? Death
really
by
shake
snooze
up this
snoo."
racist family finding out they all have African ancestors. Reddit no doubt told her to sever. A lot of people don't even realize how bad their situation is until they write it out. But there's actually another update. Let's read it. Update 2, spelling errors. Update 3, mod denied separate posts, so it's here as an edit. Thank you so for all your words of encouragement a couple months back, both in posts and the DMs. A lot of things have happened since my initial post, and I just needed time to process it and be in a place where I can write about on social media. So here it goes. First, my parent, who is adopted, did the Ancestry 23 thing, and it turns out that Jim wasn't the only one who had African ancestry. My parent had at least 45%, which means I have at least 20%. I am legally separated from my husband with primary custody, and I'm living with my parents until further notice.
Cool.
He still keeps apologizing and wants me to come back to the house. He even offered to leave so I could stay with our daughter, but I don't want to and really like having the support of my parents. My dad is retired, so he does a lot of the babysitting while my mother and I work remotely. I do go to the house every so often so Jim can see his daughter, and for couples counseling via telecom. In one of the sessions, Jim confessed something really hurtful, and some of you guessed right. He cheated. It was while we were dating before he proposed, and his treatment towards me was a projection. It was with an ex-girlfriend who had cheated on him, and he hooked up with her as an ego boost. He started to feel guilty, but was too scared that I would walk away to ever confess. Jim also admitted that he got scared when I got pregnant. Our baby wasn't planned, was very anxious about being a father, but just pretended to be excited because he didn't want to look like an asshole. My husband was so willing to believe that our daughter wasn't his because he thought he had an out. Now that he knows our child is his and has spent time...
Because he had an out, he was so... That's not really how that works. Okay.
With her, Jim regrets everything and just wants his family back and is willing to spend the rest of his life making it up to us. This was all deeply hurtful, and I've cried about it more.
I will say this. More basically education needs to be given to young men. And I mean young men, because men can get a girl pregnant at the age of, well before they're men. We're talking about boys. Just like everyone knows girls can get pregnant like at 13, 14. Guys can get girls pregnant about the same time. Even a little bit earlier. We're talking about like 12. If they can produce it, it is technically possible. And series can happen usually by the use of an abuser or by two stupid kids who don't even know how to put a condom on yet because they don't even know that a condom means those things that look like chewing gum in your packet, like underneath the thing. Oh, I'll pull out. That'll fix everything. Yeah, okay. Having a kid really early on in your life can alter every angle that it would, in a way that it would be very different if you had one 10 years later, or 20, or even 30, or even 40, or 50. Every decade of your life, you're a different person. So every time you're presented with the possibility of having a kid, even the maybes, it shows an element of you. I've only ever come close once with a partner, and I do remember thinking that I was like, you know what? This wasn't ideal, but I'm going to go stick through with it if it turns out to be legit, and it wasn't. Like, it was not the sort. In fact, it promoted us then to go and look into alternative forms of protection for her. Temporary stuff, I mean, worked. But I remember her talking to me and being like, hey, so what would happen? And I was like, you know what? I guess this is what's going to happen. In Ireland at the time, abortions weren't legal. We'd have had to go up north. So, like in another time, another place, I'd be a dad of well over a decade now, because years pile upon years pile upon years. And like I always joke, half-heartedly, I could be a dad in the States. I honestly don't know. I don't have the fear of being a dad as other people do, but I do have the anxiety of anything that shakes up the norm that a lot of people do. In fact, a little bit more because I'm an Aspie. So, 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 3, and then you keep on going. And then at some point, someone goes, what if 1 + 1 = 2 - 1? And then you stop and go, okay, I gotta start from the beginning. 1 + 1 = 1. Well, yeah, you gotta hold again, going back to fucking Family Guy, they did a joke about this. It's like, it's shit though, because I don't have that much of a mental block that I couldn't see that, oh, a kid, well, fuck my plans. Like, plans, fulfill your plans of life and then have a kid. If you are thinking, I wouldn't say no to being a dad one day or a mom. But make sure when you do it, you're prepared that the next time you can approach your hopes and your dreams on your own terms is when you're in your 60s. The off trade of doing what I'm doing and being a bit older than the average person when they're having a kid is that, well, you won't have the energy to keep up. So it's kind of an if or a but some people are okay with that, some people aren't. I'm okay with that. I still want to be a dad. Not an official dad, like I said. But I do know I want to be a dad that can actually contribute to my kid's life. And other people I don't think lesser of for being like, oh shit, I can't do this. Men and women. People think women have this automatic attachment to babies. They don't. Like, postnatal depression can result in a baby getting killed. It happens. No one likes talking about it because it upsets the whole fucking equilibrium, but that shit happens. And it's natural. It's as natural as tomorrow if I wake up. I've had a good night tonight. Actually, I got a better one for you. A few years ago, I went out on the town, met a girl, hooked up, took me back to her place. We ate Chinese that she paid for. We drank beer that she paid for. We laughed. We made love. Next morning, I woke up. I didn't pay anything more than a tenner with my own money. But by the time I got home, I felt guilty. Why? That's what alcohol does to your body. It gives you euphoria, and then it drops it. Post-nut clarity is the same principle. Post-natal depression is in many respects the same principle. You have gone, for women, you've gone through tremendous amount of, stuff that I'll never have words for in many respects. And then afterwards, you'll be there holding your kid, and the pain, the agony will be replaced by something else. And sometimes that else isn't just, I love my baby with all my heart, I will die for my baby, blah blah. Sometimes it's, I have to show the world that I feel like that, but in reality I don't. And sometimes it's, I hit my kid. And that's nature, that's life. You see it in other animals. We don't even bat an eyelid when a dog turns around and eats her newborn pup because she has like 8 puppies. And that's one too many for her liking, for whatever dog reason that is. And we think, oh, that's brutal. Humans do the same thing. But, like, you can have a kid and feel postnatal depression as a dude, too. And this is the things that you need to talk about. You need to 100% talk about. You need to talk about to people who've done it. Better yet, it needs to be taught in schools. In this side of America, the Atlantic, that side of the Atlantic, definitely in Islamic countries, where their idea of masculinity is just completely fucked up, just like their idea of femininity is completely fucked up. Any religious country, any overly conservative country, and even more liberal countries, like, I don't think this stuff is taught anywhere really to the maximum degree it should be. I don't know where that line is. I'm not an educator, but I still think that, like, education when it comes down to relationships, and not just sexual relationships or romantic relationships, but wider relationships, needs to be completely renovated. So when I saw this going all the way back to this on screen, I do think that there is this sort of thing you can only learn right now by living it, and whether it be a little bit or a lot, and that's stupid. There should be a sort of like, and you can never account for every single personality trait. You can never account for the incredibly intelligent, well-meaning girl, for example, who likes the guy who uses and abuses her. Literally uses her, maybe for money or for clout or whatever. You can never account for the guy who could walk out of a room, but this 5-something girl will beat the living shit out of him. Like, that happens too. Fewer people talk about one or the other, both of which are valid, one of which happens far more than the other, of course. Like, it's just, I don't know, like, I think, especially when you hit around, I'd say around about age 10, relationship education should be a thing. Not sexual, not romantic, relationships. How do you feel about your brother? Oh, well, I like him, but he doesn't shut the fuck up when I want to talk. And I'm like, what do you want to talk about? And you go back and you go back, you go forward, and go back and forth. And then they'll realize that, okay, maybe I feel this way about my brother. Maybe I don't like this thing about him. And so on and so forth. Kind of cool idea. I don't know how that would work out in reality, but an idea I had. So there. Just as we're wrapping up the stream, I flung out a hot take related to education, which is so abstract and kind of vague that it's not much of a hot take. Hey Troy, I have no idea how much you heard of that. I'm okay if you heard nothing or everything. It's all good. At this point now, this is just me venting. Not even venting, just rambling.
More than once. Jim has been lying to me.
But,
and my ability to trust him hasn't
we're
improved
wrapping
at all.
up in...
When the holidays came around, Jim's parents asked about seeing their grandchild, and I didn't want to.
15 minutes.
They told me that it was selfish of me to keep her away, and I reminded them of their past. They said that they've already apologized. and tried to
28
balance the
hours.
Situation. They said that I can't be angry
Well,
forever.
I can't be
and I
doing
need to
20
learn
hours.
to
No,
forgive
it says
them.
I'm streaming only 3.5
I'm so
hours
ashamed of
here.
ever loving and marrying into this family, and wonder why I didn't. see
Okay,
this
I guess I'll
before.
go for 4 hours on
I
the
decided
fucking
to
machine
contact
then.
a lawyer, and we'll be filing for divorce after my daughter's first birthday.
For fuck's sake.
I guess this is about as well as it could have gone.
Yep.
Obviously, this.
What did I say? Like 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 relationships in America end in divorce. What's the number? How many marriages end in divorce USA? Almost 50% end in divorce, of separation. How long does a marriage last? How long does a marriage last? 8.2 years. How about that? It's scary. But no one bats an eye because they look at a marriage like a real marriage. Like it's been not just like we got together, we had a kid, we do everything except for take each other's last names. Like I mean an actual, they do all that and take each other's last names. Involve the courts. Because that's a huge major that is a major factor. Like once you add your legalese into it, yeah.
This girl's stuck with him as a father, and he seems to want to be a father now that he knows the baby's his. But there's definitely no way to salvage the marriage. It never fails to amaze me seeing something like this. These people are together for so long, and she has no idea how it's about to fall apart. I have another story I've been sitting on where the husband suddenly confesses to being a Nazi out of nowhere. You know, I have more time. Let's read something else. Am I the asshole again? Am I the asshole for embarrassing my friend at a fast casual restaurant?
Fast casual?
Hello, Reddit. Yesterday, I, 34 male, was invited out for lunch by a friend, 32 female, at a fast casual joint. Counter service where they put whatever you want in a bowl. My wife and I just had a baby, so we've been home with a newborn and not socializing or eating well for the last month. Luckily, my mom agreed to come by and help my wife so I could go to lunch. Admittedly, I was incredibly excited for this lunch. Possibly more excited for the food itself than meeting my friend. According to my friend, this was all too apparent when I ordered. When I got to the counter, everything looked so amazing and delicious. I couldn't help myself. I'm sure I ordered with a lot more excitement in my tone of voice than I'd imagine any average customer. I did show plenty of gratitude for the staff for making the bowl for me as well. I ordered extra meat, then double extra meat, and then every single topping they had. When it came to the end, the employee wasn't able to close the bowl, so that turned into an on-the-spot logistical conundrum for the team. I paid for the bowl, ended up close to $20, and threw a few bucks into their tip jar as well. Anyway, so as we were...
Kind of reminds me of that place in Dublin. I took y'all one year to the Korean barbecue place.
Eating lunch, my friend seemed irritated. I asked what was up, and she admitted that I was being too over the top when I was ordering, and she felt embarrassed to be with me. She said it was also embarrassing to her when they weren't able to close my bowl. I did apologize, but I'm not actually sure I did anything wrong. Reddit, what do you all think? Am I the asshole? Doesn't sound like he's being an asshole to me. He sounds like a fun guy. Maybe if the friend had an anxiety disorder or something, but it doesn't sound like it. Let's read a comment from someone who knows better than I do, which is probably anyone. Not the asshole. I think your friend is a bit too concerned with appearances. I've worked in the service industry all my life, and I love customers that are excited to be alive. Enjoy your meal.
Others will be like, hey, I've got like so many orders to do at once that if you could just keep it simple, I'd really appreciate it. It's a bit vague. What do you think, chat? Getting too invested in an order on a restaurant, so much so that they actually have to like get more people in just to bring it in, and then your friend turns around and says you're being a bit of a piece of shit for doing all that. Like, ignoring the fact that there could be 50 other things going on at once, including like this guy being a piece of shit, maybe their friend being a piece of shit, but...
Well, there we go. I know that story is a very lighthearted disconnect after the other ones, but that's just how we do things here. Anyway, it's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please give it a like.
I don't think they were being a piece of shit, honestly. I think that they were enjoying the food. Clearly not something they'd have every day, so henceforth they'd be kind of like, oh. But yeah. I mean, I've been in restaurants like that before. I mean, I've streamed from restaurants, like I said, that Korean place. But also, there's a few other places like that too. Hey, Lucas, I fucking wear it better, so there's not a damn thing you can do, you little shit. Except maybe have a shower, Jesus Christ. I've been in a homeless shelter too. There are showers. Okay? If you don't even have flip-flops to ensure that you don't get whatever the fucking nightmare of verrucas could be on the the tile floor, then what you need to do is get yourself 2 t-shirts that you're going to throw into the washing machine. Oh, you don't wash your clothes either. Interesting. And you're single, you say.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and we're back here today with more content from Reddit.
This is it. Once Walter's done, we are done tonight. Like, have a Bubble Guts attack. If it makes you feel any better, I am also feeling quite the gas.
Today we'll just be covering stories about
But I hope you're
various
feeling a
relationships.
little bit better now.
I might be...
Whenever my stomach's like, hey, you know the thing you took in? Yeah, that has to go. Which way? Which way do you think? Uh-oh. Yep. Get that belt off you, buddy. You're not going to be seeing that for a while. Once that's all done, though, it's like, okay, now you can chill a little bit. The pressure's
any number of actual
gone.
subreddits like Reddit relationships.
I'm very
and
gassy,
Reddit
though.
Am I the asshole?
I'm guessing
They
the...
don't have to be romantic relationships,
there's a
but I'm writing the
few
intro before
reasons.
I pick out the stories, so I don't know what I'm going to use yet. Let's just get started with...
But anyway, this is the last... this is the last thing we're going to be looking at tonight. Period. Like, at all. By the time of it, it'll be nearly 4 o'clock. It'll be nearly 4 hours streaming, and that's fine.
Ship problems from Reddit.
Doesn't have to be on the
This
left.
one is from
Doesn't have to be on the exact timetable when we're that close, you know.
And it's pretty funny. Am I the asshole
have to
for
end
going
it
to the
sometime,
American Girl
Jesus
Doll
Christ.
Cafe alone?
Why?
I'm 31 male.
Why?
Years ago, I went to the American Girl Cafe for my niece's birthday.
Okay.
I didn't really want to go, but while I was there, I ordered the crab cakes, and they were actually amazing. I've been thinking about them...
Wait. I've already seen this one. I remember the crab cake thing. It reminds me of a plot in Bob's Burgers. Channels. No? Alright, let's watch something a little bit more productive. I got 7 minutes to kill. So what's currently trending? Like trending, not just... He went against a pro and came up clutch. Short, not interested. I'd watch that, but I can't. I still haven't seen Encanto yet. I hear it's heartwarming and nice, but not on par with Coco, which, makes me a little more hesitant. I'll have to talk to Metal Monkey about that. Minecraft, but everything I touch turns to diamond. Okay. No. It's too sort of, wow, I'm 14 years old. When I answer questions about Epstein and Ghislaine, wow, then why are they on Powerful JRE? I got a house. Yeah, I've heard of those before. I still can't believe that Ray William Johnson is still managing to A, stream at all, and B, stream enough to trend. You know? Peaky Blinders is coming out. They're rebooting Urkel. Oh no, it's SNL. Oh, I won't be able to watch that. They did Templin. They did. Oh, fuck it. I'm going there tomorrow. Let's have a look. Giants Causeway, north of Ireland. Ah! Look at Ted!
On the coast of Northern Ireland, a vast plateau of basalt slabs and columns called the
I'm slightly out of frame at that point.
Giant's Causeway stretches into the ocean. The scientific explanation for this is that it's the result of molten lava contracting and fracturing as it cooled in the wake of a volcanic eruption. But an ancient Irish myth has a different accounting.
An inferior one.
According to legend, the giant Finn McCool lived happily on the North Antrim coast with his wife Una. Their only disturbance came from the taunts and threats of the giant Benandonner, or the Red Man, who lived across the sea in Scotland. The two roared insults and hurled rocks at each other in dramatic shows of strength. Once, Finn tore up a great clump of land and heaved it at his rival, but it fell short of reaching land. Instead, the clump became the
Isle of Man,
and the crater left from the disturbed earth filled with water to become Loch Ness. The giant's tough talk continued.
Loch Ness. Irish myth needs to explain everything. It's kind of like Native American myth. It needs to explain every single thing about Ireland and the world around us. Now, you may recall a while back I mentioned that the Scotty came out of Northern Ireland. There were already people living there. The Picts, the old Romans were around about, I think, here or here. So the Picts lived above there, very Celtic. The Scotty were different peoples, but they were still Celtic in nature, which wasn't a big of a deal as you'd think, because Scottish and Welsh and Irish are all very different from each other.
Until one day, Benandonner challenged Finn to a fight, face to face. And so the Irish giant tossed enough boulders into the sea to create a bridge of stepping stones to the Scottish coast. Finn marched across in a fit of rage. When Scotland loomed before him, he made out the figure of Benandonner from afar. Finn was a substantial size, but at the sight of his colossal enemy thundering towards him, his courage faltered. With one look
Typical Paddy
at Benandonner's thick neck and crushing fists, Finn turned and ran.
That sounds like an Irishman who's all talk and no acting.
Back home, with Benandonner fast approaching, Finn trembled as he described his enemy's bulk to Una. They knew that if he faced Benandonner head-on, he'd be crushed. And so Una hatched a cunning plan. They needed to create an illusion of size to suggest Finn was a mountain of a man, whilst keeping him out of sight. As Benandonner neared the end of the bridge, Una stuffed her husband in a huge cradle. Disguised as an enormous baby, Finn lay quiet as Benandonner pounded on the door. The house shook as he stepped inside. Una told the enraged visitor that her husband wasn't home, but welcomed him to sit and eat while he waited.
Hey, Wade.
When Benandonner tore into the cakes placed before him, he cried out in pain, for he'd shattered his teeth on the metal Una had concealed inside.
We're literally about to end the stream after this video because I can't really think of much else going on. But I've been streaming now for nearly 28 hours, so yeah, I'm good. I'm very good. But I'm heading up to Northern Ireland in less than slightly over 24 hours to see the Giant's Causeway for the first time. So I was like, you know what? I think Ted had something to do with Giant's Causeway, and I was right.
She told him that this was Finn's favorite bread, sowing a seed of doubt in Benandonner's mind that he was any match for his rival. When Finn let out a squawk, Benandonner's attention was drawn to the gigantic baby in the corner. So hefty was the infant swaddled under piles of blankets, Benandonner shuddered at the thought of what the father would look like. He decided he'd rather not find out. As he fled, Benandonner tore up the rocks connecting the shores, breaking up the causeway. What remains are two identical rock formations, one on the North Antrim coast of Ireland.
Where I'll be on... I'm going up to Bushmills, which is the town that's right next to Giant's Causeway, which is... I'm going on Thursday. I'll be filming around there around about Thursday.
Right across the sea. Ready for more myths? Choose your next adventure. You can
I'm looking forward to it. But I'm afraid... Is Cuchulainn Irish or Scottish? Cuchulainn is Irish. Isn't he? That's what I was always taught. But Irish people like to make giant claims. And we'll find out. I know Finn McCool is Irish. Cuchulainn. Sometimes always is Cullen. Known as English Cullen. Irish mythology store in the Ulster cycle. Ah, now I know where the problem lies. As I was saying before, the Scottish people, are actually from Northern Ireland. The Ulster. Ulster was originally the place where the Scotty people came from. And they immigrated to the west coast of Scotland because the Picts who lived there were easy prey. It's the same reason that the Norse, like the Vikings, the Norwegians, the Danish, the Swedes, they all came up and did that to the east coast. Yeah, the Ulster cycle. The Ulster cycle is it connects Scotland and it connects Northern Ireland. The Scottish don't really deny it either. They're not like, oh no, we've always belonged there. No. There are people that belong there, but an Irish group of raiders kept on attacking called the Scotty, who eventually settled and kept on settling, and it was the same way as in England. The Romans existed, but the Britannic peoples lived before that, and afterwards it was the Saxon style peoples, the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes, and then of course the Scandinavians showed up and the French, and there's you mix it all together and you got yourself the modern day English. And it's the same here in Ireland, because we also had Viking and raids, and we also had English, obviously, for hundreds of years, and plays the part. Setanta. Setanta in Ireland, by the way, is like a TV network, isn't it? Yeah, Setanta Sports. If you ever want to watch Irish stuff, or I suppose some years when they get a chance of it, like Premiership football from the UK, you go through Setanta Sports. Anyway, as you can tell, I'm like both slurring and I am quite tired. And you know what else? I'm also getting a little bit hungry. I haven't eaten anything since the pizza, or at least the pizza dips, and that was, Jesus, 7 hours ago now. All right, that's cool. No, way more than that. Way more than that. Shit, nearly 12 hours. Well, I do kind of want to stay up till 6. But do I want to stay on stream till 6? Because I've got places to go tomorrow and I'm packed. But if I were to end now, I'd go into bed looking at my phone, and within 10 minutes I'd be fast asleep because I've been drinking all night. You know what? No, fuck it. No, I owe it to myself not to go to sleep. Not until 6 o'clock. It is currently 4 o'clock. I can do this. I can fucking do this. So, I can't game. I'm too drunk for that. Not without a controller. And I have no idea what my fucking controller went. But it's been a great birthday stream so far. So, fuck it, yeah. But I gotta get up. And I gotta do something in the bathroom real quick, obviously. But then I've also gotta go into the kitchen and put my clothes on the fucking rads, because Jesus Christ, they've been out there. So let me, I'm gonna be stepping away from the screen real quick. I need to get off my arse, basically. What I need to do is just get off my arse. And give you guys a bit of music while I just quickly rush around the kitchen. And while I'm at it, I'll get used an acid popcorn. So I'm not going to go to bed hungry. Not that I'm hungry, I suppose. I just... I don't know. But, let me put gaming on, game capture, and I'll give you guys Virtual Cottage, done. There you go. Kind of, what else? I gotta wrap this up about 6 o'clock in the evening. In the meantime, don't forget, like, share, and subscribe. I'll be back in a second, but, I mean, I gotta find some cool shit to look at. That's for, I'll think about it when I'm topping up the old popcorn box. I was gonna talk to Metal Monkey as well, so what's up? Somehow magically I'm back alive. Whew. What a crazy time, eh? Xbox bought Activision, PlayStation is doomed. If a stream is streamed for 25 hours but no one's there to watch, they really even stream at all. Accidental Chinese. Oh, would you believe for my size, I don't do too bad. My problem is consistency and growth. I watch people who are way bigger than me, who, if they, I don't know, there's something I do, I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, they do it and it fucking pays off. It would pay off to them 10 times more than it ever would to me. I was just talking there to Mel Monkey real quick. He wished me a happy birthday, which was nice. I am absolutely, I do apologise. I was absolutely blindsided. I had to get the last of this popcorn, and I also had to get my wash on. In fact, Metal Monkey's going to take over because I'm going straight to bed after this. I know I said that before, but yeah, like I have to go to bed. Wait, no, this is probably going to be copyrighted. I want to watch it, but it won't let me, or will it? No, it actually, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. Great. Do you like MOBAs? I do not. I do not like online, I do not like multiplayer as a rule, but I have always been proven wrong in the past. But it's few and far between. It's just not built in my DNA as it is for other gamers. I like solo experiences. I like solo or like co-ops. Oh, so yeah, this is a great way of killing some time. Like I said, I've got about at 6, but I don't have to actually end the stream at 6. I have tons of Jägermeister. I've been streaming. By the end of this, I'll be streaming for nearly 29 hours. Or maybe even 30 if I want to push it till 6. Jesus Christ. So,
I believe has two special things better than any other.
I can't game anymore, and I do, like right now, tonight, I can't game anymore. I've got so much to do tomorrow. This apartment's gonna heat up like all hell as I'm trying to get the clothes clean, dry. As soon as I'm awake, I'm gonna have to bloody give my power to dry off those goddamn jeans. Jeans are a fucking nightmare to dry. My God. Yeah, Secrets of New Year's Best Bagel. Yeah, we'll see about this, won't we?
The bagel, we have not changed one iota of what.
If you're here for hardcore shit, you're about 21 hours too late. Seriously, we're pushing nearly 30 hours now, so. I can't even promise you what you're gonna get. I went on a diatribe less than an hour ago now, I think, about how relationships need to be taught to kids more. Like, siblings and early work relationships, school relationships. Not just romantic or sexual, like, Jesus Christ. I think that's because I was watching all those, like, Am I the Asshole, Walter Fate videos.
What goes in our bagel, the oven, the kettle, everything is the same for 40 years here. There are weeks where I can make 100,000 bagels, but on average I would say we do about 70,000 bagels a week. This is a mountain.
If I lived in New York, about 20,000 of them would go to me.
A mountain of our flour. A week we'll probably go through over 200 bags. And
Jesus.
Again, if I don't have flour, I'm not in business. This is an incredible machine. It mixes up to 200 pounds of flour. We use an enzyme called a bagel improver. Help for your digestion, and it also soften the bread inside. We don't spare expense when it comes to quality. One of the main differences about our ingredients is we use liquid malt. Old school way,
Oh, yeah?
old school flavor, liquid malt. And we're just mixing water in there. New York water. That's how they say it.
Same in the process to make beer.
New York water.
Water, yeah, that's right. When I lived in New York, New York water gives New York bagels its unique flavor.
Water was the main thing.
But it's not the flavor that I like about New York bagels. It's the consistency, the texture of it.
To a bagel that makes it great. There's about 5 bagel stores that are around my store here. They would make as good a bagel as we make. It's what you do with the water. It's how much water you put in it. How much, when you proof, you let go in the air. Those are the things that aren't talked enough about the water. It's those techniques that make our bagel what they are. Now we're going to add the flour. Now those are 50-pound bag. In Henry's day, he used to have to carry a 100-pound bag.
No, Henry, buddy, that's the cocaine. No, Henry, we don't do that anymore. It's not the 80s.
The amount of yeast you add is important because at different times of the year, the weather and the atmosphere, the humidity will control how fast the bagel will rise. These guys have been doing this for 20, 25 years, and they know what they're doing. When you see the batch that comes out of here, it's crazy. We'll make about 1,000 bagels at a time. The process of the mixing will probably take 20 to 25 minutes. We'll take it out and put it on a rolling table. We put a wrap over it so it continues the proofing. It makes.
How cold is it in Ireland right now? Not very. Let's see. It's God, I hate the new Windows 11 that I've upgraded to. It doesn't teach you half the things it used to teach you. Okay, 7-day forecast. 7-day forecast. Dublin. No, Ireland, really. That's it. 52. 11 Celsius. Now over the, I'm heading up north. So 9, 7, and, well, 7. Cool. Great thing about that is, though, no rain. I'm heading up north tomorrow, so I'm going up by the coast. Jesus Christ. I don't want rain on top of all this other shit.
It'll soften it also so that it becomes a little bit easier to roll. The roller will come back.
I've been hearing that.
Start cutting
I've been hearing it's been absolutely goddamn terrible.
into individual bagels. The biggest difference, I think, with all my rollers, how they lock their bagels. And a good lock is like you can't even find where it happened. You're talking with literally a master. I would call Henry a master.
And the
He's been
speed.
rolling bagels over 27 years. From each roller, you could find that lock, and I could tell, oh, wow, that's Henry's bagel. That's Daniel's bagel. That's Rafi's bagel. By the way they lock their bagels. When it's machine made, there's a cylinder that just keeps pumping it and pumping it and pumping it, and that tightens that dough up. So the rolling is really what keeps it soft. And rollers are a...
You know, he's not talking bullshit because he's making it sexual.
dying breed. It's not like there's a school for bagel rolling.
There should be, and it better be in fucking New York.
Like, take a bagel from here, take a bagel from there, put it on the scale, and boom. They'll be in within a 0.01 of what the bagel weight should be. So these just got finished being rolled. We'll cover them so that yeast is activated and it's starting to make these bagels rise. And in about an hour, they'll be ready to go inside the fridge.
Right.
Proofing is the rising of the dough. it is probably the most important part of any.
We'll appreciate the rest of that later.
How it's set up before it gets to the oven. It is what
Back
makes
to
them-
Jaeger and Diet Coke, apparently.
They are so educated on temperatures in the air, the feel of the dough, that their proofing is so spot on. So right now, these bagels are ready to go in the fridge.
Oh, I've been meaning to say, anyone on the West Coast right now who, particularly Pacific Northwest, was there any notice on the Tonga explosion? Because we had Red Eye in earlier, and he was saying that, well, technically yesterday, and he's in Australia, and he was saying that there was some people were like not blinded, but deafened, like absolutely deafened by the explosion. And I saw from orbit, and I'm like, what the fuck? And at the time, I was simply too drunk. Honestly, it was the day before I did the 24-hour stream, which I'm still doing now. Which I've entered this strange new era of not being tired and not being wide awake. And not being able to pin it down. And I know it's unhealthy, but I'm also aware that I'm also a little drunk. So I'm kind of excited. But I remember him saying this shit, and it just kind of flew over my head at the time. And since then, I've had time to process it. I'm like, oh my fucking god, like that's insane. So of course we're going to talk about it on Friday. But I know, like, hell, Ben Pie from the Drunken Peasants got a warning saying that like you gotta buckle down and like stay away from the coast. No one knows the exact level of wave we're talking about. While I know in Santa Cruz they uploaded the video of the wave caused by it going up a river like miles inland. It's just so crazy that an ocean can cause that much damage. But then again, I remember the last time there was a eruption in Iceland. It did cause major disruption to flights, and I know I've said this before, and I've said this before offline. I could taste the ash. Does that make it real? No, but it's something it's something I noticed, and I'm sure I couldn't have been alone. Ireland isn't too far away,
Feel the heat coming off.
and I've been near major fires before in like Howth Head and Malahide.
They need this refrigeration to stop that process. A good bagel needs at least 24 hours of refrigeration. That is probably one of the most important parts of the bagel.
Yeah.
Each of these rack hold over 1,000.
Look at that. Just think of how many busy New York office dwellers, that's their breakfast for like a year.
So right here alone, 1, 2, 3.
How many?
4.
No, probably each like, I don't know. How many trays? Would you say 30? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'd say half one of those carts per year. That and a cup of coffee as they're rushing to work. Not every night, not every day would be revolving around a fucking bagel. But Jesus Christ. And you know what else? $2 fucking for the most basic one, a cream cheese one, which is nothing to shake your head at.
6. These are heavy. There's 7,000 bagels, and we have 2 other fridges to look at.
Well, 365, let's say 300. Because that extra 65 are those 65 days of the year where you don't work. It's holidays, you're on holidays. 369. 369. 369. That's a good chunk of an office right there. Per year. To make sure that their bagels are ready. And these are going to be churning out now. I miss New York. I do miss that Manhattan vibe. In fact, to the point where I don't really know much about about New York outside of Manhattan. I miss that American vibe, Manhattan vibe. The only thing I don't miss about Manhattan was the homeless people. Jesus fucking Christ. Every time I went there, it got worse and 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 worse until a point where I was scared. For the first time, homeless people made me scared. And when I became homeless, ironically, I didn't feel scared anymore. There's something about tasting ash and smoke in the air of a huge event that drives home your mortality. Maybe it's different with a volcano. No, you're right. Here's a surreal moment. Lanzarote has an active volcano. It's very sedentary, but it's active enough. So at the top of it is a restaurant. In fact, I don't need to tell you when I can just show you. I've been to it a couple of times throughout my life. Lanzarote was not the island that... Lanzarote volcano restaurant. Now, what they... No, not one called... Eat Lanzarote's volcano, yeah. The most unique dining experience in Spain. Yes, alright, great. So, don't get me wrong, it's a tourist trap, but what they do is they basically use thermal vents to cook the meat. And everything has that flavor of the volcano. Now, you might remember it was either Tenerife or Las Palmas was Timofea. Restaurante Diablo. We have so much. My ma used to have so many little knickknacks from there, like pencil erasers that looked like a devil, coasters that looked like devils. Restaurante El Diablo is like it's a tourist trap, but image. Where's the devil? You know, just get devil. I've been drinking and I've been up for nearly 30 hours. There he is. Little bastard. Look at his arse. Look at that little arse. Very Spanish of them. They love to focus on the arse. I mean, I guess that's where we get the term where people start focusing on booty more. But yeah, I remember this sign. I remember this sign anywhere. If I see it, it's a beautiful sunny day, and my food is going to be built here. Like, it's going to be made here. They built, as you can see here, a pumice stone from the actual volcano. They built around it and turned it into a restaurant, and then you eat it out here. Usually in big events, because normally you're part of a tour group. But if you know how to drive, if you can grab a car, you'll get some absolutely beautiful views. Like I've been going there since I was like a fucking kid. Anyway, that ash taste was on everything. When the Canary, come on, say it, say the word. I don't want to spell it because I'll fuck it up, because it's not what it is in my head. Restaurant del Diablo. Alright. Canary. Yeah, there we go. Canary Islands volcano. Las Palmas was the island that erupted. I guarantee you that Tenerife, the island I went to last, where I flew the helicopter, and the island of Lanzarote was massively affected, not just by the pumice falling down as so, but also just like things like there might be more tremors, and like that restaurant with the massive tube, the massive vent coming out of it. Like, I imagine that was 100% like either closed off or on like emergency watch.
Bagel stores don't have as much refrigeration.
And that drives it home. And yeah, when I saw a massive forest fire in well, not forest fire, a massive grassland fire in Ireland, and when I saw a massive flooding here, and when I saw a blizzard in America, yeah, it 100% drives home. It drives home 100% this idea of like, oh shit, this isn't a joke. This isn't happening on a screen somewhere. You're not reading it in a newspaper somewhere. This is happening, and it's happening to you. COVID, same principle. And you have to treat it with the same level of respect. If you see a fire slowly marching towards you, you're not like, oh sure, it burned that bits of tinder, but if I stay perfectly still, it won't go after me. I'm not made out of twigs and dead grass. Oh sure, my clothes are on fire, but no. Move the fuck aside. Move the fuck away. Find a place that you know won't be burned and just hunker down and hope for the best. Introverts across the world point to their rooms, their apartments, their homes, their cars. I don't know, the stall in their workplace that's theirs, and go like, eh.
So their turnover has to be a lot quicker, and they don't have that time to proper ferment that dough.
But I do miss New York bagels, because Irish bagels are made in a factory, like you said. They're made from pre-processed dough that's designed to be a certain level of Jesus, I hear massive banging over there. I'm sorry guys, I'll be back in a second. I don't have anywhere else to go. Like the slamming and banging? When? Like just literally a minute before I opened the door. Okay. Like I said, for a long time. If do you remember how the cages work on the water? Quite honestly, I remember if it was one after myself, and yeah, no, just have to put this on here. False alarm. Could have sworn I heard the boiler having a hissy fit. Well, Monkey just confirmed the opposite. Yeah, I do miss bagels over here. Yeah, are like shite. I wouldn't say they're shite. You wouldn't say no to them. If you had a choice between like Wonder Bread, we don't have that, but we have like really cheap 60-cent loaf of white bread or we have a bagel, and I think they're like 5 for €2.50, you'll probably pick up the bagel, honestly.
Some of the frost that's inside. If you put these in right away,
But, you know, they're frozen dough crap. I don't mean like frozen dough like this. I mean, they're made in a factory, like you said. They're firm. There's no artistry, rhyme, or reason. The best you can say is that they're pre-cut. So you can put whatever you want in between them. I like to keep mine simple. But I've had really nice ones too. I've had ones that you couldn't close. Like those big-ass burgers you get for like $30 or $40 in America. Or in Ireland, in like Gourmet Burger, which I wouldn't recommend. I'd recommend Gourmet Burger, but you don't need to get the big, giant ones. The Kiwi Burgers and like, no. There's much nicer ones for about 10, 15. They used to have a really nice meal deal for 15 quid. You get a really solid burger.
Start this process. Now, why do I smack it? You want to get it off those boards.
And he was never seen again. How ironic would that be, huh? We were talking about volcanoes and like my personal experience with it. I hear some banging, and then I'm gone. A little while later, the camera starts shaking. It cuts out. The rest of you go, huh, that was weird. Get on with your day. And then maybe like half an hour later, a massive explosion has been was detected off the Irish Sea. You know, like, what the hell is that? Trust me when I say this. If I'm gonna die, I want this bottle in my hand. And I suppose if I had to die, I wouldn't want Metal Monkey to not be with his family, and I would like to be around the let's just say there's a short list of women around here who would be like, what? I can't look at something pretty before I die? Even from afar? Of course I can. It's called dying as a man. Still, I might just say fuck it and just be like, hey, yeah, we're all gonna die. Oh. You thought I was gonna say something else. That'd be wrong. Can I start a restaurant in Ireland or raise your country's BMI? Mexican. We are actually still very short on Mexican restaurants, but they'll be almost seen as some sort of like exotic gourmet shit. So when I say Mexican, I don't mean that Tex-Mex shit. You get in contact with friends who know how to make real Mexican food. Alternatively, you motherfuckers know how to make foods from New Orleans? New Orleans? You make Creole food? Food now from the bayou? Because that shit would sell. Failing that, lean in on your Americanness, your tackiness, and be like, big Texas restaurant. You know, like, have a hat so huge that, like, it goes past your, have a cowboy hat so big it goes past your fucking, shoulders. You need, like, little wires on your shoulder, on your elbows to go and prop it up, otherwise your neck will snap. And you have to constantly stay like this. Come on down to Big Texas Restaurant. Down by the old tire factory and the Ukrainian embassy. That is so not how Dublin is designed, but I'm fucking sticking with it. Here you'll have steak. Steak and more steak. Ugh, I'm feeling really full. You ain't feeling full? Sounds more like you're feeling like a beta. I'm not a beta. Prove it. You get the rest of that steak free if you finish it right now. How right now is right now, and you already failed. No, I can do it. I see you talking with your mouth, but you should be doing something else with your mouth. Damn right. You eat my meat. All of it. Even the gristle. And I don't even like the gristle. So come on down to Big Tex Meat. 18 plus only. That's cancelled within a month.
So I always like to make noises.
See, Scott laughs. He approves.
I'll put them in an oven of steam.
I can do barbecue really well, and Appalachian food is the only thing I think I've a novelty appeal. I actually don't know anything about Appalachian food. I've been to the south part of Ohio, like the real south part, Wheelersburg. I saw the old mining towns that have kind of dried up. So I guess that's the only thing I have really any sort of reference to. But we're like, what, two states away in difference? Maybe not so different in the world, because, well, I suppose technically it's part of the Appalachians, but...
That will produce bagels a lot faster, a lot cheaper also.
Back in the 80s, Tex food was the big name of the game. Because people wanted to get their meat fresh. They wanted their meat down to earth. No bullshit. Now come on down.
Off of or out of the fridge. There are creases, but they're not.
Nowadays, you don't look at American food and be like, wow, that's hip and trendy. Instead, you look to local people who are like, yeah, so I have this restaurant idea where I combined A and B, and you're like, oh, so it's the San Francisco, LA, Seattle, it's the West Coast model. So I suppose Americans would still hold out with the West Coast model over here. And Cold Stones. Cold Stones has about 3 or 4, plus donuts. Dunkin' Donuts, I know that's a bagel. Dunkin' Donuts opened its doors to a 3rd place recently. Which, I don't know why Dunkin' Donuts of all place. Jesus Christ. Open up more Cold Stones. Open up a Popeyes. Give me a Popeyes. I have had Popeyes in Chicago, and it was good as far as fast food goes. Instead, Ireland's becoming, no way to put it, a bit on the gentrified side, especially Dublin.
If you look in here, you're going to start seeing the lines of the bagels start to come out a lot more. That means it's getting closer to getting out of that kettle. If you under kettle a bagel, the bagels will tend to look like a baseball. If you over kettle a bagel, they'll come out too big and the crust won't be as crispy. It's a feel on the paddle. It takes a lot of understanding
Yeah, southern.
to get it right.
Alright, if you had one dish, Keto, what would it be? Everyone has one dish where they kind of like puff out their chest a little bit, regardless of the level of quality, and go, you know what? Yeah. For me, I have, I'd say half and one and half none. Number one, I can churn out really, really good omelets really quick, but a lot of people can too. But I make this sort of like tuna melt, turkey based, turkey bake sort of thing, depending on the meat I'm using. It just requires a pasta, carbonara sauce, good amount of cheese, sauces, including really strong spicy sauce, including just a little bit of dollop of really powerful hot sauce. Trust me, there's so much other food in it that infuses in and just it whacks you in the back of your tongue. You're like, the meat is usually white meat or fish, and if it's a fish, I usually don't add the super hot spicy sauce or the carbonara sauce for that matter. Although if I do that fish, it's not white fish. It's usually like tuna and so it's like oily fish. Brie, bass. Ooh, bass. Yes, that's another one. Catfish. Made no catfish is whitefish. No. I know it when I see it.
It's just who I am.
Pike? Is pike oil fish?
And you learn by your mistakes. Mistakes are a good thing to happen when you learn from them.
Yes! A good, like, everyone says, learn from your mistakes, but no one fucking lives by that motto. But it's true. When you fuck up, fall. Taste the dirt in your mouth. See the people snickering at you. Remember their faces. Not so you can have vengeance against them. But notice how petty a response that is. Like, yeah, you fell down. Like, they never fell down. Don't call them out on that either. Not that day. There might come another time. There might come a way down the line where you can use that. It was a very, very fine-tooth weapon till it's almost like exclusive, and you use it and they kind of look at you and they realize, and they've got nothing. All the bullshit they believe is just tossed aside, and they're like, that's true. And you're like, yeah, cool. And you don't go, ha 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 ha. You go like, yeah. And what did you learn out of it? Make it as a point of something else and get on with your day. Show that you're a better person, which is true, if that's what you believe. If not, then work on it. You can always be a better person. It's like you can always make a better bagel. You can always make a better person. Me personally, I do a really good fried rice. Like, damn good. Ooh. We took in seafood. We took in poultry. Or is there any meat at all? Like, what's... guide me through it. You're... Just remember, by the way, you won't be the first person who's given, in theory, a very good recipe on this channel, so... I mean, hell, I'm normally looking at someone giving a recipe, so why the hell couldn't it also be in the chat as well?
We're still getting better. We season both sides of bagels. We're making everything. We're making sesame. Right in front of us is, again, the heart and soul of our business. It's my middle B Marshall, 1947. A lot of people know Marshall as Marshall Lamps. Jimi Hendrix played behind a Marshall lamp. The Doors, you know. We originally built this store in 1980, towards the end of the year. We officially opened it in 1981. So it makes this oven being used 40 years old. It's a 6-shelf carousel. Each shelf can fit up to 96 bagels. I also tell the guy running the oven, you're the heart here. You're the commander of the ship. Everybody's kind of watching that bagel.
He's the chief engineer.
Seeing what's going on here. It is the heart and soul of our store, for sure. And everybody will ask me these questions. When, how much, this and that. And the answer I tell them when it's ready. It's a look, it's a touch, it's a smell. That's when it's ready. When it's right. What we're doing right now is flipping the...
5 minutes. That's the longest I've waited in a crowd in New York of 8 people, most of which, like me, were just off the ferry. We went straight to the first place we had, a little delicatessen, near the hospital that's nearby the UN building, and there's this little deli place. There was tons of meats there. I was like, ooh, what's this, what's that? But I was out of New York in the next few days to go up to like Buffalo and all that shit. So I proceeded to go there and like just get like a standard. I actually got 2 bagels. I got 1 bagel for then and there, and I got 1 bagel for to go. And I got I think it was a salmon and cheese. So it was a salmon and a bit of it was a bit of cream cheese, but they infused. I think it was basil. Into it, and it was in every bagel. That's what I had then and there. I don't think I recorded it, so it's probably on the channel somewhere. And then I had another in my bag, and I remember carrying that for like nearly 5 hours before sitting down and eating that. I can do shrimp or chicken. Use leftover rice. Use the soy sauce that has been boiled with a little sugar, garlic, or ginger. scrambled egg, some fermented chili, and garlic paste. So garlic or ginger, mint. Garlic and ginger. Now, I have to ask, where does the sugar come in to add to the flavour? I like my savoury and my sweets. Now, I've been proven wrong before. Americans do actually really love to mix those flavours. As much as, I think that's something the English left over, because the English love to do the same. They call it different things, but where does the sugar come in? And when I say sugar, I mean like you say a little sugar, so I imagine you just went like tap, and then you kept on going with other things. Garlic or ginger, scrambled egg, fermented chili. I know. I also, when you're doing I'm assuming you're doing this in a wok or a pot. How many eggs? And let's say garlic or ginger. Garlic and ginger. I'm definitely down for the garlic. The ginger, again, how much are we talking about here? It's not going to overpower the flavors, right? Because sweet has a bad habit of beating out on savory, and to me, that's a no-no, because I started a brief but impressive Twitter feud by saying that savory is the superior to sweet. Give me, at the end of a long meal, give me, if you're going to give me something sweet, give me something sweet that's ice cold, like say ice cream or a daiquiri. For most other meals though, if it's like not too heavy, give me a plate of cheese and some crackers, some grapes, maybe some grapes. I'm not huge on grapes. Oh, give me some cranberries or like cherries.
The bagel, because we bake on slate.
They do up in the castle, like up there, Drumshina Castle. They do some good cheese plates. So say cheese platters, and that includes black olives, green olives. Never like green olives. Like black olives. Really like black olives. About maybe 8 selection of cheeses, and double the amount of the same. So about 16 crackers of 2 sets each. A little bit of cranberry, which I never liked, but my man loved. Now I'm thinking of a cheese platter.
So the bagel don't stick, and also to season the bagel. Now, the big question you haven't asked is how.
Help balance the salt more than anything. I think maybe only the veggies could be interpreted as sweet. Also, the veggies are water, chestnuts, on board for that. Bok choy, indifferent. Onions, I'm on board for that, as long as they're onions and bell peppers. I'm okay with both of those things, as long as they're cut fine. I know, that's the texture in me coming in. And I think that might have something to do with me being an Aspie. Because I've heard many other Aspies saying one of the major factors why they are obsessed over their particular type of food is the texture. Texture has to be consistent. If I bite into a bell pepper, it's going. Some people don't mind that. I don't know actually. Can't remember the last time I bit into a bell pepper. Like a full one. Onion. Oh, I love onion. I go through a lot of onion granules. Bok choy. I don't work with it too much, but every time I've had it, never mind. Chestnuts. Love chestnuts. Water chestnuts. Knowing me as the pedantic fuck I am, I probably would switch out the sugar till after it's like prepared to be served with the veggies, and instead of this is gonna sound weird, a little bit more of the chili and garlic, and if you want sweetness and have it, some hazelnut granules, or brown sugar. If you have to go pure sugar, brown sugar. I think it's salt for me because I'm Irish, so salt and vinegar is a huge part of our diet. It's really not like a game killer for me. In fact, if anything, I'll take anything that's too salty to anything that's too vinegary. And that's too vinegary will just even the amazingness of the balsamic vinegar that will make your kitchen smell like fucking heaven, but also make your the gums, your teeth and your gums kind of go to war with each other. And you know the type. They're kind of like, you kind of want a lemon to suck on. I've always found those two to be kind of like great comparisons, but if I'm gonna do anything, if you have a gun in my head and you're like too much salt or too much vinegar, I will say always too much salt. Make the salt sea salt, because sea salt I know changes some dynamics with a flavor palette. For me, it's just a buffed up salt. You buff eggs depending on how many I am serving. Of course, in your case, yeah, that would make sense. For me, I'm usually serving for no more than 2 people. So, for me, my portions are always small.
How hot are these slates?
Which means you always have to remember about... and I cook on low heat with a lot of the sauces I end up having the meats in. So, for example, if I'm cooking with chicken and I want the chicken to be very spicy, of course, I'd say about halfway while they're done. The point with salmonella is no longer a problem, but they're not going to taste nice if you bite into them. If it's like diced chicken slices, like say 2 chicken breasts slice up on the pan, I will pour some hot sauce in. Just enough that'll make a sizzle, smell lovely. And then I'll keep adding extra powders on top depending on the other parts of the dish. And if it's pasta, for example, if pasta's fully full, well then throw that pasta onto the pan as well and start mixing it around. This I mentioned this when I first cracked open my first popcorn. Hot Diggity Dog made a popcorn recipe. Was it hot nachos popcorn? I tried it once. It was lovely. Came very, very close. And now thinking of it, a good while back, Rose, not a good while back, but a few hours back, Rose said, drunk cooking. And I was like, there's nothing here. I could have made that goddamn popcorn. Chili. Chili is the name of the game.
I tell everybody
And cheese, but I didn't have any cheese. Had I thought about it.
If you got burns, you're not a good baker.
True.
So we're going to take the sesame out first. Ooh,
And your knuckles.
baby.
Oh.
Sesame.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Uh-huh.
Look at that nice soft dough. Nice crisp crust. And I never could stop eating them. Oh, nice and toasty. Those are the everything. Sesame, salt, onion, poppy, garlic. I love the everything bagel. That's my favorite. Those are the blueberries. Look at those beautiful bagels. I mean, you could smell it through the camera. That's
I love
That's
blueberries.
One of the keys of Utopia's success.
My bagel?
You can walk in here at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and get a hot bagel out of the oven. It's one of the things where you won't find in any other store in the city.
Well,
most people are turning off their ovens 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock the latest. We're open till 6 at night. And then once we close the doors, we'll bake sometimes until 11, 12 o'clock at night.
I do like that. I mean, it's all going to be thrown out at the end of the day, right? Maybe at most the day after tomorrow. When I was in Buffalo, the hostel I was staying in, there's a youth hostel when I was hanging out with Marshall and Faith. Every morning, the kitchen, bagels. They were like as many of them as you wanted. And I was so hungover.
Hot, fresh bagels. This is where we prep most of the sandwiches. So the Worth It bagel is cream cheese on a bagel. We chose the...
Then you know what? Eater has done its job right. We are all susceptible to advertising. Given enough time, given the right context. Nothing wrong with it. I want a bagel more than I want this popcorn.
Bagel, capers, red onion, tomatoes, and then we're going to slice fresh Nova on it. Open it up for them, Jonah.
Yeah.
We've developed our sandwich board. We have over 30 different sandwiches here. We have a lot of cool names.
Little too heavy.
Cool stuff. So everybody has what's called
lunch bagels, breakfast bagels. I try to avoid egg if possible.
Godfather sandwich, but I do an Italian stallion. I'm a big fan of the Nova, the lox, but I love the whitefish salad. Nova, red onions, tomatoes, a little bit of capers on that nice, hot, crispy, everything bagel. Out of this world. Over here, we do a big business with Fresh Direct. So this is our everything bagel. And these are packaged fresh. Then we'll freeze them. We actually do ship to the West Coast through a company called Goldbelly.
Oh, wow.
All
I've heard of
40
Goldbelly.
states We're able to ship. We don't put any preservatives in our bagels. So that's why we'll bake them early in the morning. We'll package them up. And we'll ship them through UPS. And you'll get them on your doorstep.
Befriend somebody at the heart of a major food industry. Bakery, butchers, fishmongers, greengrocers, spice merchant. If you're in New York, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
We've fed about 40 families throughout this.
You show up, they shrug. They don't know like 30 old bagels that are like been out for an hour into your bag and be like, hell, we'll throw 300 of these motherfuckers out tomorrow morning.
Not miss the dime. I remember the first day, are we going to be open? I said, yes, we're essential. We are a big community-based store. We service almost 4 generations of people. People wake up every morning feeling good about coming to Utopia Bagel. Any craft making it by hand is special. It takes an individual to be at his top of his game to make it good. The atmosphere, the heat, the humidity, these are all factors in time. You have to touch things. You have to poke things. You have to see with your eyes visual things happening that they are ready.
Everywhere in the world, near around everywhere in the world, does food to the best. Now, locals might say it doesn't taste the same as the stuff they had from home. That's great. That means you have a connection with your upbringing, that know about a skill and the world can change. But does the guy think Ireland has some fantastic potatoes for obvious reasons? Especially when it comes down to like potato bread. Oh, no other place on earth that I've been to yet. Anyway, like New York's bagels are fantastic, but you go somewhere else in America, and they'll be like, oh, our Chicago's hot dogs, for example, would be, you could argue, oh, they're better. Well, that's because they put everything on it. Well, why not get rid of the things you don't want and keep the things you do? But pay for the same price and for a bigger hot dog. Because I've had New York hot dogs. They're about the same size as your new bagels.
And it is a dying breed because the cost of things keep going up. That's a fight we'll keep fighting. I'm a firm believer, charge what you need to charge, but make sure your quality's there.
Well,
one problem you're gonna have with my bagel is once you eat it, you're just not gonna want to eat any other bagel.
there might be a truth to that. Utopia Bagels, right? How much is one of their bagels? The most basic bagel, right? Breakfast bagel, like most people in the world, you go in. Bagel on roll. Platter. Lox and onion. $7.25. That's a lot for a fucking. Okay. Maybe no, this is it. Menu. Bagels. Ah, right. I saw what the problem was there. Look at that. Mini dozen. Look, a mini dozen plus one free bagel. For 20, a regular dozen, you get one free bagel. You do that, and you've got the you got your office's morning breakfast. Wow. Where's your Everton bagel? Regular bagel. $3.15. Ah. And again. At not a flat bagel. You got a flat bagel, $1.75, with I guess cream cheese and salmon. Where's the scallion? Yeah. All sandwiches plus tax. Alright. Nutella, ugh. Where's the Alright. Well. Wait, jumping. Oh, right. Maybe, alright, cool, I guess. I know, right? I'll see who loved that. The Spanish. They're obsessed with Nutella. Nearly $4 for peanut butter and jelly. Sliced lox on a bagel. 10. Oh, 3 bagels got 1 free. I mean, I guess if you're getting people's stuff, I mean, no big deal. And some coffee, I suppose, and that's your start of the day. But the thing is, you're not going to go... Are you going to go out of your way, right? Into a store when up by your train station there's probably a dude in a little kiosk thing, a little truck. Like, I remember watching when I was homeless, I remember watching the gyro truck outside this church up by the Irish consulate. And like, the food wasn't too bad expensive. It was terrible.
So it becomes a little bit of a problem.
It doesn't become that much of a problem, buddy. You're the one that makes it a problem. Why is that? Morbid obesity. No. No, I imagine if I take a bite out of one of those bagels, I'd be like, yeah, that's some solid bagel right there. Look at this. He uploaded this less than 2 minutes ago. I can't wait until he fucking... It makes a response video to Krendar and myself. Mostly Krendar. He'll mostly make fun of Krendar's Canadian accent, his hats. He won't make any fun of me, of course. He'll be like, the Irish guy, you know, no, maybe he'd like to talk to me sometime, you know. It's been a bit quiet here with Mrs. Sausage. I'm literally right here. I know one was talking to you. Yeah, it's like she never talks to me or anything like that.
Welcome back.
That's my head canon. I'm sticking with it.
Yeah. So we got some Bloody Mary mix today, and what will be.
You know what? Last time I had Bloody Mary mix, or Bloody Mary, it was in the States. I think it was in Philadelphia. I wanted to see if it helped with hangovers. I took a sip out of it and I immediately understood why people say it does. It's because it's heavy. You know what the English do? They have a fucking full English breakfast. Yes, a full one. Beans, chips, motherfucking mushrooms. I can't eat mushrooms. So I make sure I don't do that. And the rest I'm like, rom, rom, rom. Not because I love it, but because the grease kind of like strips the pain away. Turns it into poop.
Putting into the sausage? Anyway, so Bloody Mary mix with extra horseradish. How about you?
Horseradish.
You know, we've learned a lot on this show. We've learned that if you just introduce liquid into a pork sausage, the liquid just spills out into the pan. So
It defeats the purpose, yeah.
An entire sleeve of
He made a toothpaste
to help soak
one.
up some of that liquid. So it's bloody.
Now that's interesting. That's interesting. He took salt. He's going to take some saltine crackers and basically sponge it up and then crush down that mix in. At least that's what I'm assuming he's going to do. That's an interesting approach. I approve. That's something I would have thought of. So henceforth, it would have been very intelligent.
In crackers, sausage. But first things first, we gotta cut up that meat. One of these days, I'm gonna make a clean slice right through that. But it's frozen.
He's done it already. It's just, you know, go for the thinnest part of the actual meat and maybe leave it to thaw just about another hour, half an hour more than you thought you needed. It won't kill you. Go and work on that amazing mustache. It's perfect the way it is. Despite what the mustache says, I want more of your face. Yep. Don't listen to the mustache. That's what Poppy said when he gave it to me. That's what's going through his head.
Fat and sausage goes together like fat on a Chicagoan. That's right, Chicago. The runners-up, New York. And I think this will make a sausage just fine. Yep. So this sausage is going to be almost entirely flavored by the Bloody Mary mix, but I've learned that you always got to add just a little bit of salt, just to make sure that sausage flavor really shines. Yeah, that looks good. You know, I probably should have waited until after this thing was ground up. You can smell that horseradish coming at you a mile away.
Yeah, horseradish. Don't get me wrong. That's his place. especially when you're working with meat. But woo, it's like this curry sauce. I still have this curry sauce that I told you about. Like, woo! Gotta throw that out. Anyone donates, I will mix it in with the Jaeger. Fuck it. Oh, yeah, I'll do a shot of it, mix it with the Jaeger. I'm surprised I didn't think of that earlier. Oh yeah, I was absolutely sloss. Now I'm just more tired and then... There's half a thing of curry sauce, and I have all this Jaeger. That's a surprisingly large amount. Oh, hi Jaeger. How are you? I'm doing great. You don't seem to like me without some sort of mixer. I sure don't. You know why? Because you taste like ass. I took offense to that. The whole point of it is that you show big guys that they're big. That's true. Get it out of the way. I was also a Nazi. Me too! Yeah. Seriously, don't look up the Jägermeister history. Like, it's not... In 1939, Jägermeister started to mass produce for the German Wehrmacht, and oh... Then again, like, in all fairness, every German industry did.
Sausage is a success. I'm gonna call it the toast of the town.
That's a good name for it, but that's some chunky monkey right there. And I'm not talking about the fun ice cream either.
For a regrind. Yep. Well, you see, this is why you want your meat entirely frozen. Otherwise, you end up with whatever this is. See what's causing all that drama. Oh, good lord.
You know, once we had
That's a whole lot of hitching your giddy up there. Yikes, does that look traumatizing? She was a long, cool sausage in a black dress. God. What are we feeding these kids?
I don't know what you're feeding them. Ask Mrs. Sausage. It's clearly her problem. You're right, it is. You're not taking care of our kids. You spend $700 a month on sausage equipment. It's hard. He spends the rest of the evening having this really personal, open relationship, like screeching match with his wife that ends up with two of them hate fucking on camera. At the end of it, he's like, right, let's get back to the sausage. Still, you'll get to see his face.
In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage.
And after what I just said, there's an image for you. You didn't just use the sausage packaging again, did you? We have these kids for a reason, Mr. I know my materials.
Jumping and sausages being made. You know, I think
Mom, we made a mistake. Yes, dear, and stop staring.
Let's even up the odds for ourselves and give ourselves a little extra breathing room with some links.
Oh.
And then you just spin
I'm still streaming, I gotta remember that.
Will it blow? It came out in several sections. I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 3 Mark Ruffalo's.
Oh, the shirt though.
Oh, that's cleaner. Gonna get that right out of the pan. That's a pretty significant whoopsie right there. You don't want to use my...
Oh no! I'm gonna die! He splatters a huge chunk of blood.
Multi-surface cleaner on your pan to lubricate it?
Maybe I should put it under the pan, but I'm not gonna.
Alright, in 3... Wait. Alright, here we go! Why is it yellow? Yeah, those crackers are they're doing their job. I don't see any leakage. Oh shoot!
Oh no! They heard you, you damn arrogant sexual fool.
Oh no! Stand by you. I'll stand by you. Actually, I won't, because you gotta get the heck out of here. Not another one. Get out of here.
Dude, doesn't matter. Just eat the one that's slightly black.
We're gonna call that good enough. Yep.
Yeah.
And how you doing over here?
No!
Oh, you what?
Everywhere! Goes upstairs, throws it over his family. Everywhere! Clean that up!
That's what it looks like on the inside. You know, you work so hard trying to stuff Bloody Mary mix and crackers inside a sausage casing. You people deserve better. Wait a second. And look, as if that didn't even happen. Here
It's
we
a
go.
real sausage.
It's pretty bad. It tastes like Bloody Mary mix, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily a good thing. Those crackers are certainly shining through, though. I thought that they would be more neutral. Well, it tastes like Bloody Mary mix and crackers, but at least the Bloody Mary.
You know what you need? You should have gone absolutely slosh-faced on Brooklyn's latest produce, Skippy. Skippy? Yeah, Skippy. I don't know what alcohol it is, but it has a high proof. 18 Skippies later. And the next morning. Oh, God, this tastes amazing.
Mix didn't bleed out into the pan, so I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 2 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop.
Oh.
Well, the kids are home due to remote learning, and so we're just gonna have to put up with the footsteps.
No. We all know what the next sausage making will be. My children's flesh! Let's sausage! Fuck it, we got half an hour to kill. Let's watch fun stuff. Let's watch not like fun stuff as in like Karen's acting like pieces of shit. Here's one only a minute.
Kids are so stupid, they transcend space and time. YouTube
Comment suggestions. Someone's toddler attacked her in the face with a pile of flour.
Just a few more shots.
Jesse, what the hell are you talking about?
It's a long way to Tipperary. It looks like the ending to Scarface. Will it blow? Only one score that could be 5 Mark Ruffalo.
Damn right. Mark Ruffalo after he completes any movie. We all know. Yeah, so what? It's Hollywood. I'm more shocked if he didn't. Oh God. Blow up, please.
I guess it's done. Alright, let's open up this sausage and
No.
It's pretty hard. Forget the bun. We're freeballing this bad boy. It's pretty gosh darn awful. Although it does give the flour a nice toasted taste to it.
I suppose you could have added some butter. Would have made it borderline passable. Not much, but maybe melted butter first and then infuse into. No, it wouldn't have worked. Bop, 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 bop. Condom sausage. That kind of seems like it defeats the purpose. Trash 25 watch needs a lot of work. Drench in oil. Oh, hold on. Ordinary sausage. Community. Bring back the tasting table. Yes. God, we were out of. Shit. You want lambskin sausage? Is there such a thing? Because I'll watch it with you. My fans. We will discover. Black pepper, eggs Benedict, Skyline 3D raisin, stuffed cabbage. Ew. Go all the way down to bite. You know, get right to the hilt. And other sexual metaphors. No. Entire KFC box meal.
Oh geez. Oh boy. Okay, welcome back to another episode.
Haven't seen the raisin one? That seems like, actually, the one I was looking at seemed more, critical. Yeah, that would taste fine, actually, if you just put some sauce, infuse it. It's not the end of the world. Sausage live. Oh god. Where's the raisin one? No. Ostrich, black pepper, raisins.
Okay, one guy requesting raisin sausage. This one's for you. YouTube comment suggestions.
That guy looked like he just did a line of coke. Damn,
It's like the day after Thanksgiving.
I
wonder if this is some sort of ancient recipe. The benefits of being a doctor. Will it blow? That's a steamer. It blew a little bit. I'll split the difference and give that 1.5 Mark Ruffalo's. Here we go. Ow.
He said, ow.
Yeah, that's prime duty.
It looks like...
It looks like a dead slug pooped out of duty. All right, so here we go. Well, it's a pretty gosh darn awful sausage. 0 out of 5.
Oh, come on. You did that on fucking Rush. Like, give us, like, why it is. Mountain Dew and Dorito. Oh, here, watch that. S'more? What?
All of your mothers.
I am the right amount of tired and drunk to enjoy that. And I love how he has his own personal decal.
All of your mothers.
No, that has to be clipped. Like, I want... Can I look like a particular...
All of your mothers.
It's like literally a second in. Oh, it's so... You could... That could be our next fucking dono reach.
This guy is unfucking believable.
This is a test donation for $79.
All of your mothers. This is a test donation for $25. Oh, I want to hear Christopher Walken again.
This guy is unfucking believable.
This is a test donation for $43.
I love Christopher. He is amazing.
All of your mothers.
Yes, Chance.
Well, I mean, it just pretty much looks like flour. I'm gonna mix this with water. You know, every week I try to make interesting, thoughtful new sausages. You people are undeserving of my sausages. Syrup sausage? You're gonna go crazy over syrup sausage? I think this thing is starting to heat up on its own. Will it blow?
No.
Thank God, it barely blew. I'm gonna give that 2 Mark Ruffalo's. All of your mothers. Every single one of your mothers. Let's sausage.
This is exactly what I was after.
Solid rock.
That's fucking tile ground sediment. Now you want to evenly put on your trowel the same amount of sausage batter as you do as you.
Not just your mother's, but your father's too. Here we go. It tastes like dirt. 0 out of 5.
No. That's not how anything works. Especially sausages. Air sausage. Been a while. Did I watch this one?
Exactly what do you think we're going to be accomplishing?
Yeah, it blows up. I remember that. Yeah, it blows up. Same with water sausage, Bloody Mary, sauerkraut. We didn't watch sauerkraut. Kraut and tea. We didn't watch kraut and tea. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. I hope you fucking die. Ah! Oh, well, that's not as fun as I remember him. The joke being that Kraut and tea has lost his mind and he's gone down some dark places. It's actually not so much of a joke, more as a warning.
Forget putting sauerkraut on top of your sausage. Let's put sauerkraut in the sausage.
Hey, Kraut. How's Shoehenhead doing? How's Vosh? How's Medeker?
You can taste the black forests of Germany in
Forest, plural.
First things first, we gotta cube up our meat.
Dude, you know you're going to do this video. Why the hell don't you just leave it to defrost?
Handful of sauerkraut. Okay, you win. Another handful. It stinks pretty foul in here.
You know what I like best about sauerkraut? No joke, just the way it looks. It looks like a mixture of like really nice pasta and cheese. It's not. You take one bite of it and you're like, well, that's not the texture I was looking for. But, and he's right, the smell of it is. But, yeah.
I like it like that. I like it like that. We learned a lot from that Cheeto sausage. We learned that you still need salt to make a good sausage. And a little pepper. And just a little garlic and onion powder. It's regrind time. Yeah, maybe it wasn't regrind time after all. Don't stop thinking about my sausage.
He went in a different direction than I was expecting.
And then you just cover it up like you're putting the baby to bed. That's what you're doing. In 3, 2, 1, let sausage.
You know what I love? He gets this crazy ass sausage idea. He's about to do it. He goes, 3, 2, 1, let's. I'm not feeling it today. And that's the end of it. That's the end of the stream.
Hold on, we still
I ended the video.
But not enough casing. Yours truly has prepared for such a moment. Always be prepared. That's the sausager's motto. Or the Boy Scouts. What I forget. So a leg sausage again.
Huh. Seems I was halfway right.
We ended up with a good amount of sausage here.
I see what he did there.
Will it blow? Oh, yes, I would love to will it blow.
Next to his kid's school lunchbox, it's a Sparrow one. We got a pack of 3 for $5.
Get a little something on your cheek there. It didn't really go that far. I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 1 month Ruffalo's. This is a very beautiful looking sausage.
Jesus! Well, I need that toe anyway.
Like a little sausage rainbow. My basement is gonna.
That's how Chandler got to be known as Sir Limsalot.
They're looking pretty good now. I think they're probably most likely done. Well, this pan's gonna take forever to clean now. Let's open it up and see how we did.
Not as bad as the one I've got to deal with.
You know, it looks like a sausage.
I'm not touching that until I come back from Northern Ireland.
That may be too big. Okay, here we go. You know, it really doesn't taste like sauerkraut that much. Pieces of it. Even the pieces of sauerkraut that I'm picking out of here don't really taste like much. It's as if all the sauerkraut goodness spilled out into the pan. So it just kind of tastes like a normal sausage. You would never guess that there's sauerkraut in there. So I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 3.5 out of 5.
You won't say no to a normal sausage, right?
Bop, 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 bop. It'll be here, 'cause yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
He has the voice of an angel. An angel that was hit by a tire iron very early on in its development.
Hey there, folks, and welcome back. Guess
Just a brick of cheese sausage.
Of Sausage Guy Makes a Sausage. And what an episode
Augusta, oh baby, did wake you up? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. Would you like to go back to bed? Would you like some NyQuil or with a shot of grandma's whiskey put inside it? In actual fact, if you're wondering why I'm still awake, I need to wait. I need to stay up till 6 o'clock. Which is coming up now, but I don't also need to stay up till 6 o'clock and go up later, because then I can wake up later. Only thing is, I don't know what the fuck to watch. Like, I feel like
My hands
I have to call it at some time, right? So, well,
and this is like
there's not even any popcorn left.
I've ever faced in my life.
Although there is the curry left. If I get a dono, I will do a shot of it with the Jaeger. Like, I'll actually blend the two.
And just like that, we have.
Like, I'm living my best life right now. And by that I mean sleep is a distant memory I remember over the bonfire. I feel like a Dark Souls character, only without the poignant, quiet retrospective. Who are we but just flicks on the ember wind? 48-hour stream! Don't you fucking tempt me. If don't forget, I have to go in. My train is in, I think, at 14 hours. No, my bus is in 14 hours.
Odds of success is how I see this. Just gonna slide it like a double-decker bus. We're just gonna.
Or a new meaning on the term sounding. This is very popular in Europe, by the way. The clock ticks a little bit and people go, "Oh, I just got that." Yeah, I bet you did.
Slide it, and there you have it, folks. You got yourself a little cheese-stuffed sausage casing right there. I'm pretty proud of this. I'll take my monument in the form of bronze casting. Now we're gonna open up this cheese.
I will say one thing, actually. I will finish my Jaeger. So, no. I'll be good. If I do finish my Jaeger, it'll be off camera. But I am curious. Let's see how.
I almost feel like
They look like curly fries.
Put it in a second time through.
He made cheesy curly fries that are just curly cheese. String cheese.
We'll get the big honker out for this one and see if we can manage
Honk.
to get this cheese in there. Yeah, I could have saved everyone like a minute and just you bought shredded cheese for this.
That's right. Get your thumb right in there. right into the back.
All right. Well, everything about that was.
But at time it looks like you're praising Satan, you know, but with only your pinky, then you know you've done a good thing.
Pleasant for me.
Yeah, that's me. Fuck it. No. 6 o'clock. Less than 15 minutes.
Will it blow?
No. Fuck that noise. We're done. We gotta be done. We gotta be done. We have enough time left to watch a big video, like 10, 15 minutes, or a few more sausage videos. It does get banana.
2, 1. Let's sausage.
I want one of these just to blow up. Like, does this shit go, pfft. Ah! Yeah, well, they burst, but I mean...
So good news and bad news. The bad news is they both of them burst, one more so than the other. But the good news is they kind of self-cauterized.
I'm down with more sausage. Yeah, let's fucking keep it simple, okay? We'll find like I checked a while back. I don't think he has sausage videos that are like 10 minutes long, unfortunately, which would be a great topper, like a 5-minute one. Filters. Chef is the master's. Oh, that's penguins. That's Charlie. Snow crab leg sausage. That could turn out actually good though. There'll be a lot of crab meat flying everywhere. Land, sea, and air burger. Deep dish sausage. 7-Eleven. Alright. We gotta do this one. Because it reminds you of Billy the Fridge because it's trashy and fatty. Aw, that's a dick move. And Kettle Black with my gut. I will stand by the trashy part though. Oh, nose own after all. But that does sound like I actively. I'm just I made a boo-boo real quick. Let's just fix this. No. That's not what I'm looking for. Capture mode. Yeah, I gotta cancel it. Remove. New window. Window capture. Add source. No, that's its desktop. Yeah, and more reason than ever that we gotta end this stream after we watch 2 more of this guy's videos. Let's get a nice 10 minutes. There we go. I don't know about the snow crab one. So let's have the snow crab with... If he's generally Jewish, like, it's kind of weird because he also, like, eats a lot of pork, so... I guess he doesn't keep kosher? I mean, if he is New York, that's going to be a hard sell. I remember Jon Stewart joking about that shit. I guess it's kind of a... Sake. What happened there? Cup of noodles too slow. Too low. Deviled eggs too icky. I don't want to feel icky. That's for Friday. S'more sausage, cheesecake, crab cake. That's another crab one. Boston Market. Beef burgers. We'll start with the 7-Eleven. What the hell do you call those? Well, That's a hot. No, that's called shit. I'll take all of it. Look at the frozen. That is such an American thing. Oh my god, that's such an American thing.
And welcome back. I guess. All right, so we're gonna have to make more than one sausage link out of this in order for it to be economical.
The bull sausage is in order. All right. We need to find. Don't care. Well, I can already put 2 and 2 together, can't I?
Better days. There, that you like to see the side split wide open. So it's the 7-Eleven.
I just woke up. Don't, please. Even I have my limits. And yet, at the exact same time, I'm like, no, you can do it. You might impress. Enter a girl that you secretly have a crush on if she decides to show up here. No. I can't. Ha. I bet. YouTuber who you've always secretly admired and hope that they'll one day notice you was going to show up the second you end the stream. No. I can't. I just can't. Ha, you damn fool. Perhaps someone will donate you enough to buy a can of Coca-Cola. €50? You monster. But no, I must not give in to temptation. This is it, by the way. Like, no fucking joke. I mean, feel free to donate €50 if you fucking want. But we're wrapping up after this. Like, no joke for my own health. All jokes aside, I mean, I've been doing this now. I'll be doing this since 12, 20. So I did it 24, so I did 30 hours. So yeah, I think 30 hours is fine. Has a nice ring to it, a 30-hour stream. Let me do that extra 18. Well, we'll talk about it when I get back.
It's regrind time.
Ah! The sauce.
We're giving this meat.
Don't get me wrong, you put it in the pan when I'm cooking, I'm like, yeah, that's a good blend. But I don't know, this
I think I've spent more time putting the casing
looks
on
like
the
diarrhea.
reading in high school.
Yeah.
In 3, 2,
1, word sausage. Again, I want to point out that's almost certainly what he says when he's about to have sex with his wife. And you know what? Sometimes with Cheeseeker, she even hums him along. Like, Then she bends over. This is why I need to go to bed.
I wish I listened to that internet sausage man and ordered Hello Fresh.
He's talking about Hello Fresh and trying to support his family. I don't know. I'm using sausage metaphors. No, we're done. We're gonna finish this together as an Ohana, and then that's it. Bunk. Oof.
Sausage did not go the distance. So close and yet so far. I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 1 Mark Ruffalo.
Oh my god, that one half spit thing out there. Oh god, I'm gonna shut up.
I have nothing. This could only go well.
I'm having a conversation. A conversation.
Well, that was anticlimactic. And we got a burst. Look at it go. It's like a big set. This
Yep.
is getting some hype.
It looks like a little truffle or like those the biscuits you get in the morning and breakfast in like IHOP.
People should come from all over to see it. I guess we're gonna call that done. Well, we can already see how I did. Let's just clear a path here. Well, so you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. I'm pretty sure my cat threw this one up this morning.
Yeah.
Right there.
Come on, I know what you did.
Because this is gonna be one heck of a big bite. Got like a little apartment window in there and everything. And so
Bet it's paying thousands a month just on utilities alone.
Gonna try that.
They live in New York.
We
established.
fan mail. I managed to get through all of it. So if you've got fan mail,
It's
to
lore.
send Mr. Sausage, contact me on Twitter and I'll give you the P.O. box that way. So let's, try this sausage.
No.
Come on. There's a good box opening. All right, so, here, this has got some heft. Here we go. This tastes like what Violet from Willy Wonka described, that candy, that three-course meal candy. First it tastes like the Slurpee, then it tastes like the bean burrito, then it tastes like the pizza, and then at some point you got a nice refreshing taquito taste at the...
Great, but does the snozberries taste like snozberries? If not, you get to go back to 7-Eleven and sue some bitches. And when you do, put on the Karen wig and glasses, and then you will truly be ready to be a guest on another one of your videos. Shabisky did it. Every fourth Karen video is actually Shabisky. Little known fact. I told you I'd talk absolute shockingly true things that are 100% true. And it's every fourth Karen is Shabisky.
Look at it go. It's like a big shake.
I've seen bigger.
Hey there, folks, and welcome back. I really guess? I can't think of anything more scarier than, eating the twigs and berries of the bull. A slam dunk for the Halloween episode, I think. So they call it the pizzles, which I have no problem calling that the pizzles.
Really? The Pizzles. I didn't know that. And you know what else? I'm so drunk and tired, I won't remember that. Next time... Alright, chat, I need you to do something. Next time I'm streaming, say, hey Low Energy, do you remember what pizzles are? I'll either be like, yeah, they're bull testicles, or I'll be like, pizzles? What the fuck?
And over here we have bull freeze creadilla. It's...
Now you can forget that. Let's focus on the...
Parts of the bull sausage. This looks more like heart than the heart episode, but it's balls. And this isn't the first time that
they're not even the balls. They're the shaft.
Comes away. Oh, they always cling to the side. One for you.
Do you go left or right? That's what your tailor used to ask you. And you just buy off the rack.
See you later, fellas. Oh my God, it's going in.
That's the noise it's making.
Wow, it was strong enough to stop the machine. Okay, now we know.
Well, he is a bull after all.
The penis up. May God forgive me for this episode. I'm gonna give
Alright.
this like salt bed.
I guarantee you what's gonna happen. He's gonna get a bite of it and go, hey, Mrs. Sausage! What? It's not as bad tasting as you say it is. Yeah, a dead bull's, maybe, but yours? Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? Go to your room!
You sprinkle the penis. There's certainly some sort of fight, some reinforcements. The penis is just too strong for the machine. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. Alright, we're gonna hit this with a little bit of salt, pepper, some onion, garlic.
And yet he probably has better car than the rest of you.
3, 2, 1, let's sausage. And that's
Chauncey Junior, no.
And I don't feel like cleaning up pieces of
Spooky,
testicle all over
scary
my kitchen,
skeleton.
but I do it for the love of the show.
Oh God, what did I say earlier? I was pretending to be Alex Jones. It was like, you know, they don't know you can do this, but you can. When you have adrenochrome, you can like play your ribs like a xylophone. Joe Rogan's like, huh?
Will it blow?
I think Joe would believe that. Ugh.
Damn, I just cleaned it up too. Why did I clean it up when I knew I was gonna do
Yeah, I was going to ask the exact same question. Oh. Are you squatting? What are you wearing?
Good luck, boys.
Ah, she heard his wife laughing in the other room. Oh, but I'm ready to go. I am ready to call it. I can't do this anymore.
Looks like a pretty good chicken sausage.
Okay.
Yeah, this looks like a
Do
chicken
it.
sausage to me. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. All right,
The references.
This is, it's actually okay. This is the first time that I've ever had it before, so I didn't know what to expect. But the taste to me tastes like a mixture between chopped liver and chicken. And dare I say it, this, even though it looked, like pure liquid when it came out of the grinder, this could have gone another grind up in there. But for not having known what the heck we were doing, this turned out pretty good. It's not obviously
I will stick around to do the shot. And watching one more fucking video. The shot of curry sauce with Jaeger. That's it. I have done 30 hours. This is entirely me being a selfish cunt. Now I said dono. Any dono. And I'll do it. Otherwise, you have until this glass is empty.
but I think for being
And you all know at this point, I don't fucking fuck around on shit like that. If I have to spend the rest of a stream going to a bathroom to take 17 shits because I downed an entire bottle of hot sauce, I've done it. I've done it for you. And then I came back and I played Half-Life 2, Episode 1, damn it. Yeah, seriously, go back and have a look at the hot sauce episode. No, but I mean, at hour 30, yeah, I'm going to just be like, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, alright, I'm down to clan, but we have to play for more than just Smolder. Alternatively, either way, you want to keep me awake? All the sausages in the world, except for the one with Charlie, which, oh wow, I am curious about that. That's this Friday. Help yourself if you want to enjoy. I have to go and find a stream. Yay! Alright. There we go. Let's keep going. It still stands. The sauce stays here. And you know what else? It'll even stay on top of Rebecca, which is nice and warm. Actually, she's not. That's a good cooling system right there. Oh, I love this new computer. It's so good. Is there no warmth though? Fuck. Hell, all the more reason if you want me to fucking suffer. This thing's cold as ice. There's a Coke.
This shit, Facebook. The fucking phone's trying to collapse on me. Hold on a second.
There's no Coke in this. By the way, Augusta, no joke, you actually made the right call. Diet Coke. I think regular Coke would have been better, but Diet Coke wasn't the worst. Fanta would have been bad. 7-Up, a little bit bad. Diet Coke? Can't really complain. Coke would have actually been really nice. Motherfucker, I've been on my own food journey today, okay? We're all good.
A shout out to my buddies Phil and Bree. I was over at their house earlier hanging out with some other friends.
Cool.
I had this idea for a cooking video. I'm like, okay, I gotta try this out. I have a little bit to drink and, make a dank ass burger. That's how I roll.
Don't we all? I can see my cheeks starting to get a little bit thinner, and I like that. I like that a lot.
A lot of the stuff is gonna seem familiar. But that's alright. Some of it you might not have seen, some
Tomorrow I gotta over the whole skull. Gotta go full John Malkovich. Full Dwayne Johnson on this shit. Full Terry Crews. Although he sometimes does have a little bit, just a little bit, and it works on. Okay, so he's got the pan there. Right. He's gonna do the same layout as always. The same layout as always. We're watching this whole thing, by the way. Well, we're watching it until the drink is done. Even if I get the shot. I said I wanted to finish the bottle. Alright, I gotta say about Texas toast, that's something out of America I did not like that Americans seem to love. No, fuck that noise. I've made it on my own on numerous occasions using numerous of simple, basic, generic, American ingredients. No. No, it's trash. And you know what else? It sometimes gives me genuine stomach problems. To the point where I stopped making it altogether. Sometimes I look at my pan, a bunch of spices, and I'm like, cool, what can I... Oh, all I have is bread and butter. Maybe even a little bit of fat, like lard. And I'm like, nope. All I can do is make some bread and butter sandwiches or some toasted butter. Well, buttered toast. Which I always prefer. Give me that and a cup of tea and I'm good to go. Now, let's play a game. Would you like to play a game? It's called...
Tony's and some of this Head County Championship Seasoning Original. Show that logo.
You know what? He makes enough money that if he wanted to, he could go to the local farmers market. I guarantee you, Casper has a good farmers market. Maybe not every day, maybe not every other day. Maybe he doesn't even go to the market, but if he drives, or if there's like a local like co-op somewhere, maybe he can get some eggs. Maybe he can get some, like, God, out in Wyoming. What the fuck would they grow out there? Plus, you can grow potatoes, but he could get as much fresh produce as possible with the money he makes. You know why I often get the granulated stuff? It's cheaper. Yeah. Nice.
Sometimes it's just finding the right time to use it, you know what I'm saying? So, got the plastic out of that lid, so the seasoning is open and good to go.
Good.
We're using plenty of this in our recipe, some of the nice fat lid form. Not too much of it.
So who do you watch online? Well, I watch low energy videos. What does he do? Well, first of all, interesting how you immediately knew who it was a he, but beyond making me feel things towards a man, which I never felt before, I suppose he gets drunk and watches King Cobra make food. Who's King Cobra? Oh, it doesn't matter. The point is, low energy videos watches him. It sounds like he matters a little bit. Is this a Cobb's burger? This is a breakfast bacon pork grind burger. Oh, the heat. The heat.
Unless you're ballsy enough to do this, I would recommend using a spatula for this next process. The bun's pretty easy to grab, so I'm going to use my hands to do it without burning myself.
Did you wash your hands? He's a madman. A madman. Yeah, we do. It's called washing your pan.
There's one side, there's grease on the other side. And that grease on the other side, that's going to be our base for the center of the pans.
Oh, I'm feeling the indigestion right now. That heat is too high. That's the unless you're talking about in the apartment right now where I'm living, in which case no, I'm drying some clothes for my trip tomorrow. The heat, if you're talking about on the pan, you're damn fucking right it is. What he's going for is this quick sort of, the more you don't cook your pan, clean your pan, the more the flavor will seek in. If there was flavor here, it's turned to charcoal, like the fucking bread. Hope you like like the Amish beard it's got.
This will go on the top. There's a little bit of grease from the pan. Coat it on the top of that bun.
This is aggressively American. I mean, the best you can say about that bread is that it soaks in flavor. Too bad he burned away any flavor there was.
Great value, 100% pure beef, 80% meat, 20% fat. Patties that are more lean tend to taste better. They're a lot healthier in the long run.
Oh, there's arguments that he might have diabetes and he won't admit it yet.
They're frozen right now.
He also could. Yeah, I'm also certain he's gotten food poisoning before. I mean, we've all gotten it in life, but I mean, he's gotten it in direct response to his cooking streams. That's like saying Foodie Beauty, you know, put on weight because she's in front of a camera. Well, yeah, pretty obvious. Oh no, he So, when did you just wake up like 5 minutes prior when I'm gonna do a cooking stream? What's there to cook? What's there to cook? The burgers. And then he's like, oh no, that's not how burgers work. How long is he going to leave that empty ass pan on the fucking eye? Amen. And now he puts some on another fucking, and he leaves it. He fucking beep 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 beep. At the very least he's gonna get is a fucking loud beep 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 beep. No, you need to have the other pan going to make that happen. When will they eat each other? Or when will they fuck each other? Or when will they both? Like if the two met, I imagine they'd kind of just fat merge together and become Foodie Avocado. Or... yeah, no, because it's easier to say. So I'm going to go with Foodie Avocado. I can't believe Charlie wants to bees it with me. Cuts back to Critical, and he's just looking. He just like stares at the camera and goes, "Right, I want to get that idea in my head, so I'm gonna watch King Cobes. I'm gonna watch King Cobes do something horrific to a pan. Oh my God, take it off the damn hob now. Dude, you're putting the equivalent amount. Just turn the burger upside down. Tap it. Flip it around. Tap it. And you're good to go. Better yet, fucking get a sieve. And do the... yeah, even he's acknowledging it's here. He could have fixed it at a moment's notice. You know what else? This wasn't a live stream. That I'm aware of. This was a recording. He could have edited any of this out. Even after it came up, he could have re-edited it. Generic burger. Hob on full power. Ow. Fucking Christ, amen. We've all smoked up a kitchen before. We all have done it. Anyone who says otherwise is a fucking liar. I wouldn't record it. And I wouldn't have done... like, when it's done, just leave it. It's not going to get any lighter so much that, what, you're going to get salmonella? No. Hell, you didn't even defrost the fucking burger, so you don't need to. You just throw it in. And look how, in some respects, he's being very, like... okay. So he gets a little bit of the powder, kind of like... la, 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 la. And then he kind of gets his thumb and jams it in there like it's a fucking girl's asshole, and she's being like, I want to experiment tonight. But then he gets like that half thing of like powder and goes like... can't wait till he tosses in like the fucking Mountain Dew or the Doritos. Hold on, did he throw the patty onto the fucking... wait, he couldn't have put it anywhere else, okay? Oh, that's the... well, even if it's the defrosting one. See, when you're 12, you think this will make it go quicker. Now it'll be even more uneven. You know what he could do right now? Because that's an iron skillet, right? Like that's an iron actual pot, pan. Like what he could do with that is just turn the heat off altogether. True, but I don't think that. I think that's the least of your problem, buddy. He could throw the other burger in there, and before it became cold enough that he could touch it with his fingers, that other burger would be ready for serving. And look at the size of it as well. Like, even it out. You could have gotten 2 burgers in. This would be like, yeah, one. I mean, if a 16-year-old kid in fucking Taco Bell can do it, you can do it. Or you wanting us to see your masterpiece in full detail? Oh, it's that bread. Oh, God. Texas toast. Those cheap-ass Walmart burgers are meant to be cooked frozen, but much lower temp. If you defrost them too much, they basically melt. Yeah, I've done that when I was drunk. And the Tesco burgers when they were 70 cent. By the way, the Tesco burgers, those are the ones that had the horse meat in it. Just saying.
I'll bring my peeps along for the ride. Just in case y'all
That's also another interesting thing. Like, he's throwing the powder in. The powder's going to be burned away. Oh, I definitely like the cooking videos. I can't deny that. Just maybe not the way he wants it to. Why don't you make something? Been a while. He would call me out. If he did that, I'd be definitely called out. But my last 5 kitchen failures, I'm not sharing for a reason. Unless they're funny.
I'll be checking my phone periodically while I record this. If the phone starts to die a little bit, after making through this, then charge it.
I wouldn't live stream it either. I'd record this shit. We'd have fucking tripod or somewhere easily to put the camera. The most you say about my food is that it's a bit bland. That's it. Cobes, the most you could say at first was like, ugh. Then a day or two later, you're like, oh God, I can't stop going to the toilet. Oh God. You know the type. You know the type. His friends are sinister and little worm-likes, and they find their way. Eels will get inside you. You have to get fucking medicine that tastes like chalk. And then when you're like, hey Cobes, you gave me fucking parasites, he'd be like, no I didn't. You can't prove anything.
Just seemed like a hungry cobra. I greased your mouth a bit before we transfer it. Alright. And now comes our next layer. We got 2 burger patties right there.
Epic camera work. Again, like, dude. He's got so many places throughout his apartment, his old one and his new one, where he could fucking get... Also, I love how he didn't start with the bacon. You know, the thing that famously leaves fat you can keep and use for other things. No. Like maybe the fucking bread the easiest thing to do that would, if you know how to cook it right, would then have all the other flavors that you are trying to put into the goddamn pan, that would then go into the bread, which is famously designed to be fucking spongy. It's like he knows what to do, but he just fucks everything up. It's art. It's art, honestly. It's art. And it's lazy art as well. The only reason he does it is because he's like, oh, I don't fucking care. If he had a joint in his mouth, I would understand, but Cobes doesn't smoke fucking weed. He hasn't smoked weed in years, I imagine. At this point, I think he was just getting drunk. But I don't think he's even drunk. I don't even think he's drunk at this. He starts with the fucking... Hell, you know what you could do with that burger, with those burgers? You could put the burgers on the pan, even side, let them defrost a little, then put the bacon, which isn't frosted, it's just fucking cold. You put it on, then you put it over, and hell, knowing you, put another strip over, and then at a fucking reasonable heat, you can fucking not throw it into the pan at high temperature. What the fuck? Yeah. You know what? I bet this fan sent him really good powder too. Really good spices. Like, hey Cobes, I heard you like putting stuff to the pan. I bet he'd be like, yeah, I don't really like that. And he gets sent like $80 worth, $120 worth, really good stuff he'd probably want in your kitchen. And he just like, oh, wait until the pan's fully hot. Turn it into fucking carbon in 5 seconds flat. Yeah, it's bacon. Hands down, best rashers, or bacon as we call it, I ever had in my life was made by an 8-year-old here in Ireland. A friend of a friend. I don't know what they did. It was Irish stuff, of course, nothing crazy. Denny's. It wasn't artisanal. They didn't have any crazy hob. She wanted to cook for all of us, and she did. And it was nice. It was really nice. I was like, I've had other types of stuff with the name bacon attached to it that had a different flavour, and it can be nice, it can be really nice, but to me, that's my favourite moment in bacon history. That one I've realised that there's an entire bacon industry, like bacon aftershave and bacon flowers. I remember there was this girl in college, and story time, but low energy, because he's saying, fuck it, why not? Cobes is going nowhere. And like I said before, Cobes outranks me. Doesn't change the fact I want to shake him and go like, dude, clean your fucking hob! Which at this time, it looks like he does clean the hob, but look at the grease on the controls. He doesn't do anything about that. It would take him less time to clean that than it would ever. The only thing is that I have to admit is annoying is the fucking controllers. The dials. Anyway, story time had to do with food. And I can't remember what it was. Fuck. If anyone wants to jog that memory, I don't think it's a hill worth dying on by me stopping and thinking about it for like 20 hours. Ooh. No, it's just, and it's very fatty, streaky. Now, that's the thing in general Americans don't get a lot of. You guys have to make your own really good bacon. Otherwise, you get that streaky shit that it's usually dirt cheap, and we get it dirt cheap here too, but it's different. It's really a not the same thing. Like as I made salmon fillets with teriyaki sauce, roasted herb potatoes, and some sauteed vegetables, and I have cooked better stoned out on my gourd. I cook so much better than stoned on my gourd. Yeah. My ma, to this day, will laugh and say, the year before I was born, it was just, for Christmas, it was just her and my dad. And they wanted to get a very small meal, and they did. They got a turkey, though, because both of them adored turkey. They made huge amounts of can of butter and based everything. They said as a joke, we will base everything. The turkey, the stuffing will have like can of butter in it. The ham on the side, like the cold cuts, I suppose Americans would call it. The streaky rashers, the streaky bacon on top of the turkey that soaks in the flavor. It's a nice little touch. The vegetables, the potatoes, which obviously are vegetables too, but in Ireland, I don't know, we always just kind of keep them as a separate thing altogether. All the finger foods, like the cocktail sausages, even keep a little bit aside for the ice cream or for any toast we might want. Like they bought tons of hash and they turned it into can of butter, and they just got absolutely drenched. Like they got completely out of their gourd, stoned to the nth degree. I don't mind. My ma doesn't give a fuck if I talk about this. My dad's dead, so it's not exactly a big deal. But they both got absolutely out of their skull. The thing is, she said she's never made a turkey with such precision. And she said all the years after I was born, she knew how to make a turkey really well. And that's why I know at the very least the sheer effort that goes into a turkey, or like desalinating a ham roast. She does that 16 times, by the way. Like, you get your ham, pop it in a big pot, fill it with water, put it on, pour it out, repeat, pour it out, repeat, pour it out. It's 16 times. Ooh, that motherfucker has no excess salt whatsoever. Except for the last batch, which you keep if you really want to saute the one or two of the other ingredients if you want to throw it in there, including the turkey if you really want to. But she knew how to do the goose fat because this was like in the 80s, so this was before anything better than a radio show or a TV show that would air once, or a cookbook. And she would open the cookbook, flick through it, look at it, and go like, great. So that's how she knows to use goose fat for potatoes, and to this day, oh my god, roast potatoes with goose fat. But of course, what goes great with fat? Any fat. Butter. Well, if you add can of butter into it, then you've got can of fat. Holy shit. You keep drizzling over everything. They, like I said, they got absolute shit faced, but she said she never made a turkey better than that. So, if Coves were to turn around and go, well, guys, I had like 4... Ooh, I saw that, Augusta. Ooh. 4 cans of like Miller Lite in me. Oh, that's why everything caught on fire. So you'll stay up for donos, you say. What a cruelty you have on me. Well, that's up to you, my guy. Like I said, I want to finish the Jaeger, and I did say I would do a shot with this. All of it? That's a half the tub right there. I don't know how well you can... Oh, you can just make it out. That is a little bit much. But I will at least take one shot of it. But for the record, I don't know, women don't just fucking get perfumes that smell like curry sometimes. Ooh. Going back to the bacon thing though, I remember what I said about that. There was this, yeah, okay, now I remember what I couldn't remember. So, there was this girl I knew in college, community college. We hung out a lot. She was actually from Canada and Northern America, up near like Washington and Portland and places like that. She was a goth, very cool. I think her mom worked in the college itself. But, you know, we'd chill. She'd eat some sandwiches. I'd like talk to her about a little bit of everything. And she said that oh my god, no, I can't just set the fucking stage with this girl and then be like, bacon. The cheap bacon. Oh my god. Oh no. Alright, yeah, I've lost it again. I had it and I lost it. Fuck. Well, you know what? You go crazy if you can't think of it particular, and I can't think of it particular, so I'm just going to focus on this. Had to do with bacon and that girl. Fuck. It's gonna drive me crazy. So, it's not really. Potatoes, I have cooked stones.
This guy is
shit.
unfucking believable.
Round it out for a shot. Have a good trip.
Thank you, big guy. I also hate you. To quote something we watched earlier. It tastes like your mother. All of your mothers. Every one of it. It's gonna taste like dirt. That's ordinary sausage. Because someone paid him to eat dirt. For me, the curry sauce. Oh my god! Now I remember. Quick. Okay. So the girl in question was the following. She talked about how a guy gave her a bouquet of roses, right? And I was like, well, what would you like? And she thought about it and was like, well, I'm either going to fuck him for free or I'm not going to fuck him, so I want a free meal. I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. I mean, in other words, she's got no respect for a guy from the beginning, but she'll still, like, I suppose, pick from the value meal, you know? I asked, did you not like the bouquet of flowers? And she's like, no, those things fall apart after 3 days and you gotta clean them up and it's really depressing and blah, blah, blah. And she said, you know what I'd really like? And she showed me this, on her phone, this picture she took, and it was a bouquet of flowers, and I was like, what are they? And she keep looking. They were bacon. She says, you can have a guy in the south side of Dublin deliver this, and it is a bouquet of rasher bacons, of we just call it rashers, a rasher rose bouquet. I was like, holy shit, how much is that? It was cheaper than the real roses. Could you believe that? And I'd be like, what happens then? And she'd be like, well, I'll put something in my mouth while thinking about you. Isn't that kind of your end goal anyway? She's not wrong either. Thank you so much for the dono. You are good. So good, in fact. I've not quite filled it up to the brim, but I have mixed in the curry sauce. What have I done? What have I done? Oh no, the world has come to an end. Paul Siegel was right, bring on the nukes, but it's going to be nukes of my fucking colon. And see, it's now at the brim. I gotta go to the toilet. Actually, no I don't. I need to do something else. I almost forgot. Take up your trash. Stay up for donuts, you say? I gotta pop this into the wash. And then I'm gonna come back and the Jaeger I just infused with the fucking curry will be ready. Now, for the record, this could turn out to be fucking amazing tasting. On the other hand, I might have just shot myself in the fucking small intestines. Don't let anyone else fill you. That's how nature intended it to be. Small. are through the looking glass here, people. There is a place beyond the pines. We have entered the 4th dimension. I like my eggs sunny side up. And for you, Augusta and Devar. You know the fuck what? It actually helps. No fucking shit. As far as a mixer goes, curry sauce that you'd get in a kebab and Jägermeister, it fucking works. Can't say I approve that texture. The slight chunkiness. And a drink? Ooh, I think we had a look at a cement mixer once before. In fact, if I recall right, we made a cement mixer by accident once before. But, yeah. I was... like, if anything, the Jaeger tastes like shit because it's Jaeger. But the curry sauce? It's alright. Remember what I was saying earlier? Like, it smelled good. Now, obviously, a drink can smell good and taste like ass. Or feel like ass going down. Not that. Not that. Alright. Alright. I was as worried as anyone else. There's nothing to worry about. I'll leave it there. Back to the regular scheduled program in more ways than one. Thank you again, Augusta. You've been very cool this birthday. In 5 hours, this birthday will end. I mean, not for you guys, it'll end much sooner than that, but for me, this stream will end way before 5 hours as well. But the actual day will end in roughly about 5 hours. And then if I had nothing else, I could stay awake for another so many more hours. But I have a train to catch, so no. Yeah, seriously, get yourself, find out whatever curry, powder, whatever, chili sauce, whatever. But with Jaeger, it counteracts a lot of the more weird tastes that Jaeger has. Now, don't get me wrong, Jesus Christ. Don't get me wrong, it could still result in, I think maybe I've been up for this many hours. My taste buds are dead. Oh, that could be it. But the thing is, it didn't hit me all at once. It hit me in a more subtle way. I actually felt flavors and textures, and I was like, what you saw? You know what? It's not too hard to get really good bacon in America. All you have to do is just pay a little bit more. Kolb's eats Kraft cheese and thinks it's amazing. Like, these two worlds collide and one can't win. The thing is, Kolb's probably gets more money than I'll ever see in a month from Domino's. Like, hey Kolb's, I love your stuff. Here's $50. Hey Kolb's, I really like you. Here's $2.50. What does Kolb's do with it? Well, you'll obviously pay the rent off and shit, but you'll have tons of money left over. What does he do? He buys shitty food. Especially when you makes wands and fuck. Like, his ones aren't cheap, are they? Like, I mean, look at that. You can buy a pack of, I'd say, the streaky shit he's putting on that pan right there. I'd say about 10 for about €2.50, maybe €3.50 in Tesco's. Really basic shit. Can't even get it all the time. Nah. Chewy. Still has the charge back still from Trolls. That's why he's always overdrawn. That's so true. Oh. Know what you do with that? You fucking remove it immediately from your PayPal. I'll actually tell you guys now. I actually had to set up a second bank account last year, mid-tier last year, when I was like, I've already told you anyway, but like, you guys were being so generous. I was like, okay, this is new. I didn't quite know how to process it, so I was like, all right. I set up with a whole new bank in the village in Carrick as well, and now I have one card that is solely anything you motherfuckers put in. And which often goes to things like the computer, for example. The computer was bought with that card. And I have my actual bank card. That's just mine. And the two will never meet. My bank account and my PayPal bank account never meet. So if I ever get hacked again, I'll be fine. But you know, there's a few firewalls now in place, let's just say. Woocha. I fucking hope so. How much sauce do you think we're talking about here? And again, hold on. Is he done with the pan itself? Because if so, why has he still got it on? Pork. So it's not Doritos, it's pork rinds. Oh, okay. And do you know what else? Pork rinds. Pork rinds are the same as pork scratchings you get up north. And trust me, alright, I'm saying this now. When I go up north, if I see a place that does pork scratchings, it's normally a pub. I'll ask for a pack of pork scratchings, and I'll just send you guys on my Discord under food pack pork scratchings. But I almost certainly have shown it to you twice now. You guys know what it is. Pork rinds are the same thing. Don't let anyone else fool you. Except maybe some pork rinds in America will... microwave pork rinds, Jesus Christ. Will sell you it on being like, hey, so these are pork rinds. Okay. But we infuse chili powder in them. Okay. I mean, if you're going to eat trash, you know, eat trash, at least I'll have a little bit of a in the mouth, right? We all need to eat trash. We always will eat trash, but it's like the burger. The burger with the crunch. Toss in 1 mellow sauce, 2 spicy sauces, and or zesty. 1 mellow and one spicy and 1 zesty. So 1 mellow, 1 spicy, 1 zesty, and then cheese. Both buns equate with 1 cheese, with maybe even, if you want to be so goddamn crazy, a really noticeably flavored, good flavor by the way, I'm not talking about like fucking blue cheese and shit like that, in the middle of the burger. Crush it down so you can fucking fit it in your mouth, and there. It's not great, but it would get the job done. You don't need to add these fucking pork rinds. What are they going to add to it? You're already fucking... It's adding texture, I imagine. As he goes crunch. Except for one small problem. Everything he's eating is going to be moisture, which means those pork rinds are going to get super soft, which means he won't taste those motherfucking pork rinds. The same with all the Doritos he adds. You have to basically froze the Doritos to make them work in, say, the taco Dorito mince casserole thing that a lot of people make. And even then, like, yeah, sure, you're biting in and getting the crunch, but I mean, I don't know. It's like he knows he likes one particular type of food, so he thinks he's going to combine it all. If that was the case, I would put chili powder into my fucking cereal. I didn't even think of the egg. I know Americans are big into that. That's not something huge over here. Adding a fried egg onto a burger, or a scrambled, or any egg. Except for bacon. Was it the breakfast muffin in the morning? Only now he's washing his hands. Why didn't you wash it prior? You know, you could save yourself a lot of hassle by washing all your all your tools every single time. Do I every single time? Honestly, sometimes? No. When I'm depressed, I don't do that. I just shrug and go, meh. Or I use one tool for everything. Be surprised what a fork can do. When did it fall on the floor? It wasn't like you didn't just find it, did you? That's where it is. That would be lovely with some toast first thing in the morning, buddy, except for not on that pan. Dude, it's a metal scour. Right. Take everything off. Cold water. Scour it, let the steam and the smoke all fly up, let anything that chips off, chip off. Then throw some stuff on top of the water, like fill it up, let it pool. Hot water when you do this, by the way. Get yourself some soap, let it settle for a bit. Doesn't particularly matter, get yourself a cup of coffee or whatever. By the time you're finished, you're ready to go. Get yourself a metal scourer, go to town. Now, if this is a non-stick pan, don't do this. But that is just pure metal. Do this. Scour it. Fucking scour it, scour it, scour it, scour it, scour it, scour it, scour it. You hurt. Literally, you have to hurt enough to clean yourself off, that off with it. Right? And once it's done, it's done. You don't have to worry. But that's like so easy in comparison to like stick ones, like non-stick ones. The really the fancy ones, with the little red thing in the middle of it and shit like that. You're like, well, you know what you do with those? At the end of every single use, you pop it either into the dishwasher or you do it yourself. Especially when you it's still fresh, because all that stuff is just going to glide right off. Dry it off, make sure there's no extra aftertaste. Ready for go. Don't put it back on the hob. Go for round 2, round 3, round 4. Fried runny yolk egg is fucking amazing on a burger. I disagree. We don't see burgers and eggs the same way. But I have been where you are, and I have tasted it, and I've been like, I can't say it ruined the burger, but it was, I don't know, this goopy difference. Can't say I loved it. Can't say I loved it. Look at the boob, though. That is an egg boob right there. That is at least a B cup when she's lying on her back. You're going off to the bathroom and you're like, hey, before I go, give us a wiggle. And she'll laugh and go, and that's when you know that's a keeper.
Just like that. Gently scoop it, adjust it. This will transfer the heat evenly. And this will firm up like jello. Which is exactly what I wanted to do for this burger recipe. Here's that burger so far.
Once he's finished, Kilo, I mean, once he's 100% finished. Same with you, Augusta. I want you guys to both type in the chat as much as you can. Even make it a part 2, a part 3, it doesn't matter. What would you have done differently? To that end, well, we're not going to watch him, like, sit at his TV like last time. Like, we're not going to watch this shit. When the burger's ready, it's ready. He's going to take a bite out of it, and it's going to be bread and butter pickles on a burger. Again, pickles. Now, that has nothing to do with distance. I just... pickle juice can be a good ingredient, but like Americans with peanut butter, no. There's... it's alright. It's too much. But I know other people who really love pickles, so... Okay. This is the downside of, like, cooking for, like, say, 4 people. Every one of them has a different, you know? And that's okay. That's okay. Oh, who are we kidding? That's an Aiko. She's very self-conscious.
Especially after cooking all that bacon, the hamburger right in the middle of that pan, and you got the eggs and that grease. It's gonna add flavor to this motherfucker, so stick around, keep watching the madness, man, because we're making a big ass burger here. It's like playing hot potato with an egg, man. See how firm that's getting?
Close your eyes.
Perfect sunny side egg layer burger.
You also can point out things that he's doing here and now that you wouldn't do, beyond the obvious ones we've already addressed, like, you know, clean your fucking pan. But if he does something, feel free to just screech into the chat, like, what the fuck, man? Is there anything worse than a really bad cook, or really... No. Here's a hot take. I don't think Cobes, at the core of it, is a bad cook. I think he's a lazy cook. That's my hot take. I think if someone sat him down, not me, not Krendar, not Binging with Babish, not Gordon Ramsay, anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter who. All that matters is they sat him down and they went through part by part by part by part by part. How he fucked up, and this is what you do, and this is why you do it. Not just that, like, no, your way is stupid, my way is better because it's mine. No, you're like, no, this is stupid, this is why you do this, now watch. You do this, you do this, you do this, and behold. And now you don't have to backtrack for 40 minutes and slam your spatula into your fucking pan screeching, you know? But my hot take is that he's a lazy chef. Not a bad chef. I think he could be trained to be a very good cook, even a chef, with enough time and practice. Don't get me wrong, we're talking about at least 10 years before he could earn that title. And that would be one hell. That would be when fucking they make the movie parody of himself. James Franco started making that. One of the worst cooks of America? No. No, not by far, believe it or not. The thing is, he's just the ones that we are aware of. Because he's filming himself. He's filming himself in way too much graphic detail. But he is a bad one, or worse. But I don't think he's hopeless. Just like him with friends and women. Let's be honest here. We hope that he eventually realizes you can conflate the two and it's not the end of the world.
Show you how I make dank-ass food. Now you can see that the yolk is getting nice and firm and the egg around is turning a nice, even white color. Everything else around is kind of crispy up a bit. That's alright. That's what we're looking for.
Did he sprinkle that, or is that just the carbon on top of it? I guarantee you he gets like really good ingredients from time to time. Like I said, with those powders, I guarantee you someone sent him stuff and he just throws it on. And you use better burger meat, use better bread, forgo the pork rinds. Damn right. I use better burger meat. Yeah, for burgers, yeah. I mean, like, obviously, if you want to go for more grounded thing, or if you want to go for a sausage, better bread. Oh, dude, that stuff looked so spongy. Forgo the pork rind, 100%. Better bacon, 100%. Cook the bacon crispy. Yes. Wipe out most of the bacon grease. Hell, he doesn't even need to wipe it. Once it's done, get a little fucking saucepan. My dad used to have a little mason jar. This thing was tiny, about this big. I brought it out with me when I moved out because grease actually stays, believe it or not. Don't let the ancient stories tell you that like grease will like retain every flavor for like decades, hundreds of years past. No, there is a shelf life. It's like wine. Like wine does peak at a certain point, and the older it gets, the better. But like, it hits at a certain point and then dies, until eventually it is what it is. But like, keep the grease 100%, especially because, well, he wanted to make the Texas toast. Well, like I said, with that bacon, well, what would have been better for that? Hell, so would have the burgers. Forget the toast until the very last thing. It won't take more than a few seconds on a low heat. And then you know what else you can do? You can take out the spices that your friends gave you. The really good spices. Like, you're thinking like, well, I want a little bit of kick in the flavor, and I want a little bit of the... Or maybe he's like the opposite. I want a more of a mellow flavor. Or maybe he's like, I want a more zesty, citrusy flavor. All of it could be there. You throw it onto a full pan, it's gone. There, bye. Hope you enjoyed the $40. Oh, you didn't pay a penny, that's right. Hope your friend enjoyed the $40. Because he saw it live on stream. Bacon crispy, most, and add butter. Cook the bread. The butter part, yeah, I do know what you're... Yeah, I would go with the butter. I mean, for God's sake, you do need some sort of lubricant. Not only that, I mean, it retains the flavor. But get real butter. None of that Walmart shit. You can find real butter in Walmart. You're paying a little bit more. That's all. Is it the best butter ever made? No. Can you believe it's not butter? I think I had a dream about that once. Cook the bread on a low heat until golden brown. Oh, God. Yeah. That's why I don't like Texas toast. Because all my experiences of it came from high heat, really fast, the best I could say is this part looks a little golden. Kinda like, actually a lot like his one. And a lot of that has to do with the previous thing he used in this pan. This pan, let's be honest here, that's like iron. That's a wrought iron pan. You can do a lot with that. That's gonna be okay. Get the fucking metal wool and go to town. Scour that shit. Like, fucking nuke it. Bleach it. Do whatever you want with it. It's going to come out crisp clear. Wash it under some cold water. Dry it off. Put the pan on. Put it on low heat and start again. And the next time you do it, the second it's done, the second you know that you don't need the pan for it, fucking wash it really quickly. And then put it away. And then all that carbon won't go into your system, won't make your stomach turn, make you take shits, make you piss more, go into your fucking lower intestines, cut up your lower intestines, which can fucking then fester and turn into cancer cells. No joke on that last part. Bowel cancer and fatty foods have a correlation, but it isn't just one-to-one correlation. There's a few of them. And that's only like cancer. Like, dude, like, who wants to take a fucking diarrhea shit after every meal, especially after you are so proud of your cooking skills to put it on the damn internet? I want to see professional chefs tackle and you know what, fuck it. Oh, yeah. Let's see it firsthand. Actual Jake is an actual chef. So let's see if he did. The Burger Den, the famous, I'm running your burger like a fucking an apple. Alright, so let's just get rid of King Cobra JFF. Actual. Does that say chief? Professional. Yeah. Yes. I don't know what the hell my brain was going out there. Honey mustard beer ribs, Christmas special, chicken bacon, making stuffed crust. We already watched that. Is there like, I try to make cooking. Bite-sized cobes, cheesy pasta. How will he fuck up cheesy pasta? For him, it'll be like a thick tar of cheese that will have occasional like macaroni images flashing by. Get wasted and try to cook a burger. My king, we stand for you. Doesn't wine eventually become vinegar after a long time? Alright, so with wine, vinegar. Right. Traditional district, no, wait, that's vinegar. Vinegar meaning in English? No, I just want condiment, yes. Vinegar is, I don't even want to pronounce that word. Solution, acid, trace compound, flavorings, typical production. Commercial vinegar is produced either fast or slow. Generally slow method, traditional vinegars. Bacterial fermentation. Japanese production. It's acid. Yeah, it's acid. It's a life form of acid. Yeah. You can make vinegar in other ways, but it is often you can make if you get like really cheap red wine and make it go sour, you can start making the long process into wine. Into vinegar. But of course what you're really after is your choice. Like, do you want balsamic vinegar or white wine vinegar? Because they will result in two very different flavors, very different components. White wine vinegar is like the default vinegar everyone thinks of. It's like clear. It looks like battery acid. Oh, not battery acid. White spirits. Smells, oh god, terrible. In Australia you'll find bottles of it everywhere to deal with jellyfish stings, which, if Red Eye is in the chat, I'm sure I've asked him this before. Is that an urban myth? But I always remember when you were in Australia, one of the things we were told was you'll find a bunch of bottles of vinegar, chef's vinegar and the like, everywhere, which is like a generic brand. It'd be like if you found, for whatever reason, Kraft mac and cheese somewhere nearby the walrus pit. I wonder what that connection could mean. Anyway, the other one is basmati vinegar, and that is clearly more artisanal, more effort gets put inside it. Better burger meat, doesn't put an egg with some more butter and fry the butter with the butter grease. After assemble sandwich, bottom bread, brown mustard, wee bit of hot sauce, slice of cheddar, bacon, fried egg. More for him, he'd want way more cheese. I'd see it almost like a reverse Jenga where you're building a tower up and you have to find the right place to slide in like a slice of cheese. Now, if he was classy in any way, shape, or form, you'd then take that cheese and melt it with the what do you call it? The hand torch. But like LGR does, who will watch after this, because we can't watch nothing but bad food mix. LGR. Food.
Alright, people. What the is up with all you crazy mother?
I don't know, but why are you bleeping?
There, how the
Oh.
are you doing? On Cooking with Cobra, I have to censor my language because YouTube apparently has this family-friendly image. Well, that. You know what I'm saying? Let's start things off.
Listen, all you have to do is.
Shall we? Now, I don't have a soundboard. I have a YouTube video that produces the beeping noise. Because now they can't be like, oh, he's cussing on YouTube. No, the I'm not. But what do we have for?
No, the fuck you're not.
Well, on Cooking with King Cobra, tonight's drink combination is. Dun, 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 99 proof bananas and Monster energy drink.
But it has that weird cap on top of it that makes it look like a can of oil. 99 proof bananas. Is it literally 99 proof? If that's the case, that's going to taste so bad even before you add Monster. Why is he so obsessed with fucking sweetness, man?
Oh, yeah. This right here looks pretty dank. This here drink combination here is gonna get me so riggedy.
Riggedy wrecked, son.
No, the haters. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be a good channel here. I think a lot of people will get into this.
Gonna keep it
You have
5 by
to
5 with
manually
you.
Click it. Unfortunately,
Never
yes.
commit suicide. It's gonna be alright.
Oh yeah, so on my cooking channel, I'll be doing
More brown mustard.
crazy recipes. You know what I'm saying?
Brown mustard,
So,
though?
I've done the Elvis Presley bacon
Yellow
burger
mustard is
before.
where
It's
it's
a
at.
relatively simple
French's.
recipe. Elvis Presley burger consists
Or
of
Hellman's.
toast, burger patties, a burger patty, I should say.
Get it.
Some bacon, some Swiss cheese, some bananas.
As we
peanut
will
butter,
see when we
some
watch
jelly,
LGR,
some
he
mayo.
does also
yeah.
enjoy a dollop of proper mustard.
Alright. Drink combo time. When you're mixing hard liquor and caffeine, you know what I'm saying, you gotta be careful with that.
Why? I know why. Has to do with your heart. It goes back to the whole vodka and Red Bulls. If you have heart problems, if you down maybe 4 or 5 of them, your heart won't know whether to speed up or shrink down, speed up or shrink down, speed up or shrink down, right? So let's see if he knows those. Very basic shit.
Yeah, about that much bananas in there.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, hold on. There we go. Hashtag fresh can. Oh yeah, look at all the CO2 coming out of there. I'm going to take it to the trash receptacle. I shall be back. Ugh.
Notice how the channels that are dedicated to him actually will delete scenes like this. You're probably thinking, but Low Energy, a few hours ago you went out and got pizza. Yeah. And if I ever get feedback that could you cut that scene out, I'll do it. I'll even do it with a little sort of like placeholder being like, I'll even have a duck noise. Being like, wah, saying like, I did not expect that, but promise is a promise. See you all guys in a few hours. Something like that.
A while back when I was doing a YouTube live video a couple weeks ago, someone doxed me.
Not cool. Never. If you like, I know who he is because well, he's said it more than once. But like, yeah, no, don't dox.
And I had cops showing up at my door asking me if I was going to commit suicide, and I said no. Why would I want to do something stupid like that? Now we got our monster opened. Take the lid off. Pour that nectar of goodness in there. Booyah, just like that. This is
I
the
do like
food
his
that I speak of. Beautiful.
Right. Like I said, I'm not gonna watch all this. I want to see his fucking burger. Burger. Wait, he gets wrecked, tries to eat a burger. When does he try to do it? .99 proof bananas. Is that genuine 99 proof bananas? Like, hey, that's a correct answer. If it's easy to drink, because banana alcohol can be very nice. Argonaut liquor. Okay. Yes. Unfortunately, no. It's 50%. Okay. Now here's the thing. This motherfucker will knock your ass off. Case in point, I am drinking 35% alcohol volume. But 99 proof. That's no, fuck off. And use imperial measurements, you fucking plebs.
Combination be dank as so right here. It's on social media. It's not so dirty that it's just unsanitary to cook. Hospital even after taxes.
Alright, so he has 4 minutes to convince me to watch him, otherwise we're going to go on to actually watch someone who knows how to fucking cook.
There was a Casper police officer that was just shot in a standoff recently, and he's in the hospital, so speedy recovery.
That's unfortunate.
I'm starting to feel kind of good right now. I don't know about you two, but
I'm feeling
some
A-okay,
people
man.
don't know this, but I sell magic wands on a Etsy store.
First I ever heard of
This is
it.
The quartz crystal wand I'm building for my Etsy store.
Hey everyone. I know I've been up for nearly, well actually more than 30 hours now. And I just want to say that I actually make art out of old shoes. I know it's the first you've ever heard of it, but I want you to all know that only true fans will buy my deluxe edition sneakers. You want me to sew you one? No. Yeah. Haha. Never thought of that, did you?
Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, is in South Korea right now. That is, if you want to wear historic.
What I said, I put a circle of protection on the world in the United States, I guess. There we go.
Tries to cook a burger, but we don't get to see him cook the burger.
I love using magic to help people in need. First thing I says to myself, am I supposed to be scared of Kim Jong-un's nuclear threat when America is so desensitized to violence? Second thing I said was the circle of protection against Kim Jong-un's nuclear threat. 4 earthquakes on September 3rd destroyed his nuclear base, and he's just like, maybe this is a sign I shouldn't fuck with nuclear waste. Oh, he cussed again. Well, shit. Fucking A. God damn it. Yeah, so family friendly, right? A circle of protection against Kim Jong-un's nuclear war threat. He gets about 4 earthquakes on September 3rd, 3 and 4. The 2 numbers that I'm associated with. And all of a sudden, you see ISIS is losing territory. It's like, yeah.
Cubs, I didn't realize how important you were for world stability. We have to respect you by ignoring you now because it's sad. Wait, really? 5 months? But I follow him and everything, and I did watch him. What the hell? What the hizzle? I am Angar, the barbarian. Here, showing your mesquite, turkey, and pepper. Cucumber. So this is someone who actually puts time and effort and, dare I say, love into his sandwich. And his video games. And his computer.
Got a brioche bun here.
Yes, you do.
That toasted really quick. Doesn't that look pleasant?
It looks generic, but you're about to make it something better.
Yeah, I want to keep it mostly soft, but slightly crispy in the middle. And on the bottom, I'm going to go with the base of this beer and rat mustard.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, some Duke's
mayonnaise. Yeah. You spread that evenly. You spread that Duke evenly.
Some romaine.
Romaine lettuce.
Get it all crunched up.
Damn right. Or else you have to do it.
A rather pleasant little tomato here from a place that grows them.
Shocking. Behold.
Some ground black peppercorn.
A man who knows what the fuck he is doing.
And salt. Lovely little cucumber. Heck yeah, cucumbers. It's that time of year. I don't know. I'm in the mood. Not looking for a whole bunch. Just
Slicey dicey.
Just a taste of it. I was gonna go with a little spritz of basil, not much. Man, I got some turkey, some mesquite wood smoked.
He always unloads the meat extra classy. You know, he worked in a deli or like a restaurant at some point.
And lastly, got some pepper jack cheese with little bits of jalapeno in there.
Or he's maybe dated someone who he paid very close attention to. That's my theory. But then again, like when I watch Vosh and he talks about food, his brother is head chef in like a big restaurant. So that's where he learned his food stuff from. Particularly steak. One of the few things in the world that you should always pay for premium. There's no
cut it in half, but I feel like seeing it.
Yeah, fuck it, looks alright.
That right there looks like taste.
Looks good. I can definitely take a bite of it right now.
Yeah, for chips, we got a dirty classic original recipe sour cream and onion. Oh yeah, I can smell that already.
I can guess what that would smell and taste like. I'll probably be having a pack or two over the next few days. I'm going up north after all. English, England.
Oh, these are big old okra pieces. Good grief.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of those will do. I cannot stop eating these lately. This is gonna be good.
Good Buddha.
Oh man, I haven't eaten a sandwich in like a year. Actually, it's not true. But it has been a while, hasn't it? Let's try this thing.
Look how even everything
right.
is.
Immediately, that mesquite turkey is just going right through
Done.
everything else,
Right.
coming out on top, even though it's in the middle. Honestly, I could have gone for maybe just a little more of the tomato, just a little bit, and then having that hint of cucumber. I don't know. Not
You know what I've done? I don't like cucumber, so you can, like I said, maybe a sprinkle of it if that's really, really what you're after. But the tomato, I'd have pureed that and then spread it the exact same way you spread the exact same way that you spread the Duke's Mayo and stuff like that.
I rather enjoy them for a summery feel in the summer. Actually,
I like his
another
shirt.
Cucumber, slightly thicker tomato. That's about all I would change about this, because this is an awesome combo. Yeah, like right there. That kind of just bite all the way through. Magnificent. Actually made the exact same thing just with burger instead of turkey for my own 4th of July things, and yeah, it was awesome. Cucumbers were pickles, but you know. All right, chip time. Can't go wrong. Sour cream and onion. Yeah, I really like the dirty chips. Contrary to the name, they're not actually terribly dirty. They're just kind of lightly seasoned with whatever it's supposed to taste like. Sour cream and onion is particularly light. Okay, it's time for this.
So he's gonna go through everyone and be like, Look at that, the patique. Now, I want to watch this in particular because don't forget Raisin did this.
How are you doing? Alright, well this is a little different. I've got one of these Pocky One Chip Challenge Fear the Carolina Reaper. One deadly black.
That was a crazy night.
Shaped box. I've been wanting to try one of these ever since I heard about them earlier this year, and it's supposed to be pretty stupidly hot. I've seen a couple other people try them on YouTube and whatnot.
Yeah. Remember when Egghead tried? Actually, if I remember right, didn't we watch Egghead try it while Grump and Raisin were on screen? And they're like, well, we have that. And they went through it, and Raisin was like, Grump was like pure red sweat boiling down him. Meanwhile, they both did a lot better than than Egghead, who was like, "Oh, jeez."
There are other chips that I've had. I mean, I know they're not quite on the same level, I guess, but still.
I also remember Brad Jones trying this. That was some crazy shit.
I mean, it's packaging and all this. It's a thing. But yeah, they've got some fantastic chips.
And he was like, "Yeah, there's a little heater. I'm doing okay." Because, well, he was raised different.
Ghost pepper one. I mean, I like all of them, but this one in particular really gets me going in terms of just being like, oh man, you know, I feel good, but yet I feel terrible at the same time. There's something intoxicatingly enjoyable about ridiculously hot stuff, and this one, it's an individually wrapped chip. I'm gonna eat it. And this was actually sent to me by a viewer named Scott. He said, here's a chip that he mentioned. I'm not sure what I'm planning to do with it. Not going to mix it in chili. I'm just going to eat it. If I plan on opening it, don't forget to wear gloves. This thing is no joke. Tried to split one from the last batch with 4 people and nobody could finish their quarter. All right. Well, Godspeed to you as well, Scott.
As I've always said, I will do it. But if you look online for the pricing, it is an absolute fucking nightmare. So, is it worth it? No. Literally, it's not worth it. If someone donates me, like, 3 times the amount, I'd be like, well, I'm kind of bound to you now or something.
I'll try this thing out.
Especially if they're like, you have 72 hours for me to see your Amazon purchase. I'm like, give me a second. And I'll do it, and I'm like, there you go. I guess I'll be losing the lower half of my my jaw in a few days.
And yeah, be as careful as I can, I guess. I don't have any milk or ice cream or anything like that. In fact, I kind of have issues with I mean, I'm not intolerant exactly. It just it still messes me up, so I don't drink that stuff. But I got a lot of water, so I'll do it. Oh man, I'm excited. I like.
I don't know why so many Americans are lactose intolerant, or just don't know. Oh wait, no, of course, my bad. The Native American bloodlines, they're not exactly built to handle dairy. I suppose as being Eurotrash has some advantages besides, you know, being smolderingly good looking and incredibly confident and not having an angst of someone who only exists in a country that only lasts 200 years. Children, come and laugh. You will have more impact than his homeland will. Ha 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 ha. Why aren't they so young? Because they were dumb and talked back to us.
Hot stuff, but I normally just torture myself in the privacy of my own.
Now they reap the benefit. For the first time in American history, a president is going to get back, and it will be myself as vice president and our good friend Donald Trump.
Oh, that smells evil.
Big coup. I'm picturing a big coup.
It doesn't smell right at all. That is just death. Like pure darkness.
It looks like a weakened lung.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's gonna do the whole thing. Cheers.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, so we got 10 seconds in with only it hitting them now.
That's what I thought. It's just hot. There's that rush already of just like taking these off. Makeup time.
Watch his forehead. If I remember right, he breaks out and his cheeks go pure white.
Yeah, there's no flavor. It's just hot. And a little bit of corn. Mm-hmm.
It's not good. It's not good for flavor. You don't buy that and go like, this would go great with something. No, you do this for a challenge in front of a web camera or as a guest on someone else's podcast.
It won't leave the back of my throat. What is the challenge part? I'm assuming you just sit through it.
Yes. Did you not watch any videos or anything like that?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good.
He's taking it like a
That's
fucking
honestly
champ.
really satisfying. Now that I got it out of the back of my throat. Let the tears flow.
Yeah, he can tell he actually knows what spicy food is. Don't let someone's physical appearance fool you. You know.
It's about how it feels when they eat like a half a bag of those. They're hot chip bags. But this is just one chip. That's legit. Whew.
There's no joy
All
there.
right.
I remember someone saying that to me a while back. Like this particular, there's two types of spice. There's the spice that really brings out the flavor, that increases the flavor, that adds a zest to it, that brings something to the table. And then the other one is like, do you dare? Like it's not a fun spice. You do it because people's eyes are on you. Maybe there's money on the table. Maybe there's something else. Your pride. Or maybe you lost a bet. And you know what you're going to get into.
How are you doing?
Whenever I had something like that, my main problem was that it would linger. You would stick to the inside of your throat, and all you could do was just keep bringing up saliva, toss it back, saliva, toss it back, and that takes a long time. At least in your mind. In reality, 10, 20 minutes at most. How long is this? 13 minutes?
Alright, there it is. Okay, so you started getting that sensation where it goes and makes your head go crazy. It starts reaching your fingertips. Now it's in my toes.
Happens along here with me. Kind of goes up. Like that.
Toes are tingling.
Nerve endings are going alive. That's the same ingredient that they use for pepper spray. So I hear when you get hit with pepper spray, you can actually like your nerve endings kind of like, especially first time, is the hardest. It's kind of like reverse heroin in that regard, I suppose.
Yeah, back of the throat part.
Like you're never going to get the
It was
best.
lingering there.
You're never going to get your best hit after your first, and you're never going to get your you're never going to have it as bad when you get pepper sprayed.
Lips are okay. Middle of the mouth is burning.
The lips, everything. So you always have to keep your hands away from your eyes and your mouth at that point.
Enough to make it hard to speak.
I really don't have much. Alright, fuck it. Let's see what's going on here. You motherfuckers can go out and get pizza. I have to actually leave the country to get my next slice of pizza if I want some. Which, actually, yeah, dairy. But, nah,
Try
I'm
to
good.
serve what the people want, like a good version of New York style. And the beauty of it's not bad for you. That's my favorite component of a pizza. So you look, well, I got
New York slices, buy the slice, affordable, tastes great.
Yeah. But is it a dollar slice? Is it a dollar slice? That's important because I found a few dollar slices. But most dollar slices now still have the word dollar slice, and then it becomes $1.15. Right? And at that point, it's no longer a dollar slice. I found a fantastic place not too far away from Times Square 2 slices came to 2 slices, and a beer came to, I think it was 5. Yeah, and I mean like a bottle of beer. It was nothing crazy. I sat down and I looked at I that's when I did the test of like a slice of pepperoni from Ireland, which would be soaking in sauce, and the pepperoni. That's gonna distract the living shit out of me. Literally the living shit out of me. Kilo, no, that's not TMI. Like, it's not hurting me in any way for you saying that. At least you're getting it, like, that's not how, for the record, like, when I get, like, the blast of, like, aye, you're in absolute agony. Want to change that? Yeah, go to the toilet. What do I do in there? You'll know what to do. Once I go in there, I go out, I lay on the bed and go, oof, oof, go to sleep, wake up a little while later. No, like, if you gave me a link and it was nothing but fart noises, I'd be like, okay, what are you, 9? Like, I'd be a bit more pissed off that you're wasting my time rather than, ew, you know? But, like, hell, you already established your stomach was not doing the best. I mean, never forget why your body expels these products. It's because it's not great. I'm just excited. Any particular reason why you're excited? While I wait for that answer, I tipped the oil out in for a pint of for €3 slice, same size, inferior taste overall. Tipped it out. There was genuine oil on the end of it. Like, there was a good amount. But don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about pools of shit. I've done that too. I've had pizza like that too. But in New York, nah. And it was cheaper, tasted better, and I got a beer for all under $1. So, like, under 10. So I got up and got another beer and sat back down. I remember watching, oh god, Biden was like, we need to stop this crazy guy Trump, you know? Like, oh, come on, man. Like, he's a bad guy, you know? 100% agree. Hopefully, Mr. Future President. Now, what position will Bernie Sanders have in your government? Well, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Thank you, Mr. President, because no matter what, you're still not worse than a fucking fascist. I only get sick once or twice a year, and it's hell every time. Oh. Yeah. Actually, in all fairness, not too long ago, I woke up with early on in my diet, I woke up with genuine, like, the runs. The runs as in, like, I was dreaming and something hit in my brain, and I woke up and I was like, okay. I thought maybe I could, like, just ride it out in the bed, and after a few seconds I'm like, no. Went into there, did the deed. It was like, woo! 10 minutes later, came back out, nothing crazy, sat back down. I was like, okay, so what did I eat? It turned out to be those really cheap Rustler burgers. These motherfuckers. Oh my, I like this ad already. I don't have these ads anymore.
Here we are.
I take your coat?
Just a coffee.
Make yourself comfy.
If only everything was as quick as Rustler's.
Mate. Oh my god, I forgot how bad those ads were. There was a reason why they were pulled. In 2007, this wasn't cool. But here's the thing. Like...
Rustler's, naught to tasty in 70 seconds.
Oh my god, he doesn't even have the burger in his mouth. Look at that. That is one fake burger.
To tasty.
Alright. Alright. If she's come back with you at the end of a date, there's several reasons. Surprisingly, even then, few of them are going to have you fucking her brains out. You know why? Because you're offering her fucking rustlers, except for the girls who like rustlers, and that's okay. But she's like... She goes from basically a member of the fascist government party in like V for Vendetta. She's like, one must keep prim and proper. So you go back home with a random man you met once. Yes. For a cup of coffee, where we will talk about business reports and government taxes. Or I'll have your illegitimate child. Either way, like it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. Like, you know me, yeah? You know what you got in between your legs, yeah? You know where you can put it? Where? Anywhere. Compare that to, as you can see in report number 2.3. Ah, yes, that's fascinating. Like, and yes, they are ridiculously cheap. So I downed 2 of them for my dinner 1 week, and it ended up being well, me waking up in the morning being like, no, let's go to the bathroom. Which is weird because I normally don't have that with those, but I guess they're not even undercooked. The barbecue sandwich ribs, which taste better anyway, are actually 50 cents cheaper. Metal Monkey buys like 4 or 5 of them. He's in the mood for them these days, so that's what he wants to buy. I don't even know what I should buy for this week in the shop because of Northern Ireland. I should, if I'm in Derry for a long enough time, or Sligo for a long enough time, I can come back with some decent meat, or decent fish, or decent cheese. I mean, like, cheese I got that time I went to the UK. The fuck is a Rustlers? Immediately like, oh, so that's how you get women. You just eat a cheap burger, like Rustler's burger. No COVID, those could be worse.
Like a good version of New York style. And the beauty of it's not bad for you.
Anyway, let's have a look at some real...
That's my favorite component of it.
Real food.
See, look, New York slices, buy the slice, affordable, tastes great.
Though, like I said, the oil is key. Cubed pizza. Sean's. I always love what Asterios told me the very first time he ever talked to me. I asked him where was the best place in New York for pizza, and he said, everywhere is the greatest place in New York for pizza, but here's the places you want to avoid. And I remember Critical, a few weeks later, went to one of the places Asterios it told me to avoid when he went on his tour around New York. And that was pretty cool. We have the Fast Bites frozen burgers here in the US. They look even cheaper than that. Rustler Burger. Okay, this is what they look like at their core before you put them in the microwave. And yes, they're microwaved. Your counter argument is Fast Bite Burgers. If I spell it right. USA. Oh, map image. Oh my god, you get them in like a pack of like condoms or like scourers for your toilet. Where are they outside of their packaging, you know? Bites into rotten finger. Yeah, okay. That's shite. McDonald's, Five Guys. Barbecue chicken, the Rustlers do a huge version of it. So anyway, here's what looks like some sort of like, is there no picture of it without the packaging? It's all within the packaging. For $1. Okay. $1 is 90 or 80 cent. I have no idea what the VAT would be. So we go Rustler Burger Tesco. Aldi actually makes its own, and they're even cheaper. But let's go with this. $2.50. Once again, America does what it does. You can actually get you can almost get 3 burgers for the same concept. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Think about it. $3 and you have the saddest diet ever.
Those spots that I grew up eating are mostly gone. The original concept of a slice shop is for people to come in and
Americans can still get the food way better than we can. But you guys also pioneer and innovate the cheapest, shittest food on the market. Those Rustler burgers were inspired by something someone ate in America. And for the record, there's like 20 different types of them. Metal Monkey really likes the barbecue sandwiches. They're actually cheaper. €1.50.
a lot of the shops aren't owned for people from New York anymore. They can't really-
Sent you a PM on your Discord. Oh. Yeah, it looks about right. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. It looks... For $1, you know what? I'll say it. It's probably full of more poisons than, well, you probably want to put in your body. And probably won't even fill you up, but god damn, for $1, I mean, you could do worse. Much worse. Yeah, like compare that to the Rustler. It's the same creature. It's not like you call that a cheap burger. No, it's trash. It's trash. The Rustler is trash. You get yours better value for money than we do. That's it. That's the only difference. So I would pick Fast Bites if I was that sad. You know what? Cooking with Depression, Laura Kate Dale. She is a streamer. She used to work on The Escapist. Worked with Stephanie Sterling, the Jimquisition, the Podquisition co-host, stuff like that. I remember they had a running show where it was Cooking with Depression, and it was one of those Rustler burgers with a coca noodle cup. And that's dinner. These two motherfuckers is dinner. Say this is $2.50? $3. Yeah, £3 for dinner. You have to admit it isn't bad, but you know what you're eating? Salt. Salt. All you're doing is eating a mountain of salt with some calories attached to it. You're not eating any nutrients. You're not eating any goddamn fucking... you're not eating nothing. You're just eating salt. And for breakfast, well, I start my day off with two Weetabix blocks. I get a box of 24 blocks for like, I think €1.50. So that's like what, 2 weeks worth of cereal. Great. I need milk, so that's an extra 3. Like you can get a week's supply of food very easy. But you're always going to be lacking things. All the calcium in the world won't change the fact, for example, that you need fruit. That's why I really like berries, nuts. I absolutely love blueberries. Oh, so nice. Jack in the Box charges too much for the burgers. Dare I said it. I don't know the context, except for the fact that I've heard you say this before, so I don't disagree with you, but you're going to need an American to confirm or deny it for your own sake. I mean, is that like a hot take? Is there like this... You know what? Jack in the Box is reasonable for their burgers. But, you know, there's a small but vocal minority going, fuck that noise.
Really connect.
When I go to Jack in the Box and I get their burgers and I look at the burger and get the patty and I pay the money, I'll be like,
I worked in pizzerias for like 10 years. No one else was doing something by the slice that was actually healthy. Actually not made with like chemicals. Our pizza's organic. I wanted to create something like that and no one else does. First stuff we do is we mill wheat berries and we prep for the dough. A lot of the wheat we have here in the States is banned in Europe.
Why?
And I was like, you know what? A lot of the general public, they don't understand that like wheat's healthy. Like, go to Europe, everyone's eating bread over it. They eat croissants, they eat baguettes, they walk down the street eating baguettes. They're eating it all.
hold on. You know why probably your wheat is getting banned? It's probably because it's fucking infused with corn. So maybe don't... If that's the reason why, like maybe don't do that. Also, like maybe your wheat is GMO'd. Like, if that case, it depends on the context. It depends on where you get your stuff. But you can find shit that has been enhanced, for sure, for things that won't harm you and might even benefit you. And then you get the reverse. So...
all day. They're not obese. Obesity isn't a problem. And they're always eating wheat. There's a correlation between how...
Oh, there's the alcohol and tiredness speaking.
The wheat that's overseas.
I honestly thought he was like, I went over to Europe and you're all fat as fuck. And I'm like, wait, an American says that? So he actually knows what the problem is. And the problem is, yeah, okay.
You could only grind to a certain extent. Once you reach that certain temperature, then you start killing nutrients.
It might as well just be starch at that point.
For all of us, because we've never really done it before, then we're like,
And you can do it with hand, by the way, if you're fast enough. And trust me when I say this, if you do it fast enough, like do it long enough, you can with a hand mortar completely destroy.
before we used to build a sift everything, and then we got way too busy, and then I got lucky, and I found a grower in upstate New York that mills flour fresh. I really did get lucky. I was like, oh man.
Why is your ground so fresh? Well, you see, back in the 70s, there were these guys called union bosses, and they wanted the meat packer union to have a better say in local government, and more importantly, better fair wages and times. Now, the stereotypically namey family didn't like that, so they got the Irishman to kill Michael Corleone, and then everyone I don't know got jacked up on heroin by Denzel Washington. Point is, here's some wheat.
The thing is with the extra brand, even though it's healthy, the flavor profile is a little too strong. It's not a classic New York slice of pizza.
Though in all fairness, they'll just take the subsidy from the state, from the actual federal government. Thanks, America. It's almost like you fucking overinflate or underprice certain food sources. Wheat, which actually should be treated with a little bit more respect, is treated like absolute trash, while corn is treated like king. I've been to the Midwest enough to know that's 17 layers of shit. I hope you also enjoy that the main aquifers of America are being fucking infused with the byproduct of your biofuel shit, just because you don't want to outright discard Saudi Arabia or Venezuela, but you also still want to import them so you can fucking take it on the tariffs. Would you believe, by the way, Truman, one of the first things he ever said as on TV, or in like one of those Week on the March sort of things on movie theaters, was, we will actively pursue a policy to remove ourselves from dependency on foreign oil. Truman. Not even the 40s were over. And he was talking about people complaining that America was dependent on Saudi oil. America has enough oil for itself as it transfers over to Electric and Green. Especially if it gives grants, while frankly fining carbon companies. Oh no, but what about the miners of Trump's miners? Because most of them regret voting him in. He still sold them out anyway, so he could turn around and say, see, I care about the environment. Who needs that dirty, unclean coal anyway, huh?
Just allow it to sit and work. It's magic for a little while.
Did you tell him drunk and tired?
You normally let it sit for about a couple hours to make it dissolve. And then after that, add the fresh flour with the fresh flour. That's what it was from us from upstate New York. Now we add our flour.
Oh. I need to, I need to send something real quick, hold on. Hey, look, you guys can fucking see my, I'm always terrified that, like, I hide shit, and then I'm like, well, now I have a bit of privacy. I'm gonna type in, oh no. Well, now you know the horrible things I did in Sarajevo to escape my failing KGB handlers, huh? I mean, I told them. They called me the Wonder Kid for a reason. Just turn Steam off because I'm obviously not playing any more games. I have to send a message to someone real quick. Sorry about that. I did not expect to be streaming as long as I did, for obvious reasons. And you know what else? Like, I got to wrap this up. It's 8 o'clock in the evening now, for Christ's sake. Like, it's gone past the point where I'm like, herpity derp derp. Oh well, no. We will end this on a good note, though. I will, and I don't just mean what we're watching now. No, if you guys can think of anything good to wrap tonight up, and I mean this, wrap it up. Otherwise, I'll just end it on just a video, not this video, but maybe the next video. So.
So that's all by look and feel. Most of the time it's really precise, but sometimes you never know. And we had salt. More salt. It looks like a lot, but it really isn't. It's just 400 pieces, yeah, exactly. Then the piece of the resistance is the olive oil.
Damn right.
That should get come together in about 10 minutes. It was a tough learning. It was a lot of frustration. You know, I'm a fighter. I grew up with nothing. When you grew up with nothing, you learn.
He looks like someone. Who does he look like? This with a little bit more of a tan.
You let it ferment 4 or 5 hours before we touch it. Take it out of the bowl. Then start sectioning it off into a dough ball.
From little things come great things, so to speak.
I don't like using flowers when changes the old. Now they got machines that can do this for you.
Yeah.
So many machines in the process. There's a delicacy of the dough.
What did the guy say about the bagels? Becomes firm, and he's not wrong. What do I say about the bagels you get here in Ireland? And probably where you guys get them too in a lot of places. Look how malleable the fucking bread dough is. Jesus Christ.
Wow,
guy making it. He was always nice to me, the pizza maker. They don't show anyone. I just started watching him make it. I was like, oh, mind if I give it a shot? Oh, yeah. Always top side up.
You got to appreciate though that when you are working in like a restaurant, you have so much dough to work with, so much flour. When you're at home, that's not always the case.
Practice at home, then practice with them, and then they would teach me.
You're gonna have to buy like tons of flour, like throw it down, forth, back, forth, back, forth. And you know what else? I see such a waste. I wouldn't start trying to make pizza unless I knew either I was gonna eat one, which obviously I'd probably end up eating one at least, and then I'd be like, right, so I'm feeling good. Who else is gonna want some pizza? And there's no one else around, so like they'd have to line up. They'd have to want free pizza for the rest of their fucking natural life, right? Hi, I tried this new one. Oh God, please stop. I can't even poop anymore. It's just cheese.
It's just a balancing out. That's it. Pepperoni, just one?
It's promising.
I just wanted something that was part of my childhood in terms of flavor and texture, something that's by the slice where everyone can have it. For me, pizza is a way to cater to the people I grew up with. I didn't grow up in the best neighborhood, so for me it was like, I'm gonna make sure like people that come from my
8 hours. Alright, yeah, no. We're done. We're done. I could keep going, but I have shit to do tomorrow. I have places to be. So we gotta make the last video that we're watching tonight count.
You can't believe it's made with good organic shit, right? People are like, oh, organic this, organic. It's actually good for you. Believe me when I tell you that. You want to actually reach the top of the peak or challenge to be at the top, then you need to actually pay the dues, work with people that you admire and respect. I do it for a reason. I do it because I want people to eat better. Like, I figured, I'll make money regardless. I'm not in a rush to make money. I never had it before. So it's nice.
I'm right. Looks good. Pizza. I want pizza. I had pizza. Thanks to you, motherfuckers. I appreciate that. But no, this is it. This is all it is. That looks like a good video to watch tomorrow on the train. This is it. This is the last thing we are watching tonight. Today. Yesterday. The day before.
A whole lot of food.
Let's make the
at the moment. I gotta go and brave the world in grocery
and
sometime soon. But I do
let's
have
make
of this bread.
the shot count. You guys don't have to donate.
Just
obviously appreciate if you
bread,
do,
man.
but
These
you don't
days,
have to.
buy
I
what
want
I
to
can
finish
get.
this because I prefer to finish
didn't
it
have what I was
than
looking
throwing
for,
it
so,
out.
You know, this will do because I'm just gonna make an egg sandwich.
But like I
don't have
said,
any meat, but I do have
seriously,
some eggs.
whatever sauces,
So,
whatever spices they
this.
put in, whatever peppers they put in,
Yeah, it's looking toasty.
with
enough.
Jaeger, it's not bad. It's really not bad.
That's toast. Set that aside and get the eggs going. So I've got a little bit of butter left. That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough for. Yep.
Got a medium heat.
That's another
going
thing.
on
Never
here.
overdo your butter.
Scramble 'em and make 'em
Your
into a
spread
form.
or your real, especially your real butter. You don't need to. If you have to take a huge chunk of real butter. Also, ooh, how much more different than Cobes could you get? Look at this. He understands the concept of temperature and stages.
Whoops.
I use egg as egg.
And just sort of mix it all right here. Why not?
Ooh. That spice is still spice.
We'll be seasoning after it's all scrambled up.
You made scrambled. That's nice. For me, you can't go wrong with a good. That's a little just. It's wiggly when it's all nice and crushed together, but give me the omelette choice. Put the mix in a cup, twirl it around, keep twirling it around, and oh god, I will teach you. You know what? Next time I do cook, it probably will be an omelette. I will fucking put my money where my mouth is. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm okay with this. It will be for many of you the most bog standard omelette ever you've seen, but then you'll see it's like, oh, the texture's right and everything. I'm like, yeah. So let's make another one, and then let's make another one. Let's make another one. And eventually, I'm gonna have a fucking IHOP level of omelets with different fillings, with different flavorings. Oh my god! Like, one of the few times where like crumpled ham is really good is just when you slice it up into little tiny cubes and then add it into the mix. But really early on, when it's more like scrambled egg, but you have to make sure that it doesn't stick to the pan. So the pan has to be nice and lubricated, but you can't get too lubricated or else it's going to get all watery. And there's an art to it, like most good foods, or even basic food. Like an omelet is a basic food, but
it looks like exactly what I'm going for. So. Okay. The only Duke's mayonnaise size they had at the store last time was this gigantic one. All the others were sold out, so this will last me for a very long time.
Really? I'm sure like 50 people when they hear that will send you jars of Duke's mayonnaise. The only reason he has Duke's mayonnaise, by the way, isn't just that it's good. It's that he's big into his Duke Nukem.
I don't remember what else I was making some other time, but
minced garlic, nice. Oh, I want
stuff. Oh, a little sandwich. Let's get our egg. Yeah, man. Love egg sandwiches. All right, let's season this sucker a little bit. I got some basil. Always a good thing. Got some of this curry salt. I rather enjoy this. Oh crap, that's too much. Well, I don't enjoy it that much. Just a little bit, man. And of course, some ground peppercorn.
That cheese that I got in Dublin was amazing.
Oh yeah. And I got some.
Augusta, you still there? I know I've been gibbering for the past 2 or 3 hours now, but I remember the cheese I got in Dunnes Stores in Stephen's Green Shopping Centre, and oh my god, that was good cheese. I don't think I'm gonna get an opportunity up north to get any better cheese than I couldn't get down here, which is to say I can get good cheese.
Smoked provolone, just in a package. Normally I would prefer like a sharp cheddar or something, but beggars can't be choosers right now. Alright, let's melt this down.
Duke's is good as far as mayo goes. I do not like mayo though. I don't like the white generic mayonnaise that people fucking live for. I am much happier with mayo that has been infused with something, usually something with a bit of a kick. He is a little bit obsessed with mayo. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I can see the appeal. It's just.
And I'll do it, man. Wonderful, simple little egg sandwich, provolone, garlic, basil, Duke's. Yeah,
Don't get me wrong. If I find a cheese place, I will go into a cheese place, and I will come out of there with at least 10 quid's worth of cheese, which is probably going to be a small block of something passable, honestly. Really more than passable if you know what the fuck you're doing with it. And when I say 10 quid, I don't mean 10 quid euro. I mean 10 quid UK, which means UK prices, which means UK quality, which actually still means something vaguely, even up north. You get better. You get more for your euro, your pound than you do for your euro.
Some solid egg.
Yeah, that's a state. Look, the texture of this one is putting me off. That's why I don't want to end quite yet with that. Give me a motherfucking sandwich or anything of the equivalent that I'm like, yeah. Then I'm going to turn the camera off. And that's it. Roast London Broil Pumpernickel, teriyaki. I also don't want to watch something I've watched like 5 times. Bourbon smoke. Ah, perfect. There. Alcohol. Great. Perfect.
So I don't know when this will be uploaded, but as I'm recording this, it's July 5th. And I had some leftover sesame seed buns from burgers, but I'm not making a burger today. We're gonna use one of these buns. These are just at room temperature right now, but I do want them a tiny bit crispy.
He does love that hand thing. Pretty useful little thing.
Yeah, just the littlest bit of a sear going on. Time to make some awesome sauce, and by that I mean some mayonnaise, some horseradish.
I'm okay with both of those things.
And the juice.
As long as they're not going into a sausage.
Sriracha.
Oh, hell yeah.
Onion powder.
Of course.
Garlic powder.
100. Keep going with the garlic.
Paprika.
Keep going with paprika. Oh.
And just a bit of basil.
I have a good chunk of black pepper, but I don't have any more chili, so I'm just compensating by just adding more and more black pepper.
And there we go.
There we
Time
go,
for
indeed.
our awesome sauce. So awesome. There we go. Just about right. And for our meat, I got some of this Bourbon Ridge smoked ham. I'm just gonna layer the crap out of this, because I want ham.
We all want ham, man.
Lots of ham.
There. One more reason why you know this is the last thing we'll be watching for nearly 2 days.
And on top of that,
I want you guys to keep this in mind. Did anyone follow me through the bulk of it, or hell, dare I say, for the all of it? Say so now. You deserve at least a little bit of an applause. Because Jesus Christ, like, I wasn't around for the whole thing.
pickle slices. These are dill, nice and tasty.
And he ruins
And
it.
finally, I gotta say
Again,
this.
the juice, the sauce, the water, the brine, whatever the hell you want to call it. I'm okay with that, but not the fucking whole dill pickles.
English cheddar cut
Can we
small
just hurry
cheese.
up so I can go to bed?
This price is, that's not in American dollars, that is in Eastern Caribbean dollars. Yeah,
Oh.
This is imported.
Oh, nice.
Mmm.
Though you don't really think of dairy in hot countries like that.
Check it out. New cheese slicer. I think I have it on the right setting. This one has replaceable wires. So
That's
when
a
you wanna
very
randomly
nice cheese.
screw
He
it
has
up,
so
I'll be
many
okay.
cool tools and toys. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a
one there.
deli worthy.
And one there.
Me, I go for the edge of the
course, you know
like
it.
most people. I get like a knife, put it down, get a reasonable sort of angle on the edge of the cube, and just kind of go with a block and go. But by cube 3 or slice 3, the cubing is always off a little bit. Of course, I haven't needed to use anything more than maybe a quarter of a cube in a long while. To the point where I like getting the pre-made cut cheese stuff in like little tiny plastic packs. You're paying more, but I eat the majority of them, and I leave one or two for Metal Monkey because he likes to put them on those Rustler burgers, which I find hilarious because I'm actually buying a quality cheese and he's eating like that, but he's still throwing that on top, which I'm like, oh, so you like the quality cheese? But and he's like, yeah, but I'm not
Make it
paying
look
for the
even
quality
better.
cheese. If I want cheese, I can get cheese dirt cheap. I'm like, yeah, that's 100% true. It is really about a literal cost game.
Do just a little bit more sauce because that's starting
Right.
to soak in
I
there.
have noticed he does.
I want
Doesn't
it
go
to
that
be
cheese.
all coating this thing. Blunk. Oh,
Mm.
that's what I want. Oh yes, just enough of that ooze.
I don't know about the ooze. You know what I'd love to do right now? I'd love him
No
to
need
be
to cut this
toasted
in
it.
half, but I felt like it because look at that. I
That's
might have
a
done too
filling
much ham.
sandwich.
There's no such
I'm
thing.
getting vibes from Final Fantasy 14 where you're out with the dude with the glasses who knows how to cook, and he's like, "I've just come up with a new recipe."
And I don't have any dill pickle spears. I already got pickles on there. But what I do have are these Riffles all dressed chips that I got sent in from Canada. Had a bunch of you recommend these.
And then more than once throughout Europe and the
I
UK.
am ready for this.
This is his lunch, by the way.
Man, I am ready for this. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I put maybe a layer too much of the ham on there. It made it a little unreasonable to eat. But it's just so good. It's soft white cheddar, smoked bourbony kind of ham, and that awesome sauce cannot be understated.
It's a very nice sauce. I think I've actually made something very similar, if not exactly the same. Except, again, for that fucking those dill pickles that he obsesses over.
Whatever. It's awesome. I keep saying that, but it is. And those pickles are key to setting all this off. Try to
I said that exactly to you, Low Energy Videos. Maybe go to sleep. I'm going to sleep. Maybe get some sun. I was in the sun, yeah, decades ago. Could you say hi to Pushing Up Roses for me? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe I'll join your Patreon if you do.
a bunch of different greens and things. It didn't really work. The pickles
I'm
were
like
perfect.
rubbing my arm like.
And I appreciate the recommendation on the all-dressed chips. It's like a slightly more savory, a little bit vinegary version of like a barbecue ridges chip that we would have here. I heard we're starting to get them in some of the more northern Midwestern states in the U.S., so yeah, hopefully they reach the South eventually because they're darn tasty.
Oh yeah, he's Carolina or Virginia. Acid and crispiness of pickles help. Crispiness, yes. Acid is just they're gonna have to be mild, and I don't see any reason why you'd have the mildest form of the food that you like. I remember the first time I had a pickleback, I didn't just have a pickleback, I had the majority of it being pickle, and then a little bit being the shot on top of it. Alright, we're done with videos. No more videos, no more gaming. But we aren't quite 100% done because I want to finish my drink. Including one more swig out of this. I'm not going to finish this shit. At this point, it'll just be... also the Jaeger is finished as well. There. Anything else, it's just fucking suet. Ugh. But the taste itself is great. I gotta find out what they make. I remember anytime you want to get the sauce, you get the what do you call it? You just ask for sauce and they go over to this huge drum, like this boiling hot drum that you get in a work or a school, college kitchen. And they pour you a little a sauce cup, and that's like £2 or some shit like that. No, it's less than that. It's €1. And I asked for curry, so they gave me that. But I didn't ask what was in the curry. But what I can taste is like standard curry taste in Europe, in like Ireland and shit like that, Ireland, UK. So check that out, and if you can find what particularly about it you really like, it's probably going to be good to add to what's left of the Jaeger here. Anyway, I hope you guys have had fun. Like I said, it'd be weird if you guys were around for the entire stream. I don't think I was mentally around for all of it. I know I'm probably not now. I know my mind's going 50 places, most of which are related to here, a few of which are related across the border, and one or two are in places that I don't think we have words for yet. They're fun places. The color purple is prevalent, but that's only for those whose eyes are still not open yet. I will be back if I can on there it is. I'll be back on well, Friday no matter what, because we have to do Bearded Rambling. So I have to get back here as quickly as possible. I was here for quite a bit. Good stuff, not bad. B-Day and all. No, absolutely. I don't remember the rest of it. I'm just going to go straight to sleep. The last 3 hours of the day is probably going to be just me just going. And then around about 6, I'm going to have to wake up and put the water on for a bath. Give it a little bit more heat going out. And then make sure everything's nice and packed. Head on up to the bus stop. Bus takes me to my train. My train takes me to Sligo. Sligo takes me to literally right outside the train station is the bus stop. Ulster bus takes you up to Derry. Derry takes you to a train to Coltrane or Coleraine. I don't know how to pronounce it. I've only ever seen it on maps. When I get there, every hour buses then take me to Bushmills. And Bushmills, as we've established all the way back at the beginning of these streams, was what, like the town. I hop off at the VC Memorial Cross, walk down a little bit, get into Finn McCool's, drop my bag off, probably hop on the shower for a little bit, pop down to the pub, get the lay of the land, tell them my situation, go up to, if I have time, go up to Bushmills to take some pictures for you guys, take some recordings. As like I said, we watched the opening of it. Then call it a night after a good meal. In the morning, go up to the Giant's Causeway after picking up a few supplies, drop my bag, wander around Giant's Causeway, give you a video. I think that's it really. Before the last train back, hop back. If I really have enough time and it's that easy to get back to Bushmills, then I suppose I'll also go to Paul Ballatronan, I think the town's name is, but I can't promise that. The one that I showed you that had like the massive cove, there's about 3 farms in the difference, but I don't want to cut through somebody's land. For all I know, they're armed. It's one of the few places in Ireland that you can't guarantee that someone isn't armed. Regardless of that, cows can be surprisingly territorial. And they might not just have cows, they might have anything up there. Horses, oh god, horses can be very territorial. They mentally process like the fences, and if you cross inside the fence, they might chase you down. And ignoring anything else is the fact that what I'd be doing would be called rambling. Literally rambling in the more medieval Saxon sense. And that can get you done if you haven't been given permission prior. So I don't know if I can get there. And if I do get there, there's really not much to do in that town. There's a few more pubs I could go to, and a place I can go to get something to eat. It's not really not worth it. So I'll wander around Bushmills, take some pictures, record. That might be when I'm going to do my live stream if the signal's strong enough. That's on Twitch. Your fingers, well, fingered. And then in the morning, partake of the free breakfast. Get the hell out of Dodge up to Derry after Coltrane. And once I'm in Derry and I find the last bus heading back to Sligo, I can make my mind up whether I want to fuck around Derry for a little bit. And if I do fuck around Derry, Claire was in the chat hours and hours ago. Santa Tinios. They have like it's just a pub, but it's a very cool looking place. Beyond that, and it's right next to the train station as well. Once I get down to Sligo, find the next one heading to Dublin. That'll pass by me. Hop off in Carrick. Probably pick up my weekly shopping, and then come back here. Get on the webcam, and we will be joined by Mickey Richards and Luca, and that'll be my week. Because we've already spent nearly 2 days of my week here, right now, with you motherfuckers, and I appreciate it, because it was fun and it was unique, and we should do this again next year if I can't go anywhere, which I could have gone somewhere in theory, but in reality, no, I'm good. But as it is, I've got to fucking leg it. So at long fucking last, I want to finish this drink. I kinda want to just say though, you guys have been crazy. Like, I saw many familiar faces, so I'm gonna name them off now. Kilo, Gobax, Augusta, Bill, a few that were like blindsided to find I was still doing this. Like Dirt, John Lewis Vega, AW, I can keep on going, but we can't forget Crow. Good old Red Eye, who was very happy to say that he will be hopping down and joining us in February. And Dirt is a maybe. But there's all the people who showed up earlier. Mickey Richards. Fucking TSA. Haven't seen them in a while. Wade. Haven't seen them in a while either. If they get this far, and I'm so sorry, I'm not going through every single person. I want you to know that I've only been streaming for a few years now, but it's been a fun experience. It's been a great experience. I've learned a lot. And more importantly, oh, Augusta, if I kept on going, and if I wasn't heading out to another country tomorrow, I would literally, I'm not even lying, I'd still say fuck it, yeah, let's keep going until that red dot up in the corner is 12 hours as well. We're at 8 hours 30. Tonight was the night where alcohol didn't make me feel more tired. I'll tell you now, there was this one low moment, I was like, oh, I want to go to sleep. I can't remember. If anything, when I'm done here, not to get too personal, but I'm going to have to call it my main squeeze. I'm going to have to literally work myself into an early grave. But that's okay, because I actually have an early train tomorrow. Now this is why they say streamers work too. Damn right we do. I gotta swing a pole in like 2 hours. About 30 or 40 women you know are throwing ones at my feet. A couple of guys too. Hey, I don't mind. It's not my cup of tea, but as long as they keep their hands to themselves. Point is, I'm going to go to bed with my phone. And after all, I have to, because I have to set the fucking alarm. But tonight, yesterday, and let's be honest here, a good bit the day before that was a good day. Tomorrow, I'll be on Discord. I'll be on Twitter. I'll definitely be on Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that. But I won't be streaming. I won't be streaming the day after, and while I will be streaming Friday, unless something happens, like say I miss a train. If I miss a train, Mickey and Luca, I can't imagine them for a second being offended that we have to start an hour later, or if we might even have to cancel, but I don't see that happening. What I really want is I find a place, the Wi-Fi is good. The Wi-Fi is good enough for me to go on Twitch. If you haven't already, follow me on Twitch. I know Twitch's follow cuts you off if you haven't been engaged in some time. And why would you? The last time I tried to do anything on Twitch, my phone simply said low connectivity, which made no sense. And I checked my phone. It was like, I thought maybe it was full of memory. Like, no, drop in the bucket. The few songs I have on there, drop in a bucket. I will do my best. I cannot promise you a live stream. I can promise you 3 things. Number 1, updates. Augusta, you were there for when I went to Galway. Do you remember when I went out and onto town to that really overpriced pub? Expect stuff like that, you know? I will leave Finn McCool's and I will wander about. Now, I did a little bit of research on the ground. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I have to finish this. I have to finish this glass anyway, because otherwise I won't finish it and I'm gonna throw it out when I wake up. So, as always, by the way, virtual cottage, courtesy of Girl Does Rant. You open. I hear Yasser Arafat gets their suits in the same place. It's the same thing. I hear Girl Does Rant gets her opens her store in the same way. Opens her her streams in the same way. Yeah, Bushmills. Map. That's what I want you guys to see. This is just basically where I'm going to be. I would have kept on playing it, and I still could have, but fuck it. Like, I can't get too cozy, because, well, I have to get up at 6. And before you're saying why you're doing this, because I want to finish my fucking drink. This is my party, and I can procrastinate if I want to. But where is it? Really? I had it set for Chrome and everything, but it immediately resets to, there we go. It immediately resets to just search, which means it's looking for a new target, but is there no way to bind that shit? That's an OBS question. I have no idea if you guys have to deal with that. And don't forget, I'm working with Streamlabs. I'm working with Slobs. Which, you know what? For years, I had no idea why people like Kai would occasionally go like, oh, Slobs. And I'm like, oh, come on, I'm not that ugly, am I? Alright, so this is Bushmills, right? Like, you can literally see it here. Damn! Right off the bat, there it is. There it is. In all its glory. Honestly, I'm gonna be upfront. If I get there and there's this like lazy guard who's like, hey, you can't come in here, I'll be like, I'm not gonna go into the buildings. You can come around with me because no one else is coming in. I just want to film around the sides, through the streets. Come with me, like, make sure that I'm not taking it. But look at that, look at that. You're going to at least get pictures on par with Google Maps. That's all I can promise you. Look at that shit. I didn't expect it. Look. I know what that is. Those are the fucking silos, aren't they? Yeah, this isn't my first rodeo. Alternative, you're like, right, Dave? He's like, right. It's not Dave, it's Eric. Shut up, Dave. We are up north. We have to follow we have to follow English sitcom rules. But no, look, Dave's a fine name. My name's not Dave. It's Eric. Dave, for as long as I've known you, you've always been Dave. Really? Is that why my bracelet literally says right here, right now, Raver, Eric, and Carla? Yeah, I was wondering why you wore that. It was weird. Because, look, how much did he pay you? A 6-pack? Or what? Your money, you son of a. And then at this point I'm wandering off, like I'm already taking pictures for you motherfuckers, but the two guards are in a conversation far more interesting. Here's the thing, I'll never know. All I'll hear is the occasional get the I'll hear one of them screech. Then afterwards, when I see him, I'll be like, right, Dave? And no matter what, I know exactly what he'll say. He'll just be like, and then walk on. Is the Bushmill whiskey the same as the US? It is indeed. They do export. They actually said they exported as far as the West Coast, and I thought that meant Ireland. No. because Irish, alright, I'm gonna show you where I live. This isn't like doxing, I've well established where I live. No, that's down the scum. Come on, don't be a piece of shite. There you go, Carrick. Right. So here I am, Leitrim Village. You go up a little bit up, and you have, if you, yeah, like I said, I want to finish this class. I'm not in any rush, but there's no more music, no more videos. My bed's right there, so I'm not exactly pressed. It's not like if I wanted any more food, like I can't get it. There's nothing left, and there's no else to order. Alright, so we head up to Leitrim Village, right? And this is where I've been living for the past 6, not counting the 3 months in. There we are. I've never hid this, by the way. This isn't me like doxing myself. If anyone wants to fucking throw down, I'll break their fucking necks. Because I can put that down to breaking neck. And by breaking necks, I mean breaking arms. By breaking arms, I mean breaking fingers. By breaking fingers, surprisingly, that could get me in worse trouble if I just broke your nose. So, yeah. That's what you're gonna get. Come here, you're gonna break your nose. But when I went off to the States, obviously, I didn't live here anymore, came back. But for the past few years now, you go up a little bit up the road here, and you have the much larger town. Oh, and by the way, like I said, the county is actually named after the town, not vice versa. That's why Mapmen, when they said the same thing for a lot of English places, I was like, yeah, that's kind of how it is. When you go up to Drum, or Drun, I like Drum, because it sounds better. Here's the actual, like, town. The town itself, there's actually far less than Carrick, the one to the south of us. That, by the way, is up there. You can walk it. It takes about, if you're really slow, 2 to 3 hours. If you are fast, an hour and a half, an hour. The real question is, how much of a sweat do you want to be when you walk into a pub? But none of that matters because of the following. Gun, powder, gin. There we go. The Shed. Distillery of P.J. Wrigley. Temporarily closed because of course it is. It's closed for the night. Just under 7 kilometers. That is about on average how far you can walk from where I live to that anyway. So this is also the community park. Where is it? Shamble Mart. Shamble Mart is like a joke. This is the food area. This is the factories where they make a lot of processed food that we take for granted, including the cheese hub, which if you want cheese, as you can see here, there's no like when they say the cheese hub, that's not for a person to walk in. That's for someone in a business to order like 50 wheels of cheese. Saying that, I'm not gonna lie, next time I'm up there, which is in February, I will, if it's open, go and put my head in and be like, hey, I want to buy like a good chunk of like really good cheese. I'm a local, and when I say that, that actually does make a surprisingly amount of difference. But this is where I'm going next month. The Shed Distillery. distillery is obviously temporarily closed, but if you check online, they're fully booked. So they're not closed. And I follow them on Twitter. They constantly update, showing people out in the arboretum and shit like that. I won't be able to have a drink inside the building, but outside the building, yeah. Anyway, I don't know if that was a long and short of it, but Jesus Christ, man, I've been awake for nearly 30 hours. I can only promise so much, right? But that's what you're going to get in the next few weeks. I'm going to go to the Shed Distillery, which I've shown the outside of in states of building more than once. And we're actually going to go inside. Now, I've been inside once on the very QT. Naughty me. I shouldn't have. But the doors were wide open. I was like, fuck it. Okay, what are they going to do? Tell me to leave? Then I'll leave. And that's what I did. I wandered around until someone told me to leave. In the meantime, I got to see the massive distilleries. Now, Gunpowder Gin, the Shed Distillery, yeah, there it is. Gunpowder, there it is. Gunpowder, it's so pretty. It was fairly new. It actually hit the, oh, and by the way, it goes €15 cheaper before the end of the year. If you think, like, the locals pay cheaper. Well, we don't pay cheaper just by being locals. Like, don't get me wrong what I said earlier. I say that with, like, still with a lucky rabbit's foot around it. But in the New Year's, like late November, early December, the prices of alcohol drop massively. So yeah, but when I was in New York, when I was in London, no, Glasgow. When I was in New York, Glasgow, Nebraska, Chicago, Nebraska, Omaha, Cleveland, and all over Ireland, I saw a bottle of this, and you know, like I said, it's only a few hours up the road by foot. It's only 10 minutes up the road by bus. So yeah, and I pay the bus for free, and when I get there it's less than 20 for the tour. Once you get the tour, well, you get to go to the gift shop, which, you know, they won't charge less for the gift shop, but you do also get a few extra shots of Drumshanbo Gin, and they've also expanded. Here's their vodka, and they call it Sausage Tree. I've had it once or twice. It's kind of ubiquitous in Carrick. I don't like the fact I've not seen it elsewhere. I like the bottle size though. I don't know, but the bottle looks pretty good. And they have another one. Sausage Tree, Gunpowder, and oh, I think I saw it back there. They don't even call it anything fun. It's just a single pot whiskey. Now, if you remember, and I see the chat moving, I'll talk to you guys in a second, don't you fret. If you remember, Drumshanbo, Bushmills Distillery had a single pot whiskey, a triple distilled pot whiskey. These young up and comers have one. And I've probably seen it. It's all roughly the same price. When the lockdown happened, they also were they also were commissioned to produce, oh god, how many vials of disinfectant? I think it was 10 million vials of disinfectant, and I've got like 2 or 3 of them in there still to this day, because of course I use it, but why should I spend it on my own when I don't touch anyone between here? I go up to my store, I use the disinfectant they give for free, that could be useful elsewhere. So it's still sitting there. But they made that, and that was, like I said, 10 million. They got paid, and since then they've been promoting their alcohol, which is a nice declaration. If you ever want a declaration that like alcohol industry is like the pulse of a nation, they stopped making the disinfectant because there was too much of it to export. A huge chunk of that was because the Tesco and the equivalent cheap vodka, it's called Nikita. I've drank it more than once in the shell. It was bad. It was really bad, but you can't find it anymore. Past tense. Drumshanbo knew this, so they just kind of, instead of raising prices or anything like that, they were like, right, so we're not making any more of the disinfectant until you want to hire us again. In the meantime, like I said, Drumshanbo single pot. I will say, if you ever see something that with like an Irish name on it, that looks like it's like 300 years old, and like we have the ages of knowledge, give me a shout and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's the Jameson Distillery, or the Jameson Distillery bought it off, or Diageo bought it off. Pretty soon, Diageo or Jameson's is going to buy off Drumshanbo. But in the meantime, every house, every apartment, including mine, has at least one empty bottle of this on their wall. Because, yeah, when I say this is fresh, but look at the price. It's not something I can do on a whim. It's a special occasion. Like the bottle of Saxon when we had Asterios on. Asterios and Scott Hansen. Anyway, let's see what the chat has to say. Dukes, I was here for quite a bit of it. Gonna get one popped in. Russian spam bot. Is Bushmills the same as US? No. I will absolutely buy 50 wheels of good fucking cheese. Don't tempt me. Hey, if you aren't tempted to eat them over the next, say, 3 years before you die in the next 5 years, then yeah. Anyway, I'm already getting messages, and I'm already beyond the point where I thought I'd be fast asleep at this point. So, you know what? I'm procrastinating. I've been procrastinating for nearly half a day. There's a statement, but there it is true. You motherfuckers have been amazing, and I want to thank each and every one of you who showed up for an inch or a mile. And some of you, I don't know if you're here for the long haul or what, but there you go. Some of you must have moved ABCDs. I hope it wasn't just because you saw the word B-Day next to my name. Because tomorrow is another day, and tomorrow is happening in 3 hours. And don't forget, I started the stream 12 hours before it was my actual B-Day. Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. What a hell of a nightmare of a day. In which I actually did a lot of good. I had a lot of fun tonight. But tomorrow's going to be crazier. We're not talking about me heading off to fucking America and shit like that. but I am going to be, for the first time during COVID, Brexit, and for second time for you motherfuckers, I'm heading up north. And I'm heading up for the first time via Sligo instead of Belfast. So all I can say is I'll hopefully see you guys Friday. If not, do not take it in personal. Clearly something happened. I don't know. But I'm going to do everything in my power to be the most efficient motherfucker I can up and over the next 72 hours. But like I'm already smelling perfume and feeling pretty hands in the back of my neck as they're kind of like goading me into my bed. So that's what I'm doing. And frankly, I've earned it. I've done this stream for nearly 9 hours. That's a fucking trip. 12 and 12 is 24. 9 hours. Like, it's insane. On top of it, I only want to wrap this up. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. What can I say? I'm the master of procrastination. But you're going to follow me as I stream. Like, you're gonna have a fun time regardless anyway. But I gotta go. So yeah, don't forget to, actually in this case you don't have to like, share and subscribe. It'd be a big help if you haven't already. Don't forget to check the links in the description down below for Twitter, Discord, and our stream goal, which, thanks to you guys, there's a lot more bluer than it was at the start of all this. And with only a 20 of which taken away to be consumed as some sort of pizza-based item. And don't forget that I'll be putting together the video probably next week, giving you a live stream on Friday, and then probably taking the weekend off, but I don't know yet. Like, you're gonna ask me in like 72 hours. And beyond that, again, just procrastinating. Motherfuckers, I hope you have a far less stressful but a far more enjoyable time than I am gonna have. And wish me luck, because I'm about to leave the comfort of my own den to do something I haven't done since America, and that is leave fucking Ireland. Even if it's up north, there are differences. Let's hope I don't fucking trigger them, right? Anyway,